Hey everyone, it's Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your super full moon tarot reading for October 17th, 2024. The super full moon in Aries will pack quite a punch, and that's because this super full moon is the closest of all the super full moons that we've had, and we've had four in 2024. This one is the closest to the Earth. And so with that Aries energy, because it is a super full moon in Aries, what you'll feel is more of your fire energy, right? Because we all embody all four elements. You may feel a lot more of that fire energy within you at this time. So if you're a cardinal sign, this will affect you more. If you're an Aries, it will affect you the most. But every sign on the zodiacal wheel here will be impacted. So you could have been feeling in the last week, and maybe even for a week following this super full moon in Aries, you may, feel like your emotions are running high. You may feel this urge to act upon something. Tensions will be intensifying. You might feel yourself being a little bit more argumentative, or maybe those around you are. So, the key here, or the lesson here, and I do believe in lessons in this lifetime. So the lesson or the key here isn't to shy away from any of these difficulties, whether it's a difficult situation, or a difficult relationship you're having, or maybe it's a difficult decision and you're feeling stuck, you're not sure what to do. Instead, the lesson here is to push through, right? Harness the power of Aries. Aries is a masculine sign. Whether you're masculine or feminine doesn't matter. We all embody both energies. So it's almost like lean into that, if you will. Embrace the challenges, face them head on, tackle them, push through the intensity in order to get the outcome that you want. And you don't have to do it in an aggressive way, just in a determined way. That's the difference. So every full moon is an opportunity for us to create a 6-month plan. And so, if you want to do this, this is something I'm doing. I'm going to harness the energy of the lunar moon. I'm going to sit outside for a little bit. Thankfully, we've had some chillier weather here, but it's not too bad at night. So you can manage it with a fire pit, or maybe even just a good autumn jacket. Not scarf weather yet, but we're getting there. But I will be sitting outside tomorrow night and harnessing that power of the super full moon and asking myself some very basic questions that I really need answers to. And that is, who do I want to be in 6 months? Where do I want to be in 6 months? Who do I want to be with? What do I want to be? Where do I want to be? All of those who, how, whys. And it's important to kind of like remove yourself from your life. And, when you're asking these questions, like look at it very objectively, almost have like this eagle kind of perch view looking at your life and like what needs to change. And you have to be realistic and you have to be honest with yourself. And once you can obtain or attain those answers, then it's time to create a path or a plan in order to achieve those goals. So you can look back 6 months from now and say, wow, in October 2024, this is who I was. This is where I was. This is what I was. This is who I was with, or who I wanted to be with, or again, whatever those answers are for you. And to be able to look at yourself at that 6-month mark and say, wow, these are the goals I have achieved. Now, you may achieve all of them. You may only achieve half. Some of you may only achieve one. But if you don't have that honest conversation with yourself and set that path and set that plan into motion, you won't have any. That I can guarantee you. You won't have any in 6 months. And then you'll sit back and go, wow, I'm in the same spot I was 6 months ago and a year ago. Well, you didn't create a path or plan. So, I'm not trying to talk down to anyone. I give myself this tough talk all the time. Like, all right, come on, Jen, get your crap together. And that's kind of what I'm going to be doing tomorrow night. And so I do encourage you to do that as well. Really looking at your life, answering those very important questions as honestly as you can to yourself, and then creating a path or plan forward so you can achieve those goals and actually see them materialize in your 3D world 6 months from now, or at least be well on your way to achieving them. So definitely a great goal setting, target setting, super full moon for all of us. In this reading, because it is a super full moon, I kind of felt the need to utilize 3 moon decks, moonology decks that I have here. So I'm going to begin with Aries, work my way around the zodiac wheel, ending at Pisces. Timestamps will be pinned to the comment section. I've set the intentions of this particular reading to be for your sun, moon, rising, Venus, and Jupiter placements. And the reason why I say Jupiter is because even though Jupiter has a significant impact in Gemini, and I'm a Gemini, but I didn't include Jupiter for all of the Geminians out there, it's that Jupiter, regardless of where you are on the zodiacal wheel, expands anything in your life. So, you know, if you are manifesting or creating a path or a plan, whatever that is, and you're actually applying yourself to it, that will expand. You will see that goal achieved in 6 months. So take a look at that Jupiter placement as well for you. If you're not sure what any of those placements are, then you can also link in the comment section, or also in the comment section is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. Take a look at that, download it. It's yours, it's free, you can keep it forever. And then once you know those placements, you can just come back here and click on the timestamp for the respective placement or placements that you want to view. This is a general collective reading. Not every message that comes through will resonate with you. And if that occurs, it's okay. Don't get upset. It just means someone else of your sign had to hear that message. Remember to check your other placements. Take what fits and take it how it fits. And if it doesn't, just leave it. It just wasn't your message, and that's okay. With all that said, my friend, let's begin. Aries, oh Aries, the super full moon will have the greatest impact on you, my friends, not only because it's in your sign, but because, you know, this super full moon is the closest to the earth that all the other super full moons this year have been. So anything you may have felt during the other super full moons that we have had to date, if you felt any type of intensity, this super full moon will be even more intense for you because you have that combination of the moon is the closest to the earth and it's also in your sign. So this lunar event for you, well, for all of us, is connecting with Chiron. But for you, this is important because, you know, Chiron being the wounded healer and this being in your sign, this could really stir up for you a lot of old emotional wounds, maybe things that you thought you've put to bed or you put to rest or was in the past. And this could very well be a time where all of those feelings come back. You could be thinking about people, places, and things that you haven't thought about in a very long time, or just feeling very emotional and you're not quite sure why, or maybe things that are making you feel emotional now, suddenly it's intensified and you're like, well, yeah, I should be upset about that or angry, but why am I so angry? Or why am I so upset? That's why, because this is also connecting with Chiron, which is the wounded healer. So you could be feeling a little extra sensitive for the last week and probably for another week after this super full moon. So make sure that you're gentle with yourself at this time. Push through any of the emotional limitations you're currently feeling and strive for greatness. Don't forget who you are. You are the fireist of all 12 signs. So utilize the energy and the force of this lunar event to give you the motivation you need to not just address any emotional wounds that you may have, but to also get you on path for that next page of your life's story. So with all that said, Aries, we're going to begin with you. Now we're going to draw 3 Moonology cards for you, my friends. For Aries, 1 Moonology card here, please, for Aries. 1 more shuffle. Thank you. Aries, we're starting off with new moon in Aries. Go for it. Okay, I know this is a full moon, but this is in your sign. So go for it. Wow, I was just talking about how you need the motivation, right, to kind of push through things. Let's get 2 more for you now. So we'll get 1 out of this deck and 1 out of the mini Moonology deck here. Go for it. You know, we've been seeing this for some of you, probably going back to May or June, where there is a new path or a new opportunity in your life. This card clearly wanted to come out. Face your fears. Wow, which was another thing I was just saying. You might have to push through, you know, some limitations you have or the emotions you have. So, you know, push through your fears. I love how that just came flying out of the deck also. Bottom of the deck. Oh my God, go for it. This is two different, I just want to show you, 2 entirely different decks. The bottom of this one says go for it, and your first Moonology card that came out said go for it. So as I was saying before, your card decided to come flying out of the deck. We've been seeing this or I've been seeing this in a variety of the Aries readings I've done going back to May, you know, May, June time period, where there's some new path that you want to take and maybe you're a little hesitant of taking it. But yeah, if you are on the brink of making whatever this decision is for yourself, and you're like, well, I need some divine confirmation, there's your confirmation, okay? Let's get you a mini Moonology card now, please, for the Aries Collective. For the Aries Collective regarding the super full moon. We had 2 come out. Okay. We have a new romantic cycle begins, new moon in Libra. You can't make this up. Work through your fears. Face your fears and work through your fears. So for some of you, bottom of the deck, show the world the real you, the full moon in Aquarius, which is funny because we're edging into, but moving towards that age of Aquarius pretty soon in 2025. And I'll talk about that as we get closer to it. But some of you, like I was saying, have a pretty significant life choice or life change that you want to make, but something's been holding you back. There is some fear. It's time for you to face your fears. So again, going to those, what I was saying at the intro, that some of you may have missed if you skip through that, but you know, I was saying this is the time to harness the energy of this lunar event, particularly for you, Aries. I mean, important for all 12 signs, but so important for you to realistically look at your life at this time and say, in 6 months from now, right? Who do I want to be? What do I want to be? Where do I want to be? Who do I want to be with? And then use the energy, really, because this is your super full moon, to create a path or a plan forward. So 6 months from now, you can look back and say, okay, these were the goals I set for myself. Some of you are going to attain all 6 or 5, or, you know, however many you do, and bravo to you. And some of you will only do half, and some of you will only do 1. But if you don't harness this energy to have that realistic conversation with yourself about how do I overcome these fears to get to that next stage of my life, or turn the page to the next chapter of my life, you're going to be in the same position you're in right now. That's just a fact. And that applies to all of us. So definitely a time for you, my friends, to harness this energy to create a 6-month plan for you. And like I said, some of you will achieve all of your goals. Some of you only half, some of you only 1. You know, it'll be different for all of you, but I can guarantee you that if you don't create this path or plan, you will have achieved 0 in terms of these particular goals. Okay, so use this super full moon to your fullest advantage. What does Aries need to know about this super full moon or facing their fears? For some of you, it's romance. Whether you're single or you're in a connection, because that new moon, new romantic cycle begins, and we're currently still in Libra season at the time of this reading, and that's the new moon in Libra. So some of you could be love related as well. Let's see. Tell me more about this for Aries. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. We have the 8 of Swords and the upright. Well, talk about fears, right? That's the card of fear in tarot. Second, 1 of 2, I should say. 8 of Swords and 9 of Swords. Really up in your head, ruminating. Am I saying that correctly? Yes, ruminating about this, thinking about this constantly. Whatever this is for you. The Tower in the reverse. Well, there you go. There's your fear. And the 2 of Wands. And then we have the High Priestess in the reverse. So the Tower in the reverse tells me that, because we're looking forward now, I'm asking about you pushing through your fear. So a lot of you are up in your head about whatever decision this is, because you feel that moving forward with whatever this is, because it's different for all of you, it's going to trigger a Tower moment. And so by doing nothing, by, I almost want to say, like, submitting to these fears, right? Because you're letting them win if you don't take action. But that's your way of avoiding a tower, whatever this tower means for you, whether it's changing career paths or walking away or creating any type of relationship in your life, whether it's platonic or romantic, or changing your environment, meaning like your living situation. Like, whatever this is for you, you're really up in your head about it. Fear is holding you back. And the fear for a lot of you is whatever this tower moment. And again, that's going to be different for all of you. But it's almost like not making a decision is preventing the tower from falling. I have news for you. You can only prevent a tower for so long. This is the feeling I'm getting here for you, Aries, is it's time for you to shift or be shifted. Because the Tower, any major arcana card in tarot, is divine intervention. I always think about it as a hurricane. I used to live in Florida in the United States for 4 years. And we had a couple hurricanes during that time. And so I always looked at any of the major arcana cards as divine intervention. We can prepare for them. We can sometimes avoid them, but when they come, they're coming anyway, right? The hurricane is coming anyway. You can prepare for it. You can board up your house. You can leave temporarily and then return, right? You can try to avoid it that way, but it's still going to cause some potential damage to your home. So you don't really avoid it. See what I'm saying? It's not like, we can just, launch something into the atmosphere and completely stop the hurricane. It's coming. We could sidestep it, we could prepare for it, and we can certainly deal with its aftermath, but there's no stopping it. And I always look at major arcana cards that way, particularly the Tower. So right now it's almost like you're preparing. That's kind of how I feel. You're fearing the Tower, but you're also preparing for it. And I say that because your next card here is the Two of Wands. So again, this is a choice point and a crossroads. And I think for a lot of you, you're allowing your fears to be greater than your intuition. The High Priestess talks about our intuition, and the High Priestess here is in the reverse for you, my friend. So you're allowing the swords, right? The sword suit in tarot governs our words, not just the words communication we speak to others, but also what we speak to ourselves. And so you're allowing your thoughts to override your gut. And that's a recipe for disaster. You'll either end up, and this is not just you, right? I'm not picking on you, it's anyone, right? When we do that, one or two things will happen. We either make the wrong decision or we make no decision. And sometimes making no decision is also a wrong decision because we allow our fears to overcome what we know we should do or what we know we want or what we know we want to do or who we want to become. So let's see what the underlying energy here is for you. King of Cups in the upright, Strength in the upright, and the Ace of Swords in the upright. Remember I said, and then we have Nine of Cups in reverse. So I don't know who I'm speaking to right now, right? All of you have your own struggles and difficulties, and I get that. But whatever you're dealing with, my love, you're not happy. Whether this is a situation, an environment, or a connection. Nine of Cups is in the reverse. You don't feel fulfilled. You don't feel happy. You don't feel, first of all, it's preventing you from giving to yourself, right? Because Nine of Cups in the upright is a singular card. We're pouring into ourselves. We're taking care of ourselves. So you're not feeling good. Even if you're putting on the mask or the charade to others, internally, most of you, again, I can't speak for every Aries watching, but, or any Aries placement, that's who's watching, but you're not feeling very good. So whatever this is, it's almost like, you know that you need to change it. You need to change it. The King of Cups and Queen of Cups are two individuals who have unconditional love for themselves. That's how they're able to love others. So when I look at this bottom underlining energy, I feel like you're not pouring a lot of love into yourself. It's something that you need to do. And I know whatever this decision is for you is going to require strength. This has come up in a lot of your readings. But that Ace of Swords tells me you really do know the truth. So I was saying in the intro that, have that honest conversation with yourself. I think it's time for you to have an honest conversation with yourself. And I'm not even an Aries or, cardinal sign, but I'm still going to harness that energy. I think all 12 zodiac signs should. I intend on spending some time outside, if weather permits, under the full moon and having an honest conversation just with myself about who I want to be and what I want to be and what makes me truly happy and what doesn't and what needs to change, and then create some kind of path or plan to change it. So 6 months from now, I'm not sitting in Nine of Cups in reverse, because, in some aspect of all of our lives, we have Nine of Cups in reverse, right? Maybe romance is going well, but you have a friendship that's out of balance, or there's a family connection out of balance, or maybe everything else is great, but there's something at work that's, hitting you internally to your core. It's not sitting right with you, or you're not happy about. Whatever it is for you, I feel like you need to have an honest conversation with yourself about it. Tell me more about the Tower in the reverse for the Aries collective. What are you trying to prevent? Some kind of catastrophe or sudden change in your life? And I don't even know if it'll be as bad as you think it is, right? Because the devil, and I'm not trying to be spiritual here or religious or anything like that, but in terms of tarot, the devil is an entity external to you, right, that tempts you. It doesn't just have to tempt you with booze and sex and drugs and, you know, that kind of stuff. You know, it can tempt you fear. Fear is something that is rooted in the devil, right? Just if you just believe in tarot, which I assume you do since you're watching tarot. So, you know, if there is some magnificent life change that you want to make, who, if you think about it on a spiritual plane, who would want to deter you from reaching your best you or reaching your goals? The devil. And how would the devil do that? By invoking fear. So facing your fears and working through your fears is almost like you reclaiming your power from some kind of devil entity, right? I hate to make it sound that way. I hope that makes sense to you. But you're trying to avoid a tower. But the tower may not be as bad as you think it will be, right? Because the fear might be getting the best of you. The Eight of Swords might be getting the best of you. See how those, I'm going to take a look at these cards. We'll put them back. We have Seven of Swords in the upright and the Emperor. Well, there's your sign. Tell me more about the Tower here in the reverse for Aries. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. The Tower in the reverse is being clarified by the Empress in the reverse. Interesting, because we just saw the Emperor in the upright. The Queen of Pentacles in the reverse and the Lovers in the reverse. Okay. Well, the Lovers is a choice. It is the ultimate choice card in tarot. Whether you're choosing to, you know, leave one job for another. Whether you're choosing to end some type of environment or living situation and move towards another. Are you considering leaving a relationship and staying single? Are you considering taking your single relationship to a higher level, or your single relationship, your relationship to a higher level of commitment? Could be a choice between two lovers or multiple lovers. That choice is, again, it's individualized to you. But there's a choice here that you have to make. And with the Lovers in the reverse, the Queen of Pentacles in the reverse, and the Empress in the reverse, and then I have the Eight of Wands here at the bottom of the deck. This is, and this talks about speed, right? This is the second fastest card in tarot. I guess leave me some comments below if this rings true for you. But if you're Aries or you have an Aries placement, right? Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus, possibly even Jupiter. I'm going to say what you're afraid of is that if you make a choice, you might lose money. Because the Queen of Pentacles is very financially focused, very future focused. So for some of you, this could, you know, whatever situation, environment, or relationship you're leaving, for some of you, not for all, you could feel that as long as I don't make the choice, I can avoid losing finances, or I can avoid losing resources. Again, Pentacles being resources. For others of you, you feel that making the choice will create some sort of imbalance in your life, because the Empress in the upright as an energy is a very balanced energy, right? It's all four queens or all four kings, depending on whether or not you're masculine or feminine, however you identify. You know, it's an individual that embodies the best qualities of all four queens or all four kings. And in the reverse, it's imbalanced. One, if not more, of those queens or kings are not in the upright. And so the reasoning is different for each of you, but it's almost like if I don't make the choice, then I might not lose money, or I might not lose resources, or I might not have to deal with some type of momentary feeling that I'm imbalanced. And I have to be honest with you, I think it's fear. Because the Eight of Swords here to the Queen of Swords, see, this is your truth yeah. So for a lot of you, this is what you believe, right? Because the King of Swords in the upright is an individual who wields the sword of truth, the Ace of Swords. So some of you really believe this, or at least you have mentally convinced yourselves of this, that as soon as I set this plan into motion or I get on this path, very quickly, everything's going to fall apart. Once I make the choice, I lose money, I lose status. Hey, Pentacles could be reputation. You know, it's Pentacles is any resource that holds value to you. So time, love, money, patience, reputation, you know, your personal belongings, you know, take it how it resonates to you. But yeah, some of you feel like the minute I do this, I'm going to quickly lose something. And that's your fear. And that's something you have to work through, right? Face your fears and work through your fears. And for some of you, this is love related, whether it's leaving one partner for another, or taking a relationship to a higher level of commitment. You could be afraid of that, maybe because of past hurts, past relationships. That could be why some of you could feel like more emotional at this time if you're thinking about old hurts. So that might make you a little shy away from staying in a connection or taking it to a higher level. And for some of you, yeah, if you have to leave one person for another, you certainly could be concerned about losing pentacles, losing resources, and maybe having to, you know, momentarily or temporarily deal with a life that's going to feel a bit chaotic or out of the norm or not quite balanced, right? Empress in the reverse. So tell me more about this now. At the split, we have the Queen of Swords to the Ace of Cups. Yeah, for some of you, this is love related, but again, take it how it resonates. So advice for, actually, no. Where's Aries going with this? Now, I know you all have the divine gift of free will, but I kind of just want to see 30 days from now. So tell me 30 days from now, where will Aries be regarding this situation? Let's do a little future forecasting here for the Aries collective. One more shuffle here, please, Anne. Thank you. We have King of Pentacles in the upright. Well, if you thought you were going to lose anything, you don't. Okay, if you actually go for it, right? And we saw that twice here, two different cards. You thought you would be the Queen of Pentacles in the reverse. Your finances may actually improve. I don't know if because the new job will pay you more, or maybe not interacting with that family member or that friend is actually going to save you money, right? If you're not spending it on them, or resources, right? I mean, Pentacles could be your energy, right? You might just be feeling better energetically because you're not dealing with that person. For others of you, it could be a reduction in expenses that you're not even realizing now. So that could add some type of value if you're leaving a relationship and going single, or leaving one relationship for another. Again, it'll be different for all of you. Five of Pentacles in the upright. See, that's the fear. The Two of Pentacles in the upright. And bottom of the deck, we have the Ten of Swords to the Nine of Pentacles, which is the other singular card in tarot. So, and then Three of Swords at the bottom of the deck. So, for a lot of you, one, it's almost like a twofold issue you have here. One, for, you know, some of you, you're feeling, if I make this choice, I'm going to lose some type of resource, or my life will be imbalanced in some way temporarily. For others of you, if you have to leave one thing to move towards another, whatever that is, situation, environment, or connection, you are holding on to a lot of guilt. First of all, there's fear here. There's fear about how the person, how the situation, environment, or connection you're leaving is going to feel. Will they retaliate? There's a fear there. There is a fear here of retaliation due to hurt and trauma. Ten of Swords to the Three of Swords, okay? And then there's guilt. There's guilt about leaving someone out in the cold, whether you're leaving a job, like I said, environment, or relationship, whether it's platonic or romantic. There's also guilt here because you're going your own way. Because again, Nine of Pentacles is singular. Ten of Pentacles is you and I working together. Nine of Pentacles is I'm doing it by myself. So this is, again, might not resonate for all of you, but it's almost like, well, if I make this choice, will I come into my power as the King of Pentacles? Yes. Will I probably end up with more money in my pocket? Yes. But I have to let someone else down, or let someone go, or let something go. And I'm afraid of what that person may do, right? The job may retaliate, or the friend, or the family member, or the lover. And then there's some guilt here. Like, I don't want to, I don't want anyone to feel left out in the cold. So, and again, I feel like that's all fear-based, and again, emotions. So again, that's something you're going to have to work through. You will be no closer, though, to your Nine of Pentacles or your Nine of Cups. I mean, you're still, it's almost like you're currently sacrificing your happiness to keep someone or something else happy. Meanwhile, you're completely miserable. So I guess your honest conversation, you know, if I were an Aries, the honest conversation I would have is, well, this life that I have, who am I living it for? Maybe that's a question you need to ask yourself. Are you really living it for yourself? Because if you are, why are you so unhappy? And why is your goal to be more independent? or single for some of you, or maybe start your own company or go work elsewhere. Like whatever this Nine of Pentacles, empowering, independent energy resonates for you. Why is that so important for you? Clearly, it's because you know you should be living for yourself. But again, I just think that that's an honest conversation you need to have with yourself. Who are you living for? And if that answer isn't you, then you need to ask yourself why. Let's get some advice for Aries, and then we'll wrap up this reading for you, my love. Advice for Aries. One more shuffle here, please, Anne. Thank you. Advice for you, the Magician. You want to talk about manifesting during a super full moon? There you are. The Magician in the upright. The High Priestess, where your intuition was in the reverse. Now, your advice is to tap into your intuition because you know at the end of the day what is true for you. Six of Pentacles in the upright. Yeah, it's time to give to yourself, right? The Six of and bottom of the deck is the Two of Cups, so which does talk about love and partnerships of all kinds. So, the Magician, this is a card of action. This is a card of creation. This is the only individual in Tarot who possesses all four aces: Ace of Cups, Ace of Pentacles, Ace of Wands, and Ace of Swords. And because this individual has those aces, they're able to not just manifest or pray what they want into existence. They have all the skills, tools, and resources required to actually create it. So this is a card of co-creating with the divine or with the universe. Like once you have the clarity and the willpower to face those fears, yeah, this is the divine telling you, you have everything you need. This is, you know, at the end, and I think I've said this to you before, so if it's repetitive, I'm sorry if you saw that reading, but this comes up in your readings a lot when we touch pretty close to this type of message. And it's literally like at the end of The Wizard of Oz, when she goes to click her three heels to get like transported back home, and they tell her that she's had the power all along. You've had the power all along. You have all four aces. So in terms of advice, this is the divine telling you, you have everything you need. You can go for it. You have everything you need. Tap into your intuition. The High Priestess card talks about intuition. It talks about secret knowledge. What is your divine purpose? This is also divine feminine leaning energy, and you're a masculine sign, whether you're feminine or masculine watching. But, you know, regardless of who or what you are, you do need to lean into the masculine Aries energy of getting stuff done, but also that divine feminine energy on how to do it in a practical way. This is a card of secrets as well. So in terms of advice, this could be saying, once you figure out this path or plan, Aries, tell no one. Execute in silence, or tell as little people as possible. You know, people like to ruin a good thing. So in terms of advice, that also could tell you to kind of keep it close to your chest or close to your vest. Because again, the devil will work through people. Right? So what, you know, you could be sitting there like, all right, I have the clarity now, and I'm going to use all my skills, tools, and resources. But then you tell someone who really doesn't want you to achieve that goal, and now they start bombarding you with all the negatives. Well, what if this? And what if this? And all that is the devil utilizing that person to reinstill fear in you. I hope that makes sense. So I feel like in terms of advice, the divine is saying, create your path up here using your intuition and leave it in here. No need to tell everyone. Just the one or two people. If you need someone to actually help you, like carry it out, that's who you should tell. Again, you should trust them. High Priestess is a card of trust. And then the Six of Pentacles card, you know, the Six of Pentacles card talks about prosperity and talks about abundance. So in terms of advice, what will make you abundantly happy? What do you need to give to yourself to get that Nine of Cups in the reverse in the upright? This is a card of fairness, of doing what is fair for all involved. Remember what I said? Some of you are living for someone else. And is that really fair to you? So in terms of advice, this could be asking you, you know, is it really fair to you? I think you already know that the answer is no. So that's what I have for you. You know, bottom of the deck, we had the Two of Cups, we have the Knight of Cups, and we have the Star card. So, and the Ace of Swords again, got to take that. So whatever you decide to do, because this Two of Cups is any type of soul contract. And it could be even represent soul contract within yourself, even if you don't have a partner. The Two of Cups card could very well be your masculine and feminine energies coming into one, balancing one another out, right? Especially if you're an Aries, your Aries masculine and your High Priestess divine feminine. So, you know, whatever this is for you, it's a soul contract. I feel once you decide what that is for you or how you want to move forward, you'll do so very carefully. You're not the Knight of Pentacles, which I like because that's slow as molasses. It's my least favorite knight. But you're not the Knight of Wands or Knight of Swords where you're going to do it erratically. So this is just telling you, like, once you decide what it is you want to do, kind of make that soul contract with yourself, like almost like a pact you make with yourself. Like, this is where I'm going to be in 6 months. This is how I'm going to get there. And then do it slowly and carefully and methodically. Like the Knight of Cups would do. The Star card tells me about healing. We talked about that in the intro, about how some of you could be feeling like extra sensitive, or there could be some old emotional wounds that come to the surface. Make sure you take time to heal that. And whatever you do, have that honest conversation with yourself. You have the Ace of Swords now came up twice in your reading. And I feel once you have that conversation, that's when you'll have the mental breakthrough or the willpower or the mental clarity you need to make that decision. The Ace of Swords also talks about new beginnings. So this very well could be how you start this new beginning of your life. So that's what I have for you, Aries. It was a lot. I'm sorry. We made it to the 30-minute mark. I wanted to keep it short for you, but often I feel like I don't really put enough time into your readings because your messages come so quickly. So I did want to give you a little extra time today, especially because this is the super full moon in your sign. So take these messages how they resonate. If they did not resonate at all, my love, just check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus and Jupiter. If you're not sure what they are, there's a link in the comment section to help you get your free birth chart. If any of this did resonate with you or you found it to be fun, entertaining, enlightening, want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, Aries, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Taurus. Let's see how this super full moon will be impacting you at this time. So, Taurus, for the last week and probably for another week post this super full moon, you may be feeling this urge or this need to really look deep within yourself. And the reason for that, my love, is that the super full moon is urging you or trying to guide you to look internally, to look deep within yourself, to look at everything that has transpired in your life that got you to the point where you are now. How did you evolve as a person? What made you who you are today? What tried to break you but didn't? You're a very resilient sign, Taurus. So it's a time for you to reflect upon the recent events in your life that led you to the current state of where you're at, and harnessing this lunar event or the energy of the lunar events and all the knowledge you have gained through those recent experiences to determine the correct life path for yourself, for your own personal journey. So a lot of you, for a lot of Taurians, this is a great time of reflection. And if you've been feeling that way lately, it's not just you, it's almost every Taurian has been feeling that. So let's see, what additional messages do we have for Taurus in respect to this super full moon on October 17th, 2024 for Taurus. And there's your card, my love. We have work through your feelings, last quarter moon in Aries. Well, this is a super full moon in Aries. Bottom of the deck, Taurus, we have shine, new moon in Leo. So it's quite possible, Taurus, for some of you, as you're feeling nostalgic, as you're recalling recent events, whether they've been positive or negative for you. And I would say probably the events from the past 6 months of your life, because in terms of full moons, at least for me as a tarot reader, and I guess this very immature astrologer that I am, I always look at the full moons in 6-month intervals. So a lot of you could be reflecting back to the past 6 months of your life, and that very well could conjure up a lot of different feelings. So this is a time for you to work through them, not to ignore them. What else does Taurus need to know about this super full moon? What else does Taurus need to know? One more shuffle now for you, Taurus, please, and thank you. Taurus, we have releasing. So some of you could be thinking about releasing a particular situation, environment, or connection from your life. Again, as you reassess these recent events or your life events and you work through your feelings. Now, some of you very well could just want to release the feelings, right? Maybe the negative feelings or the negative thinking. But it's definitely, you know, and on the card is a full moon. There's a need for you here to release something or someone, right? Could be habit, could be personality trait, whatever has been hindering your growth. It's time for you to release it. So that could be any person, place, or thing. Okay, bottom of the deck, we have knowledge. And again, knowledge is gained when we do that very deep introspection within ourselves. Let's get you a mini Moonology card now, please, for my Taurians. Mini Moonology card now, please, for Taurus. One card now, please, for Taurus regarding the super full moon on October 17th, 2024. We have the end of a tough cycle approaches, full moon in Capricorn. Well, I do like that because we've seen you actually had a very positive reading within the last week with me. But a lot of your others have been pretty tough, like emotionally tough. So I do like that you have the potential or the opportunity, Taurus, via releasing, right? Thinking about what you've gone through, doing this deep introspection work, working through all those feelings that being nostalgic conjures up for you, releasing whatever it is that you have to release or creating a plan to release it does bring about for you the end of a tough cycle. So I feel like it's within your grasp. It's up to you if you want to take that opportunity. Let's see what Tarot has for my beautiful Taurian collective. What do they need to know about working through their fears and releasing? And tell us more about the end of this tough cycle, which is approaching for the Taurian collective. We have the Page of Wands. I love it. I think in one of your other recent readings with me, that came up as well. I like that. That is the Minor Arcana card to the Fool card, and it's in the upright, so it's very positive. That is someone who's looking out into the future, right? It's a very future-focused card. It's an individual who's holding the Ace of Wands, which is a new beginning. So some of you are looking towards the future and wondering who do I want to be? What do I want to be? Where do I want to go? It's a card of discovery, but with great enthusiasm. So I like this. Some of you are leaving something behind in the past. Very well. And again, any person, place, or thing. Tell me more. Let's get 3 more cards here. Wow. We had the Tower. Did you see how that flipped? Okay. This could be a sudden revelation you have or a sudden change or action you decide to take in your life very abruptly. Let's get 2 more cards here for Taurus now. Please and thank you. And then we have the Chariot. Wow. When I say you're leaving it behind quickly, you're leaving it behind quickly. Page of Swords. And you're telling people about it, right? This is not being done in silence. Bottom of the deck, Lovers in the upright. 8 of Cups in the upright and the Ace of Swords. Well, Taurus, you are definitely making a decision to leave something behind. Now, I don't know what this is, okay? I can give you an example. Let's say you're a Taurian and you are in a very difficult and stressful and unhappy connection, whether it's platonic or romantic. And you've been sitting on this for a good minute, maybe even up to the last 6 months, again, because full moons go in that 6-month interval in terms of lunar energy for me. So this very well could be a time where you are thinking back on all the positives and all the negatives of that connection and working through your feelings. You may very well decide, okay, I want to try this connection again. But in order to do that, I have to release any negative thoughts I have about the person, or I have to release guilt, or I have to release, whatever happened in the past. It very well could be like that. This could be a mental release too, where again, you kind of just wake up one day relatively soon, right? Like within the next couple of days. And you're going to decide, well, in order for me to move forward with this connection, I have to let the past be the past. And then I can move forward very quickly into the future. So for some of you, it's something like that. Like, yeah, this connection has been hard, but you know what? I'm going to stick it out for the long run, see if I can make it balance, see if I can make it work. And I'm just going to emotionally and mentally leave behind what didn't work or whatever negative thoughts or opinions I have about the connection or the individual. This could be the same thing if this is like a job or an environment, okay? Again, for some of you, it could just be like, okay, I'm going to stick it out in this neighborhood or this community or this living situation or this job. And I'm just, in order to move forward in it and to stay in it and to try to be successful within it, I'm just going to release all the negative emotions and opinions I have about the people I work with or the people I live with or the people who surround me in my community. And for others of you, the release means actually physically leaving a person, place, or thing. And whatever it is for you, whatever you're leaving, Taurus, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, financially, you could decide I'm not investing in this anymore, right? Whatever it is, physically, you're doing it fast. I mean, this is almost like split-second decision. And Tauruses don't make split-second decisions. So again, I feel like for the last 6 months, or up to that, right? You've been thinking about this. This is not new. All you know is that it's hard. It's been a tough cycle, whatever this is, and you want it brought to an end. I'm talking to a Taurus, and maybe it won't apply to every Taurus, but I'm talking to a Taurus who wants the pain to end. All of you are going to end that pain in a different way. Emotionally disengaging, mentally saying, okay, I'm going to stick this out, but I'm going to forget about it. And that doesn't mean bury your head in the sand, but kind of like, all right, to really give this a go. Yeah, I kind of have to pretend it didn't happen, right? I have to heal that part of myself. But for others of you, it's I'm packing up and leaving. I'm looking for another job. I'm looking for another place where to live, or I'm ending this connection, this relationship in order to restore balance in my life. So take all these messages, how they resonate to you, Taurus, because the Taurian collective is quite large, particularly here on my channel. So whatever you're leaving, it's your truth. It's your choice. The Lover's card is the ultimate choice card in tarot. It's your choice to walk away. You're not going to be bullied to walk away or stay in anything, any mental state, physical state, emotional state, financial state that you don't want to. So, you know, if you have not discussed this with others, because I don't really feel a lot of you have, yeah, to someone else, whoever's affected by this could feel like, oh my God, you just woke up this morning and had this? And it's like, no, I've been thinking about this for at least the past 6 months. This is a very well thought out decision, whatever this is for you, Taurus. And then I do believe once you make it, you communicate it, right? You find the other job, you're going to give the current job 2 weeks notice, or you decide to end the connection, whether it's platonic or romantic, you're going to notify the individual. Like, this isn't just like Taurus never showing up to work again or ghosting a person. No, this is saying I have reached my decision or my conclusion, and I've been in a tough cycle here, there, with you, whatever. And in order to end that tough cycle, I need to, you know, and then whatever that is, give notice, leave, move, and you do it very quickly. I mean, the Chariot is literally the fastest card in the deck. So what is this Tower for you, Taurus? Let's look at that, because the Tower is also divine intervention. Now, yes, sometimes I can look at a tower like a hurricane, right? It's coming. We can prepare for it. We can plan for it. We can avoid it, right? We can get on a plane or in a car and drive north or wherever we have to go for safety, and then return back and clean up after the tower, right? Clean up after the hurricane. But we can't completely, we can't stop it. I always look at it as divine intervention. But sometimes the divine utilizes us to create that intervention. So I'm curious to see, Taurus, if you're creating the tower. I feel it's you're creating it. I don't think it's something external to you, because I keep seeing this choice and this conversation with yourself, and you're riding in the Chariot here. It's like, I'm getting the F out of Dodge is the feeling. So tell me, what is the Tower here for the Taurian collective? One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. The Tower for Taurus is the 3 of Pentacles in the upright, the 5 of Pentacles in the upright, and the 5 of Swords. Change, change, change. Fives in tarot are change. Wow, Fool. You are on a whole new path in your life by making this decision, by releasing whomever or whatever this is. The Tower for you, for the Taurus I'm talking to, this is a self-created tower. This is deciding I no longer want to invest in whatever this is, person, place, or thing. And it might be because the job doesn't pay you enough, Five of Pentacles, and you found the job that pays you more, or an opportunity where you can make more money, even if you're creating the opportunity yourself because you're starting your own business. But you're making this choice. It's, I don't want to invest in anything that, or no longer invest in anything that has affected my finances, so in a negative way. So again, for some of you, this could be a career path change. For others of you, I don't want to invest in a connection that has made me feel abandoned and alone. And I can tell you, as someone who spent 24 years in a marriage, at the end, when he asked me why I was really leaving, I said, because I felt alone. I had spent a good portion, not all of it, but a good portion of that 24 years being in a connection where I felt alone. And there is nothing worse. There is nothing worse than being in a connection where you feel alone. I'd rather be alone. It's less insulting, and it's a choice that I make, right? The Lover's card, it's a choice I make. So for some of you, it's, you know, I don't want to be in a connection, whether it's platonic or romantic, where I constantly feel abandoned, or I feel like my needs aren't met, or I feel like I'm ignored, or I feel like everything and everyone else is more important than I am. And then for others of you, it's, I don't want to stay in a situation, environment, or connection where I have to fight for what I want, Five of Swords, or there's always disagreements, or there are always arguments, or I always feel like you're trying to win at all costs or get one over on me, or wherever I feel that there's been some kind of deception. So a couple of different, you know, reasons why. And again, it'll be different for all of you. And for some of you, maybe only one of those reasons applies. Maybe for, you know, some of you, all of them do, or some of them do. Again, take the message as how it resonates. But the Three of Pentacles is, you know, I was willing to invest in this. I just getting the feeling here, like I don't want to invest in anything that has made me feel crappy, that has abandoned me. You know, this could be a connection in your life, Taurus, whether it's platonic or romantic, where not only do you argue with this person all the time, but at some point this person abandoned you. Maybe they want to come back around again. You know, that very well could be it also. And you could decide finally to release this person. Maybe you don't want to be with an individual who has made you feel abandoned, Five of Pentacles, or who has put you in competition with others. Again, that won't be every Taurus's story, but Five of Swords is also a card of competition, right? I have to fight for your attention. I have to fight for your love. So yeah, for some of whatever this is, you no longer want to invest in a person, place, or thing that either has rejected you in the past or that you feel continually rejected by. You're very unhappy with whatever it is, Taurus. We have the Nine of Cups in the reverse. You're very unhappy. There's a lot of discontentment here. You're tired of fighting for what you want. You don't really feel like your partner's listening to you. You're not even taking care of yourself. The Nine of Cups in the upright is a singular card. I'm taking care of myself. I'm fulfilling my cups. I'm chasing my dreams. Whatever this is for you, Taurus, you damn well know inside it's no longer your dream. Maybe at one time it was. It currently isn't. It's been a really tough cycle for you. I like that you're coming into your power, whether you're masculine or feminine, Taurus. Here you are. This is the Empress card. This is ruled by Venus. This is you. This is you, Taurus. This is either you or Libra, but, you know, in your reading, this would be you. This is Venusian energy. I feel like this is a very balanced decision. Whatever it is you're releasing, however it is you're releasing, it will make you balance. If you have felt off balance, this will balance you. The Empress in the upright, and there's the Wheel of Fortune, my love. You are spinning that wheel and starting an entirely new chapter of your life. And, you know, the Wheel of Fortune comes up in a tarot reading when the divine is trying to say to you, and again, if you're co-creating with the divine, God, Jesus, Muhammad, whatever you want to call it, him, her, whatever, right? The Wheel of Fortune is saying what you want is now aligned with what we want for you. Because you always have the divine gift of free will. So it's almost like if you want to leave, whatever this is, Taurus, this is your opportunity. We are in alignment with you. We're ready to move you forward to the next chapter. If you don't take this opportunity, whatever it is, you're going to have to wait until the next cycle. So that tough cycle that you've been in is going to continue probably for another 6 months. Because again, we go in these 6-month cycles. So it's almost like every 6 months, you're going to get an opportunity to co-create with the divine and start that new cycle. It's up to you if you want to waste another 6 months doing what you just spent the last 6 months doing, or however long that this tough cycle has been for you. So a lot to ponder, but I feel like at the end of the day, Tower card and then the Fool card to the Empress to the Wheel of Fortune, these are all major arcana cards. We have the Lovers. This is divine saying it's your choice, Taurus. We're now in alignment with you. You get to decide if you want to continue sitting in this. The tough cycle isn't changing. It's not changing until you release something or someone. So the tough cycle isn't going to end. It's your choice now if you want to co-create with us and flip that page and see what's next for you or what's new for you in your life. Otherwise, you could just sit on the same page. You could read the whole page over again, and I'll come back for you in 6 months and see if you're ready then. So that's what I have for you, Taurus. Let me get you some advice, my love. I do feel that there's some devilish. We saw the devil here to the Judgment card. I feel like when you make this decision, because the Judgment is you making a judgment call. Like, yep, I'm leaving this behind. However, whatever. And I feel like there's this devilish energy, whomever or whatever this represents, that doesn't want you doing that. So this is, this is going to try to change your mind however it can, because, and it's not that the person is the devil, right? That's not what I'm saying, Crosswatcher. What I'm saying is, if you believe, regardless of your religion or spirituality, if you believe that whatever that entity is wants the absolute best for you and is willing to co-create with you to make your life as happy as you want it to be, what is the one entity that doesn't want you to be happy, right? The devil. So the devil infiltrates various things to take us off our path. To the devil, misery loves company. So as long as you can sit in a pit of a tough cycle, the devil's very happy. Why would it want you to be happy and on your divine path, right? It wouldn't want you to co-create with the divine. That just gives the divine more power. Like, think of it that way. So yeah, it will infiltrate your thoughts, and that's when all the fears kick in and the anxieties and the insecurities. That's the devil. Again, regardless of what your personal beliefs are. And sometimes the devil will infiltrate in whatever energetic way it does, and will utilize people to stop you. This is, you leaving one job because you have a much better job offer, and your job suddenly trying to talk you out of it or guilting you to stay, and then you feel bad because you've been there so long and you're being so selfish, Taurus, wanting to go to this other job for more money, and then you stay. The tough cycle didn't end. The devil just utilized someone to guilt you into staying in the tough cycle a little bit longer. So I don't want to preach. It's not a sermon. It's a tarot reading. But I just feel so much energy. I felt so much energy during the meditation for this reading and for all 12 signs. And so I just need to convey to you what comes out in these cards. It's not just memorizing what a tarot card means in the upright and in the reverse. It's actually tapping into my intuition and my source and saying, what is the message here for Taurus? And this is the message for you, Taurus. You have the divine gift of free will to take it or leave it. I do believe most of you will take it. I just need to warn you, someone or something is going to try to talk you out of it, guilt you out of it, overpromise you something, whatever it is, to try to get you to stay in it. Make you doubt yourself. Let's get advice here for Taurus regarding this situation. We're at the 21-minute mark, Taurus. I'm sorry. I want to do these readings quicker, but I just feel like this super full moon is packing quite a punch. So, and again, if this message didn't resonate at all, you can just check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus, and don't forget Jupiter. If you're not sure what they are, there's a link in the comment section where you can obtain your free birth chart. What is your advice, Taurus? Knight of Swords in the upright. Be ambitious about this. Be fast thinking, particularly when this devil energy arises, right, to try to stop you. This is, in terms of advice, the Knight of Swords is driven to succeed. The Knight of Swords is the only knight in tarot. There are 4 knights in tarot. Is the only knight in tarot that launches headfirst with great enthusiasm into the battlefield, carrying with him or her the sword of truth, the Ace of Swords, which came out in your spread. And that's because this knight is willing to die on that sword. That's how much they believe in the cause they're fighting for. So it's almost like the divine is telling you, you know your truth. If you really tap into your intuition and you make an intuition over head, over heart decision, you know exactly what you need to release and how you need to do it. And so it's a card of bravery. It's a card of someone being, it's a truth seeker. Ace of Swords, knowing the truth, going after the truth, believing the truth, defending the truth, and driven to succeed. It's a very action-orientated knight. So in terms of advice, it is telling you to move forward on this rapidly. Let's get 2 more cards here for advice for Taurus. One more shuffle here, please, Anne. Thank you. Taurus, we also have the 4 of Pentacles in the upright. Very interesting. And the King of Pentacles. There you are, my love. Bottom of the deck, 3 of Pentacles. That's twice in 2 different decks that card has come out. Bottom of the deck, oh my God, Hangman in the reverse. Let go. Whatever it is you want to release, the advice here is to tell you to let go. Hangman is in the reverse. And the 3 of Pentacles is working. It's laying the groundwork. So in terms of advice, it's like, Taurus, this is time for you to lay the groundwork, the foundation, to let go whatever or whomever this is. The 4 of Pentacles says, keep it close. You don't need to tell everyone about this because, again, the devil loves ruining plans. I kind of told Aries the same thing. So it's kind of like if you're leaving a job, you don't want to tell everyone in the office, right? Because you wouldn't want them to fire you before you find the next job. So it's kind of keep it close to your chest, keep it close to the vest. This is also for me, that 3 of Pentacles and the 4 of Pentacles, one comes right after the other, right? Numerically speaking. This is like, Taurus, this is time for you to lay the groundwork for your next chapter. So if you're leaving any type of situation, environment, or connection where it's going to affect your money, it's like, this is the time to save. And in terms of a plan or a path, it's keeping it to yourself because the 4 of Pentacles is the miser card. So it's like, who needs to know this change you're doing? It's on a need-to-know basis. Not everyone needs to know it. And the King of Pentacles is your power. That's you. That's Taurian energy. So in terms of advice, it's like you need to be very disciplined in whatever decision this is. The Knight of Pentacles is a very disciplined card, extremely stable, extremely structured. This energy does not do anything half-assed. It's Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn energy. It's very solid, rooted earth energy. I love that 3 of your 5 advice cards are all Taurian energy. So I just feel like, again, if you can really connect to yourself, use that harness the power of the super full moon, have an honest conversation with yourself about this tough cycle you've been in and how you can actually get out of it. And you create that path, I think you will be unstoppable, Taurus. So congratulations to you. Good luck to you, my friend. I don't know what this is or how hard or heavy it will be, but I know in terms of the zodiac wheel, Tauruses are you're the backbone of, there's like no doubt about it. You're the backbone of the zodiac. So if anyone can do this, it's you. Harness that power, my friend. If you like this message and it resonated with you, or you found it to be fun, entertaining, enlightening, or maybe even empowering, please be sure to click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, Taurus, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Gemini. Let's see how this super full moon in Aries on October 17, 2024 will be affecting you, my dear. So in respect to my Geminian twin gang, the super full moon will be urging us to seek deeper connections within all of our relationships, whether they're platonic or romantic. So for the last week and probably for a week post the super full moon, a lot of you could be feeling that urge of like, I need to deepen this particular connection. And part of the lesson, I always look at these lunar events as the opportunities to learn something. And so for Gemini, you know, the lesson here is that we can change the dynamic of many of our connections by being more vulnerable with whomever that counterpart is, whether it's a friend, family member, coworker, lover, etc. You know, sharing parts of ourselves that maybe we hide or in the past we felt ashamed of, you know, opening up and expressing our innermost sentiments or wants or needs or desires could very well create an emotional shift between you and the counterpart again, whoever he or she may be, so you can obtain the objectives you have for that connection, or whatever objectives it is that you've been longing for. So tell me more about this super full moon message now for the Geminian collective. Let's get one more shuffle here for you, please, and thank you. Okay, Gemini, first moonology card, Shine, new moon in Leo. That's interesting, that Shine card, because I was just saying for you to like share parts of yourself that maybe have been hidden, right? So when we talk about hidden in terms of tarot, we think of the moon card, because in the moon, that's what's in the shadows, what we don't see, and that's where our fears and anxieties and our vulnerabilities lie. The Shine card, the new moon in Leo, actually being the sun in that respect, right? And the first thing I saw were the sun flowers. So I feel like in respect to whatever connection it is, or connections that you would like to deepen, whatever relationships these are, I feel like you can add some sun. Sun is healing. Sun is growth. Sun is success, right? Think about the sun card in tarot is the happiest card in the deck. So I feel if you shed some light on your wants, your needs, your desires, and being vulnerable when doing that, I feel very well could help you create that emotional shift you need in the relationship. Bottom of the deck, you have Trust the Universe, full moon in Aquarius, which is part of your trine, right? You Libra and Aquarius. Let's get another moonology card here for you. So yeah, I like that. I feel like you need to shed some light on what it is that you want out of your connections. One more moonology card here for Gemini, please. And oh, thank you. There you go, Gemini. Abundance. So I feel like in order to strengthen a connection and to have abundance within it, that's what you need to do. Change your tune. Moonlight Serenade. Yeah, change your tune. Change how you express yourself, or what it is that you express. And I feel that that change comes with maybe being a bit more emotionally vulnerable, which is not something Geminis are relatively comfortable being, right? We're the magician in tarot. So we're able to, I don't want to say change, but yeah, we're a bit of a chameleon of a sign in that respect. And so, you know, changing your tune is like maybe showing them the real you, what you really want. Because sometimes, you know, and it doesn't just go for Gemini, but we're in a connection and we're acting like, yeah, everything is great. And inside we're like, everything is not great. But in order to express that, that requires vulnerability. Let's get a mini moonology card now, please, for Gemini. Okay, bottom, well, not bottom of the deck. Luck is on your side. New moon in Sag. I like that. Our opposite sign is Sag, and Sag is all about telling the truth. Bottom of the deck, we have it's time to release negativity. Full moon in Scorpio, which we're literally on the cusp of Scorpio season, which is all about transformation. I feel like this is a very powerful message for the Gemini collective, that if you want your relationships in your life, whether they're platonic or romantic, to transform, it will begin with you. Releasing some boundaries and being more vulnerable in terms of how you communicate what it is that you want, need, and desire. Let's get into tarot now for Gemini. Tell me more about this for the Gemini collective. What do they need to know with this super full moon in Aries? For Gemini. Messages for Gemini. One more shuffle. Thank you. Gemini, we have Ten of Swords in the upright. Six of Pentacles in the reverse. King of Cups in the reverse. High Priestess in the upright. Well, all right. Two of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. Seven of Cups in the reverse to the Nine of Cups. Well, I am speaking to a group of Geminians who know that the old way of doing things in their connections no longer works for them. It always ends up in you feeling some type of betrayal, some type of hurt, some type of pain. For some of you, the connections in your life, whether they're platonic or romantic, they are not balanced. Six of Pentacles in the reverse. Whether you are in a love connection with a partner who breadcrumbs you, or you feel like they do, or you feel like they string you along, or they are giving to you and other entities, whatever those other entities are. It doesn't necessarily have to be another lover. It could be work, home life and balance, not making enough time for you and dedicating more time to their friends or to their family or their hobbies or extracurricular activities, whatever that is. But for a lot of you, you know that as long as the Six of Pentacles in the reverse continues, it's an act of betrayal. And for you to accept it, it's an act of betrayal towards yourself, right? Because it's almost like you acknowledge that by you staying in this, you're causing the sword to go in your back. So it's really not going into your back anymore. You kind of see it coming. Interesting. The King of Cups in the reverse tells me you've been feeling emotionally imbalanced. Remember, we're talking about if you want to seek deeper connections in your relationship. So some of you have one connection, some of you have multiple connections. And again, they could be platonic or romantic, but they're not in balance because the King of Cups in the reverse would be a connection that is not in balance. And you know this. Deep within yourself, you have that High Priestess card of your intuition. You know that whatever this is, if it continues, it will continue to hurt you. You now almost become an active participant in your own pain by staying in that. I hope that makes sense to someone watching. So the Two of Pentacles to the Seven of Cups in reverse to the Nine of Cups. I mean, this is powerful. I'm speaking to a Gemini that knows, is saying, I know what balance is. I figured it out. I know what it is. I'm no more confused by it. Because maybe at one time I was. Seven of Cups in the upright could, you know, if you've heard my readings before, you know, I always say that's my three least favorite illusions, right? Confusion, delusion, and illusion. And this is saying I'm no longer confused. I know exactly what makes me happy. Nine of Cups. I know exactly how to take care of myself, and that's what I need to do. I'm not saying that you're going to walk away from a particular relationship, because that's with the super full moon is focusing for you on relationships. So I'm not saying that you're going to walk away from that friend or disconnect from that family member or leave that lover. I mean, hey, maybe one or two of you will. But I feel like this is more like I'm talking to a Gemini that says, this has to change. Because if I don't say anything, right, if I don't shine a light on it, if I don't become vulnerable, then I'm never going to achieve the abundant connection that I want. And at the same time, I have to recognize that I'm an active participant in my own pain by tolerating whatever this is that continues to give me the Ten of Swords. So you could be in a friendship. I can have a friendship or a platonic connection here where every time that friend calls you, you're on it and you're there. But then you call them 2 days later because you need help moving a couch and they're nowhere to be found. And it's almost like if I don't address this with this friend, I'm an active participant in this. Same if it's a family member or a lover. So I love that the Gemini Collective has come to a point where they know, and it's a hard thing to admit to yourself, because you can no longer blame the other person, right? Because Ten of Swords is repeated betrayal. It's one of few cards in tarot that, for me, talks about repetition. Because this person could have stabbed you in the back once. So maybe the first time they stab you in the back, the second time, the third time, you can honestly say, man, I did not see that coming, right? I can't believe that person did me dirty like that. But when you get to 10 swords, it's not really in your back. You knew it was coming. They put the first 5 in. You thought they weren't going to do 6. They put the first 6 in. Did you really think they were going to stop there? There wouldn't be a 7th. So it's almost by like staying in it. And it's a hard realization to make. Hey, I'm currently going through a gem, so I get it. I'm an active participant in my pain. I can no longer claim plausible deniability. Like, oh, I didn't see it coming. How dare you? I saw it coming. You're coming head on now. I see you coming so clearly. 7 of Cups in the reverse. I see you charging head on now with the sword. And I'm choosing to no longer stand there. Now, I think before a lot of you walk away, now some of you may already have, and if you have, maybe you want to revisit it. And for others of you, you haven't quite walked away yet. But the harnessing the power of the super full moon will give you the opportunity to express, should you choose to take the assignment, to express your wants, needs, desires, revelations, when it comes to the situation. To whomever this person on the opposite side, or, you know, whoever this counterpart is for you. You know, at the end of the day, you finally know what makes you happy, Gemini. And it's not this. I just heard something's got to give. Something's got to give. All right, let's see if we can find out. What is this King of Cups in the reverse for Gemini? One more shuffle. Thank you. The King of Cups in the reverse is being clarified by the Page of Pentacles and the upright. The Page of Cups in the upright. Are you seeing a theme here? And the Four of Cups in the upright. Well, it's you, Gemini. After doing a lot of soul searching with this Hermit card, you went into this cave, my love, of pain and sorrow and despair and soul searching and self-reflection. And that's not every Gemini or every Gemini placement, but it is the Gemini or Gemini placement I'm talking to. And you've realized this King of Cups isn't you. Yes, you could have some feeling emotionally imbalanced because you're in an emotionally imbalanced connection. But this is someone who love bombs you. This is, whether it's platonic or romantic. This is someone who when they want to hang out with you or they want something from you, you're the best friend, you're the best lover, you're their favorite niece, you're so amazing. Anytime you hint at disconnecting, you're the best, Gemini. I love you, Gemini. Couldn't live without you, Gemini. It's the love bomber. Now, it doesn't mean that individual doesn't genuinely have feelings for you. They do. They're just going to amplify verbalizing them, because the King and Queen of Cups in the upright are very stoic individuals. They perform acts of service. They're not communicative. They're not going to shower you with I love yous every 5 minutes, but they will show you. In the reverse, they're now verbalizing it. And you're kind of like, wow, I never heard this person say, I'm so in love with you. Or, you know, use phrases like, you're my twin flame, or you're my soulmate. It's like you would never say that before. So it's a love bomber. I mean, I'm not discounting that they love you. I'm just saying they amp it up. But the fact is, look at all this immature energy they come to you with. Page of Pentacles, they invest very little in this connection, whether it's platonic or romantic. Page of Cups, what a childish, immature offer. I'm sorry. If you're over the age of 18, don't you dare come at me. I'm a grown-ass woman with a Page of Cups. Yes, Page of Cups is flirty, and it's fun, and it's great for like the first 3 weeks of an adult relationship. And that doesn't mean we don't continue to be flirty and fun and playful as the, you know, weeks, months, years move on. But you never get to the 10 of Cups if you're always in Page of Cups level. The relationship has to grow. So it's someone who invests very little, Page, or they have ideas, because pages are messengers. So it's like someone offering a future, but then never building it with you. Where's the Two of Pentacles, where we're going to balance out the finances and the decision? Where's the Three of Pentacles, where we're now actually laying the foundation? Where's the Four of Pentacles, where now we start putting our money together or saving money for the future? See what I mean? There's a progression to get to the Ten of Pentacles. And I feel like whoever this person is, they're always at Page level. Great idea, hopes, wish, dreams, but there's no follow through. And then you have the Page of Cups kind of love, which again, fun and flirty, fantastic if you're under the age of 18, or it's a relationship that's less than a month old. But if you're in a connection that's 5+ years and it's still at Page status, my love, you're never going to make it to the Ten of Cups, because this is also immature love. This is underdeveloped love. So it's cute in the beginning, but it's not solid, okay? In terms of apologies, the Page of Cups is a small apology. It's an I'm sorry. It's not an in-depth Knight of Cups or maybe even King of Cups in the upright, which this card isn't, where it's this profound and deep acknowledgement of this is what I've done wrong, or this is how I betrayed you, right? Pages don't really take ownership. I look at pages in tarot for me were children who aspired to be knights. And yes, they worked for the kingdom or the empire, disseminating and collecting information on, behalf of a king or a queen or an empire or an emperor or empress, but it's very immature energy. And that's why you're sitting here in the Four of Cups like, yeah, I don't know. It's not a yes. It's not a no. It's a yeah, I don't know. So this is where you're at, Gemini. Whatever connection this is for you, this is, I feel like, the past leading up to it. And you're like shining this light. This is your opportunity now. Death card in the reverse is it's dead. We're not going back. We can go back to the connection, but not to how it was. Not to Ten of Swords, Six of Pentacles in the reverse. So this is not just transformative energy, because that, I was at the bottom of the deck. Yeah, time to release negativity, full moon in Scorpio. We're not just going to go back to how it was. It needs to completely transform. And you know this now. High Priestess to the Hermit. For some of you, this could be a twin flame connection. I hate throwing out that phrase because so many people lock onto it. And the truth is, not all of us have a twin flame in this lifetime. And sometimes I feel like tarot readers oversell that to get subscribers. But you know internally if it's just limerence and obsession, or if there really is a divine connection between you and this person. In your heart of hearts, you know. But yeah, I tend to see the High Priestess in the upright as a divine feminine 5D twin, and the Hermit in the upright being the masculine 5D twin. So it's just the spiritual connection between the two of you. So take that message, how it resonates. I want to see where you're going with this, Gemini. This Nine of Cups, this is your happiness. So tell me more about the Nine of Cups here for Gemini. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. Where are we going with your happiness? The Fool. Look, I don't want to scare a cross-watcher, but if you're not ready to be vulnerable with Gemini, Gemini might not be around much longer. Gemini is ready to take a risk. Queen of Wands. Oh, look at you, you sexy bee. And the Four of Pentacles. Three of Swords at the bottom of the deck. Yeah. So I feel like there is a conversation coming, if it hasn't already yet occurred, on or around this super full moon, where you'll be telling whoever this other individual is that something here has to change. You might discuss your spiritual connection or whatever, but you may, Hermit to the High Priestess. Some of you may even try like telepathy. I don't know if you have that capability with your twins. Some twins have that. But there definitely is a conveyance here, a discussion of what has transpired and what needs to change, because I'm clear on it now, and I'm not going to continue to receive page level love when I'm the High Priestess, right? I'm a divine feminine. Whether you're masculine or feminine, you could be the High Priestess. And I don't know if you're going to use those exact words, but that's internally like what you're thinking. Don't come at me at page level when I deserve divine love and I know it's out there for me. And do I think you're my counterpart to give it? Yes. But I'll be honest with you, I would rather spend the rest of my life with a healed karmic or a healed soulmate than sit in it with a damaged twin flame counterpart. Because I don't want to spend the rest of my life Page of Pentacles, Page of Cups to the King of Cups in the reverse. Ten of Swords to Six of Pentacles in the reverse. I'd rather spend my life with a healed karmic. I feel like in some way or fashion, this is a deep conversation that most Geminis are having with whomever this friend, family member, lover, etc. is. And then I feel, depending on the results, you'll know what action to take. Whatever action you take, you are going into this battle with great confidence. The Queen of Wands is an extremely confident, the most confident queen in tarot. She does not back down. The King and Queen of Wands, they go to war to win. These people will fight you with bats, with batons, with sticks to win. They fight to the death. And I'm not saying you're going to wrestle this person, right, and fight them to the death like, and two hungry alligators. But what I'm saying is, once you, whatever comes out of this discussion or this conversation, if you choose to have it, you will then know what direction to take. And you will not only do it boldly and bravely, but you're going to do it very quietly. Because the Four of Pentacles is, I'm keeping it to myself. So if you are a Gemini cross watcher, I feel like I just heard that Eminem song. You only got one shot. Do not miss your chance. Do not miss your chance. Yeah. Because I feel like the train is about to leave the station. Take that how it resonates, Gemini. I'm a Gemini. Not all of those messages resonated with me. A good portion did. So, you know, take it how it resonates and if it resonates to you. Let's get you some advice here now for the Gemini collective. Bottom of the deck, the Hierophant, which is a religious lesson, right? Two of Cups when I split. I feel like if you're vulnerable and you have this honest conversation and you shine the light on this, I think a lot of you have the potential to take the relationship to a higher level of connection, whether it's platonic or romantic. I think this could bring you closer to that friend or family member, coworker, colleague, you know, lover, etc. I feel like luck is on your side with that new moon in Sagittarius card, but it's up to you if you want to make the effort to even have the conversation. If you don't have the conversation, you're going to leave. It's just your counterpart isn't going to see the Three of Swords coming. They don't see it coming. Let's get advice here for Gemini. Advice for Gemini. One more shuffle. Thank you. Gemini, your advice. Page of Wands in the upright. Seven of Cups in the upright. Page of Pentacles in the upright. Bottom of the deck, Gemini. Queen of Pentacles in the upright. The Sun, which is how we started the reading. And the Eight of Cups in the reverse. And then Justice. So, in terms of advice, the Page of Wands is telling you to have this idea, this inspired idea to have this conversation with this individual. To try to discover a way for the two of you to take an imbalanced connection and to balance it. The Justice card talks about balance, talks about fairness, equality, and truth. It also is a truthful conversation because Lady Justice in the card is holding the Sword of Truth, which is the Ace of Swords. So again, in terms of advice, this is pages being communicators. This is a good opportunity for you to discover a way to transform this connection by having a very honest conversation with this individual. To explore Seven of Cups, the various opportunities or choices that you have or that they have, because they're going to have their own opinions. But it's almost like there are so many different ways for the two of you to achieve whatever goal it is that you want for the connection, right? It's not just a black and white decision. It's not a my way or the highway. There's multiple avenues you can take, or multiple, think about in terms of traveling, right? If you're getting to a destination, there's so many different roads, so many different ways, paths that you can get to the same destination. And some might take longer to get there, but the point of the card in terms of advice is saying, once you identify what the objective is, once you identify what the goal is, what the target is, then you can discuss with whomever this counterpart is how to get there. And the Page of Pentacles is making them the offer. Because again, having that, shining the light on what it is, what I need, what my wants, needs, and desires are, being vulnerable in doing that, and making the offer to this person, like, okay, will you go on this journey with me? The Page of Wands, are you willing to do this with me? And I feel like you really have to stand in your power. Nine of Pentacles. When you have this discussion, this can't be if you're in a toxic codependent relationship where you can't live without this person because you're only staying in the connection for money or food or whatever, or vice versa, this isn't going to work, unfortunately. I feel like you have to be very independent. The Nine of Pentacles card is a very independent energy. And I don't want to say that you need to come across with this attitude of, well, I could take care of myself, but it kind of is. It's kind of saying, like, because the Nine of Pentacles card is someone who, they can take care of themselves spiritually, emotionally, financially, physically, you name it. And would I like one more pentacle, one more person, one more resource to get me to the Ten of Pentacles? Absolutely. But if I just stay at the Nine of Pentacles for the rest of my life, I can survive. I don't need that 10th pentacle, right? So I'm not saying that you should say that to this person, like, I don't really need you, because I don't really think that's a great selling point. But I feel like the Nine of Pentacles for me is a card of someone who's just very self-sufficient and very stable and very grounded. So I feel like in terms of advice, when you have this conversation, if you choose to have it, the advice here is to come at it in a very grounded way and in a very logical way by conveying to the person, I don't need you in my life. Realistically, I could survive without you. I don't need you in my life, but I want you in my life. And these are the reasons why I want you in my life. And again, being vulnerable to express the want. And then we have the Sun card here, which is Leo. Amazing, because we had that new moon in Leo here with the Shine card. So I do feel there's an opportunity here to create abundance in this relationship, longevity in this relationship, to rebirth the connection a bit differently. I do think there's a great potential here at that point then for the connection to usher in some type of phase or chapter of happiness and healing and vitality. The Eight of Cups in the reverse tells me that you're going to feel very confident after this conversation, enough that you're going to want to try the connection one more time. You're going to give this person the benefit of the doubt. You feel like you've heard them clear. They've heard you clear. So I like this. It's okay. I've now expressed everything that I want and need. I'm offering you this opportunity to be with me based on these terms. You're willing to accept them. I'm willing to accept yours. So now let's try this again in an effort to restore balance, truth, justice, and harmony. And it's all happening here in Libra season. So I do think that this ends up being a great outcome for you. I feel like if you feel at any time that whoever this counterpart is, that they're not holding up the end of the bargain, then I think that you just consciously decide to move forward, and they don't see the Three of Swords coming. I just feel like you're going to move in a very quiet and stealth and strategic-like way. And I'm not telling you to tell them that. That's the energy I'm feeling. It's like, okay, I'm going to try this one more time. Look how the Fool card is on the table looking at the Eight of Cups in the reverse. Like, all right, and try this one more time, but I'm still going to pack that bag and be ready. Because if this doesn't work out, I'm out. And this time, I don't need to tell you I'm out. Four of Pentacles. So that's what I have for you, Gemini. If those messages did not make any sense to you, just check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, Venus, as well as Jupiter. Don't forget Jupiter if you're a Gemini, or if you're a Gemini Moon, because Jupiter is in our sign. It is retrograde in our sign. It's going to expand. That's what Jupiter does. It expands whatever we put our focus on. So if it's relationships or a new star or a new path. So definitely watch your Jupiter sign as well. So if it didn't resonate, or if it did, check your other placements. But if it did resonate, or you found it to be fun, entertaining, enlightening, want to claim all or part of it, please click like, share, and subscribe. I'm going to have some tea with honey because I've totally lost my voice now doing these readings. And then I'll come back and start up again here with Libra. But until then, Gemini, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Cancer, my love. Let's see what your super full moon message is. Now, for you particularly, the super full moon is activating something a little differently within you. You could be feeling for that week leading up to the full moon, and definitely for a week post the full moon, this push within you, like, I have to achieve my goals. Like, I've sat on my hands long enough kind of feeling. So some of you could be feeling maybe a little antsy when it comes to that. It's like, so if you've been wanting to take on a new hobby, revisit a hobby, start a new project, finish an existing project, maybe change up your career, learn something new. It could even be a relationship goal. Whatever it is for you, if you're feeling an itch within you, like I need to finalize this, or I need to move forward with this, like this is your time to level up, because you certainly will find success in anything that you apply yourself to at this time. So, you know, if you want to ask your boss or management for more responsibilities, or be daring enough to ask for a promotion, like this is a time that you can tactfully ask for that. Or if you want to, like I said, explore or expand a hobby or a project, as long as you will commit to it, you will be able to succeed at it, particularly for long-term goals. So again, with that full moon, we always look 6 months out. So if you can create a plan or path on who you want to be, where you want to be, where you want to be, what you want to be doing, or what you want accomplished, 6 months from now, this is the time for you to harness that lunar energy to get that done. So you will see maximized results 6 months from now. So it's not just praying and manifesting, but creating the path or the plan for you now to be able to execute that and co-create with the universe to make it happen. I'm sorry my voice is hoarse. I've gone through so many of these. I'm like losing my voice. So please hang in there with me. Let's get your first Moonology card now, please. For the Cancerian collective, in respect to success. And again, this could be in your professional, personal, or romantic life. Let's get a Moonology card here for Cancer. One more shuffle. Thank you. Cancer, your Moonology card is Know You Are Loved, New Moon in Libra. I like this. We're still in Libra season. Bottom of the deck, think it through. Think it through. New Moon in Gemini. Let's get another Moonology card here for you. So, yeah, I mean, for some of you, a goal could be boosting your self-confidence, boosting your self-esteem, boosting your self-worth, boosting your self-love, right? Know that you are loved from the divine, even if you're having issues in particular connections at this time. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. Your second Moonology card, my love, is Boundaries, the Out of Bounds Moon. I like this card. This does not come up very often, and I use this deck quite regularly, even for like my own personal readings that I do for myself occasionally. And perhaps for some of you, in order to achieve success in whatever it is you want, you need to set some healthy boundaries. Again, very rarely does that card come up when I use that deck, so I feel like it's very powerful for some of you watching. The need to establish boundaries. Let's get a Moonology card now, please, for the Cancerian collective for this super full moon in Aries. Wow. All right, you had two come out. We're going to take both. You have nothing is yet set in stone, mutable moon. And then you have faith in your dreams, waxing crescent moon. So yeah, I feel like having faith and working towards something, setting boundaries, even if it is setting them within yourself, right? Setting some type of rules or guidance here. Your hard work will pay off. Yeah, new moon in Capricorn. This is definitely the time for you to establish what goal it is that you want to achieve, professional, personal, or romantic, and then co-create with the universe to make it happen. I like this. Tell me more now for the Cancerian collective, because nothing is set in stone. So even if you feel like all is lost, oh, I'm never going to learn how to play the guitar, I'm never going to finish this house project, or I'm never going to learn this new thing, or I'm never going to get promoted at work. It's like nothing is yet set in stone. I'm never going to find love, or I'm never, you know, I'm never, never, never. It's almost like you kind of have to get yourself out of never, never land because nothing is set in stone. So if there's something in your life you've been wanting success with, but you have not been able to achieve that success, it does not mean that all hope is lost. You need to have faith in yourself and in your dreams, in your goals. Tell me more about this now for the Cancerian collective. One more shuffle. Thank you. Okay, judgment. There you go. Making the judgment call, listening to your intuition, going within. This is a higher calling. This is also divine intervention. Again, co-creating with the divine. We then have the Queen of Wands in the reverse. We have the Nine of Swords in the reverse. I like this. And the Ten of Cups in reverse, which is a little bit unusual because typically in your readings, the Ten of Cups comes out in the upright. So definitely a card we're going to clarify for you. We're also going to clarify this Queen of Wands in the reverse. I feel like for some of you, it's you. And don't take offense to that because, you know, I try to be very real with you, but also very gentle with you in my readings. Some of you, because you have not succeeded in something, whatever that is, person, place, or thing, you could be feeling a bit jaded. Queen of Wands in a reverse is an individual who feels jaded. They feel like they've lost the battle. They don't have confidence or a good amount of self-confidence or self-esteem. It's someone who could be acting out, maybe a little bit more verbally aggressive. Again, all rooted in this anger or sadness or discontent because some goal or something that they wanted didn't come to fruition. So just be mindful at this time that you could be acting from a place of, you know, it's rooted in negativity or rooted in hurt. And I'm not saying you don't have a right to feel that way. Just acknowledge that that is what you're going through at this time. For some of you, this could be based in jealousy. And if you're resonating with that, I want to tell you that comparison is the thief of joy. Never ever compare yourself to anyone except for yourself. Always compare how far you've come. Let's get some clarification now, but first let's take a look at the bottom of the deck. 5 of Cups in the upright, Knight of Wands in the upright, and the 8 of Cups. So for some of you, you have either walked away from a person, place, or thing, or they have walked away from you. This could be physical departure. This could be emotional departure, spiritual departure, financial, you name it. You're either no longer investing in something or it is no longer investing in you. And this might be why you are in this Queen of Wands in the reverse energy. And that 5 of Cups kind of feeling like in lack. Let's clarify now. Tell me more about this Queen of Wands in the reverse for the Cancerian collective. And although you could be feeling a combination of everything I said, this could also be a counterpart. Family member, friend, lover, co-worker. So, you know, this very well could be a message for both parties, both people involved in whatever connection this is or situation. So tell me more about this Queen of Wands in the reverse for Cancer. One more shuffle. Thank you. 10 of Wands in the reverse came flying out of the deck. We also have the 2 of Pentacles in the upright. And we have the 2 of Wands in the reverse. And in the bottom of the deck, we have the Hermit. So I feel for a lot of you, this Queen of Wands in the reverse is you. Have you been, with that, you know, the 10 of Wands in the reverse tells me that hardship has come to an end. So I like it. So if you have been in a tough cycle with some particular connection, whether platonic or romantic in your life, for most of you, it has come to an end or it's nearing an end. There is a silver lining in that, right? That you no longer have to deal with that hardship indefinitely. The 2 of Pentacles card, though, is telling me that you are trying to balance out, for most of you, not for all, but for most of you, with that Hermit energy at the bottom of the deck. It's like you're trying to go within, maybe trying to reason, right? Why did this happen? And that 2 of Wands in the reverse tells me like you're having an inability to look ahead because you're kind of stuck in maybe what was lost or the impending loss. Because some of you could be fearing something is coming to an end. Again, could be job, could be a connection, living situation. Is different for all of you. But the 10 of Cups in the reverse tells me that you're not happy with whatever this is that has come to an end or you feel is coming to an end. You're clearly not happy about it. Tell me more about this 10 of Cups in the reverse for the Cancerian collective. One more shuffle here, please, Anne. Thank you. 10 of Cups in the reverse is being clarified by 8 of Wands in the upright, Justice in the upright, and the Devil in the upright. Oof, that's some hard energy. Bottom of the deck, the Hermit again. Whatever the situation was for you, my dear, which was imbalanced or is, right? Because some of you, you know, we're all on different timelines. So some of you, you just came out of this. Others of you are just in it. Others of you are going through it. You know what I mean? It's different. Some of you are making the decision to leave it. So again, we're all on different timelines, whether it's your past, present, or near future. I feel like the ending comes in quick. So, you know, if this is losing a job, this isn't necessarily the job telling you 1 month out, we're releasing you in a month. It's you going to work and thinking everything's fine and then making the judgment call to release you that day very abruptly, right? 8 of Wands is the second fastest card in tarot. So the discontent or the happiness or the release, whether generated by you or another entity, comes in really quick. I think what you don't realize is whatever this was for you, it was toxic. It doesn't mean that it couldn't have been corrected or can't be corrected in the future or rebalanced in the future. It's just the structure of it. Remember, because nothing is set in stone. So it's not that, you know, it can't ever change, but it couldn't change the way it existed. I feel like for a lot of you, there was a Tower moment that kind of pushed you into this Hermit mode. Yeah, 5 of Swords, Knight of Swords in the reverse. So there's clearly a connection here that was toxic or is toxic. And again, some of you left it or it left you, or you're currently doing it, or you're about to do it, or you feel like the person's about to leave you. I hope all these messages make sense. They come in really quick for me, especially with the super full moon energy. But I feel like it's left you jaded, and maybe, Queen of Wands in the reverse is someone who doesn't feel loved, right? And your first card was know that you are loved. So the Queen of Wands in reverse is like, I don't feel lovable, or I wasn't chosen, or I was fired, or I was let go, or this person emotionally detached from me, whether it's platonic or romantic. The Nine of Swords card in the reverse is there's been a release, or there's about to be a release. This is an emotionally hard reading here. I want to know a couple of things here. I want to know this devil. Tell me more about the devil. So whatever situation, environment, or connection this was toxic for you. Tell me more about the devil. One more shuffle, please, and thank you. This is being clarified by Nine of Pentacles in the upright, Three of Swords in the upright, and the Six of Cups in the upright. So was this, oh my God, Hermit at the bottom of the deck again. Okay, some of you aren't going to want to hear this. I know, because I've been there, and people would tell me this, or my personal tarot reader at the time would tell me this. I'd be like, I don't want to effing hear that, right? So I get it, but there was a spiritual lesson for you in this connection, or in this situation, or in this environment. And even though, yeah, this was a soul connection of some sort, absolutely. But soul connections, as I often say, they come in many forms. We have hundreds of them in our lifetime. They can be platonic or romantic. They don't necessarily mean that they have to stay with us the rest of our life. Soul connections, karmic connections, however you want to, call them or define them, they all enter our life for a reason. And I feel like through this heartbreak, and again, I hate saying this to anyone who's going through this, your lesson here was to become independent. The Nine of Pentacles card is one of two singular cards in the minor arcana portion of tarot. It is the most independent card out of the whole damn deck, right? All 78 cards. This is someone who can financially, emotionally, spiritually, physically, you name it, take care of themselves. Would they like another pentacle to join them so they can become the Ten of Pentacles one day, right? Join in union? Absolutely. But they don't need it. There's a difference between need and want. Need is toxic codependency of the devil energy. Want is just different. And I tell my person this all the time. I don't really need you in my life. I don't mean to be mean, but when we actually have our heart-to-heart talks, like we had one earlier today, I was like, I don't really need you in my life. Like, I can financially take care of myself. I live by myself. I bought my own home post-divorce, and it was not from any divorce money I got, because I got zero. So certainly not enough to buy a house. But, I'm okay. I'm not exactly where I want to be, but I don't need you for finances. I don't need you to fix up anything in my house. I'm totally self-sufficient, but I want you in my life. I can survive without you. I'd rather not, though. It's like my life is good, but it just would be better with you in it. And that's kind of how I look at the relationship. And I feel like for you, there was a lesson here to learn that, to be independent of a connection, that you're okay whether this person stays or goes. Now, this person very well could return, whoever it is. But I feel like if they return and you're not healed, it's the same pattern is going to repeat itself. There was this soul searching with this Hermit card that was needed here. This is a spiritual lesson. And I know you don't want to hear it when you're going through it, right? Because you want it, I needed that person. I need that person. But again, needing and wanting are two very different things. One is limerence and one is love. One is obsession, right? So, and one is, a more healthy kind of love. So I don't know who this was for you or is for you. But this connection here for you, for a lot of you, was like to learn boundaries, to know that you are loved and that you have the ability to love yourself, right? The Nine of Pentacles, an individual who loves themselves. They don't need someone to validate them. So for many of you, this is hard. I feel like crying for you. because I feel like there was great love here or great chemistry here in this connection at some point, right? It's why you desired it so much. I just think that it was intended to be toxic, to teach, I hate to say to teach you a lesson, that sounds so cruel, but the lesson here was in how to be independent of a relationship and how to be independent within a relationship. You know, I love him dearly. I haven't today, you know, we had a wonderful time together today and had lunch and all this stuff, but I had not seen him in 6 days. We only talked on the phone a couple of times. We text on and off. I need to be, and he understands that, independent within our connection, especially coming out of a 24-year marriage. I don't want to be chained to the hip of someone. I want my freedom. So I need to be able to exist independently. I still honor him. I still love him. I'm still completely faithful to him. But I need to have independence in a connection. So I'm okay with seeing him once or twice a week. I'm okay with a couple phone calls a week. We text, we keep in touch, we talk about our day at the end of the day and all that stuff. And it's wonderful. But there is a need, was, and possibly still is a need here for you to, you know, create healthy boundaries in a connection. My grandfather used to say fences make for good neighbors. And I've extended that to relationships, like boundaries make for good relationships, where two people can exist independently but still come together and love one another. So for some of you, that could have been a lesson here. Again, not to put all of your eggs in someone else's basket. All the eggs should always be in your basket. Yeah. Okay. Let's, I want to see this Nine of Swords in the reverse here, because this is a release. And depending on the clarifiers, it'll mean, you know, something different, or it could take on a different meaning. So tell me more about this Nine of Swords in the reverse here. One more shuffle, please, and thank you. Nine of Swords in the reverse is clarified by Two of Swords in the upright, Eight of Pentacles in the reverse, and the Ace of Wands in the upright. Bottom of the deck, High Priestess, and the Hermit again. Three of Cups, I don't know if you saw that, if you could see that from the camera angle. This has been consistently the second or third card at the bottom of the deck. So if some of you were in a third party situation where there was a lot of fire and passion, but no investment in the connection, Eight of Pentacles, the other person was not, it's in the reverse, was not investing, right? The Eight of Pentacles in the upright is, I'm in this thing, whatever this is, this skill, this job, this relationship, this environment, and I'm going to work at it like I'm an apprentice, and I want to become a master of it. I want to become a master, whatever, you know, guitar player. I want to be a master, I don't know, advertising agent. I want to be a master cashier. I want to be a master lover. I want to be a master partner. Whatever it is, I feel like you were investing. That Two of Pentacles, like you were investing. You were trying to balance out this connection. This person, whoever they were, platonic or romantic, they were not. Eight of Pentacles in the reverse. They were not actively investing in the connection to become a master of it, to become a master partner. I think there was passion there, Ace of Wands, but I feel like that person might have been confused, like either to stay in a connection with you, or if they had a choice between you and someone else. And that someone else doesn't have to necessarily be another lover. It could be, but it could be having to choose between you and family, you and friends, you and other commitments, choosing between whether to stay in a connection or be single. Very powerful spiritual lesson here for you. And emotional as well, right? Because the High Priestess is ruled by the moon, and the moon governs our emotions. So I feel like it was a whopper of a lesson for you, and that's why it hurt so much. Probably still does. But the lesson here was to release that, to learn to establish boundaries so you don't end up in connections where you're investing more than the other person, whether family member, friend, or lover, where the connection, whether platonic or romantic, is not rooted in passion. Like, we're only going to hang out with our friends when we're going to drink and party, and I'm not saying that's all you do, but you know what I mean, go out and have a great time. But then when I need them to help me move a couch or vice versa, we're not there for one another, or they're not there for me. Like it's only rooted in fun. Ace of Wands, creative stuff, fun, new adventures. If it's, you know, family members, same thing, right? I'm only going to see you at parties and barbecues and weddings, the good stuff. But when I can't pay the light bills or put food on the table, the family member is not around to help me. Same with if it's a lover. The passion is there every time they want pleasure, or you know, we're able to come together. But if I need them to help me, I don't know, install an air conditioning unit or help me cut my grass because I'm sick, they're nowhere to be found. Because there was no whoever this counterpart was or is, they did not invest the way you did. It was a hard lesson. F. I don't want to curse and get the video censored, but oh, F. This was a hard lesson. I want to see where you're going with this, because this Judgment card here, yeah, look what just came out. 4 of Cups. Could be unrequited love, or again, you kept offering something to this person. I can be your best friend. I could be not your best daughter, but whatever. Your best niece. So I really want to be there for you. Or you're extending love. I just feel like you were extending yourself or extending something to someone. They weren't saying yes and they weren't saying no. They were saying maybe. I got to think about it. The 4 of Wands is, I don't know. I got to think about it. Right? You're coming in with this offer. Here I am. And they're like, I don't know. I'm kind of looking at these other cups here, these other options, these other friends, these other lovers. Judgment. Some of you are making the judgment call to walk away. I split the deck. I get Ace of Pentacles and the High Priestess. Some of you very well could have made the judgment call to walk away. For others of you, the person decided to exit. Now, that reasoning is going to be different for all of you. You know, maybe they thought you were putting pressure on them. Maybe they didn't want to choose. Maybe they wanted their cake and eat it too. Maybe they wanted a friend that would only hang out with them for the good times, but they didn't want to be there to help you move the couch on a Sunday morning when you needed it done. So if for some of you, it's going to be different for all of you, but there was a judgment call here for this connection to come to an end. That judgment could be made, obviously it's a major arcana card. This could have been divine intervention, creating the ending, hoping that you learn the lesson here. Because sometimes when we don't do what we're supposed to do, the divine steps in and is like, Cancer's just going to continue to bleed themselves dry in this connection. We have to bring it to an end. So something gets created, some type of tower moment that you can't avoid. Either to open your eyes or to push you to leave or to push that person to leave you. And it's almost like, because it's like the divine has mercy on you. It's like, I can't keep seeing Cancer do this. And it's because they're not making the decision to leave. I have to kind of move around these pieces like a chess board, like a chess game, and kind of get this to end for Cancer, because the result was always going to be 3 of Swords for you. It's just that 3 of Swords would have hurt the longer you stayed in this. So for some of you, this is actually divine intervention that brought it to an end or is bringing it to an end. And for others of you, like I said, could be you did it or doing it now, because they're all different timelines. And for some of you, whoever this, I hate to call them a devil energy, but toxic individual, it could have very well been of their doing as well. Tell me a little bit more here about judgment for the Cancerian collective. One more shuffle. One more, I'm being told. Okay, please and thank you. Judgment. Wow. Strength in the reverse. This was mercy. 4 of Wands in the upright and the Knight of Cups. This was mercy. And Star card. So there was a Tower moment here, right? Because in Tarot, what precedes the Star card is the Tower card. Because you didn't have the strength in reverse to leave this behind, to understand boundaries, to understand the toxicity of this connection, understand the lesson you had to learn from it. The divine felt that the only way that it can get you to victory, 4 of Wands, with healthy love, was for this connection to come to an end. This was mercy. This is a mercy ending. Whether you did it, you're being pushed to do it, or this person did it, or this person's about to do it, right? Because we're all on different timelines. This is a mercy ending. This is a messenger. Some of you could have received some sort of communication, right? 8 of Wands to the Knight of Cups that forced you to end it, or you received communication that that person was ending it. But that was the only way to get you to 1111 of victory. And that was the only way to start initiate healing for you, was some tower moment had to be created. Okay. Let's get into, oh, 9 of Cups. Yeah. It's time to pour into yourself, to love yourself. And the Strength card I just saw in the upright. It's time for you to take care of yourself. So harnessing this energy of the super full moon, creating a realistic 6-month goal for yourself. Who do you want to be in 6 months? Where do you want to be? How do you want to feel? Where do you want to live? What do you want to be doing? This is the time to set that plan in motion and then actively engage to making it come true. Strength to the 5 of Wands. It's an inner battle because some of you want it or still want whatever this is. Some of you have not seen it for what it truly is. You know, for some of you, it's really interesting. The Devil card, the Devil in this card is depicted very differently. I'm just going to cover up her body because there's a little nudity on here. But in this deck, the Devil has 2 faces, one in its abdomen and one on its face. So really interesting. So for some of you, this was like a 2-faced person, 2-faced friend, 2-faced family member, 2-faced lover, telling you one thing, but then doing another. Oh, let me turn the deck this way. Sorry. Let's get you some advice here, my friend. I think you have to know you're loved. I think this taught you an extremely valuable and painful lesson in boundaries. And I do think it put you on a path of self-worth, even though some of you may not be seeing that right now. Let's get some advice here for the Cancerian collective. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. Advice, the moon in the upright. There's the full moon, right? Super full moon on the 17th. 3 of Wands, that's your planning. That's your planning. What do I want in my future? Looking out into the future. This is a card of preparation. Harness the power of the full moon to start preparing your future. Realistic plans. This is enterprise. This is expansion. This is thinking outside the box. This is only looking and moving forward. No more looking back. This person has their back to the past. It's just, I can't look at that anymore. That's not where you're going. You're going to somewhere better, and that can't come with you. I hate to say that to you. And nor should you want it to. Now, that person could become healed in the future, right? Have faith in your dreams. Nothing is yet set in stone. And they could return in the future healed. But the way that they existed would have never led you to any other conclusion or ending than the 3 of Swords. It was always going to be the 3 of Swords. Give me one more on this. 3 of Cups in the reverse. As an advice card, the 3 of Cups in the reverse talks about independence, no longer being part of the crowd, or maybe even part of a 3-way relationship. This talks about alone time, because the 3 of Cups in the upright is celebration, community, friends, hanging out, reconciling. Again, you have the divine gift of free will. If you have the opportunity to reconcile with this person, I can't stop you, right? But in terms of advice, it's telling you you need alone time. It's telling you that 3 is a crowd. It's telling you that you need your independence. It's telling you that you need to be isolated. It's also telling you not to be overindulgent. So, you know, if you have, alcohol occasionally, which I do, right? I'm not knocking it, but don't overindulge. You know, if you smoke a couple cigarettes, don't start smoking 3 packs of cigarettes a day. You know, if you shop occasionally, don't overshop. In other words, don't overindulge in anything to try masking this pain. That's like not the road to healing. Give me one more on this. Yeah, the Tower. I told you there was a Tower. The Tower in terms of advice would be sudden realization, whether you're obtaining it through watching this reading, or you're going to sit back in the course of the next week following the super full moon, and you're really going to think about everything that transpired here, tapping into your intuition and having this awakening or this sudden insight. And that doesn't mean, yeah, Jen is right, but it's saying, yeah, I had to go through that in order to know that that's not a healthy relationship. And again, doesn't mean in the future this reconnection is, it doesn't mean it's dead and gone forever, but the way it existed has to be. It has to be. Otherwise, you're always going to exist in the Three of Swords. And let's admit it, if you are in any type of third-party situation, which I've been in, I've been every point on the triangle, so I judge you not. If you've seen my readings before, you know that. But it's not only a Three of Swords at the ending. It was a Three of Swords on some level every day that you existed in it. And I know because I've been there, regardless of what point you are. And I've been on all three. Have a lot of experience for a 50-year-old. And not that I've had many connections, but the majority of them in the past were bad connections. So yeah, it could be this sudden revelation, realization, sudden insight. And it's also a release. The Tower card could also be a sudden release of the acknowledgement of, I have to let this go because now I know what I deserve. And I didn't deserve that. I'm curious to see where you're going. Where are you heading? Where, if you do this, right? Because, I mean, you can go back to this, whatever situation, environment, or individual is. But if you don't, and this stays on path, energetically speaking, where's Cancer going in the near future? Let's get something predictive here for the Cancerian collective. One more shuffle, please, and thank you. And the Tower is Mars, which is Aries. And we do have that super full moon in Aries. So some of you may be following this reading, I don't know, or over the course of the next week are going to have this mental tower, this massive groundbreaking moment. So where are you going in the near future? Eight of Wands in the reverse. Three of Pentacles in the upright. Ace of Pentacles in the reverse. The Devil in the upright. Ten of Swords in the upright. And the King of Pentacles in the upright. Well, some of you, I have to be honest, are going to miss this opportunity to have this new beginning. Some of you, you know, the Eight of Wands in the reverse talks about a delay in you moving forward. Because in the upright, it's forward movement, whether it's communication or physical movement. In the reverse, there's like a block or something hindering, or there's an obstacle. So it could be a missed opportunity to move forward. For some of you, not for all. And that's because some of you are going to try to work on this connection again, especially if it's third party, because I have the Three of Pentacles here. The Ace of Pentacles in the reverse, again, talks about lost opportunity. The opportunity to invest in yourself, to become the Nine of Pentacles, to become independent. We have the Devil, which would be a return to the toxicity. Right? When you walk away from something that's toxic, if you think of it spiritually or religiously, right? And everyone's beliefs are different. I respect that. But the Devil is an external force or entity, right? And I don't know if you believe in heaven, hell, but in terms of tarot, this is an external entity which will infiltrate you or someone close to you, okay, with quote unquote devilish ways. I hate that term, but so in terms of it infiltrating you, this would be like fear, anxiety, all those thoughts like Eight of Swords, Nine of Swords, right? That's the Devil. Because if you believe in tarot, you have to have some ounce of spirituality in you, right? Regardless of your religion. Obviously, who the hell would be giving me these divinations, right? these messages for you. So you got to have some belief in spirituality, regardless of your beliefs. So when you're looking at the Devil and you're looking at the divine would want you to be happy, right? Would want you to live the life that is best for you. And who would want to stop that? The Devil. So how does the Devil stop that? They infiltrate you, your mind, addictions, toxicities, negative thoughts, fear, anxiety, all of that. And when it can't get to you that way, it then might, move into the energy of someone else. And maybe that person takes on those toxic traits or addictions or whatever. If the Devil was in the reverse, that's when you detach from it, meaning you reclaim your power. Because as long as you feed the Devil has power and control. So I feel like for some of you, and maybe not for all, but for some of you, you may have an opportunity to re-enter whatever this or to stay, because some of you are still in it. You're thinking about leaving. You're not sure. So regardless of where you are in the timeline, there's an opportunity here to go back to it or to stay in it, to continue to contribute to it. And some of you are going to make the decision to do that. You have, if you do that, and you have the divine gift of free will, you're going to miss the opportunity to go solo. That doesn't mean the opportunity won't come back in the future, but for right now, you missed the opportunity. So whatever the divine had planned for you to set into motion for you now is going to get put on hold. There's a delay here. So it's not going to come to you. It's almost like you're self-blocking it if you return to this. And if you return to this, it ends up the same thing. 10 of Swords to the King of Pentacles. I mean, the King of Pentacles, when it is clarifying the 10 of Swords, because each card clarifies the card in front of it, it is abundant pain, abundant betrayal. It is a painful ending, worse than the 3 of Swords. You're at 3 of Swords level. If you think it hurts like hell now, wait till you get to the 10 of Swords. I hate to say that to you. I don't want, again, I never want to be the tarot reader that scares people, or you have to do what I say, or I can only tell you what's in the cards. And the rest I have to leave up to you. It is not your gateway to the 10 of Cups as it currently exists. That doesn't mean it can't change, but continue feeding the monster doesn't make it less of a monster. It's just going to make it a bigger monster. And the pain becomes abundantly greater. Whew. Okay. How about for the Cancerians that don't do that, right? Don't want to stay in it or don't want to go back to it. Near future for the Cancerians who don't want that route, who choose a different path. Where will they be in the near future? Oh my God. 9 of Cups to the 10 of Cups. If you don't take that path. 9 of Cups to the 10 of Cups to the Queen of Swords. If that's your truth, if that's what you believe, the Queen of Swords sets clear boundaries. We started off with your second moon card, boundaries, whether it's with this person or someone else in the future. Having a clear mindset, knowing the truth. The Queen of Swords wields the Ace of Swords, the Sword of Truth. She's a very perceptive queen. She's a very independent queen. She's holds the same sort of truth that Lady Justice holds in the Justice card in tarot. I have the Lady Justice statue right there. So it's someone who wants fairness and equality and truth and balance in their connections. And if that is your truth and you are clear on that and you establish clear boundaries, whether it is with that individual or anyone else, you go from 9 of Cups to 10 of Cups. Being single for some period of time, it'll be different for all of you, but it's contentment, it's satisfaction, it's emotional stability, it's financial stability, it's living in gratitude for the lessons learned. And when you are whole and you become that 9 of Pentacles, 9 of Cups kind of energy where I don't need you, I want you, the want comes in. There's the 10th cup. Divine love, harmony, balance, blissful relationships, inner happiness, total contentment, fulfillment, and a dream coming true. Bottom of the deck, judgment again. So it's going to be your judgment call, how this plays out. You know, if you want to continue staying in the connection or you have a chance to reconnect, unfortunately, the cycle will continue. Again, I can only tell you what's in the cards. Results may vary, but results don't look that good. I have to be honest with you. And if you really stay, you take a different path where it's like, I'm going to really work on me, become independent of this connection, of this person, of any connection. And just know that there are people in my life I may want, but I don't need them to survive. So now I'm going to take care of myself. It does lead you to the 10 of Cups, whether it's that person or not. I just feel like it's a decision. You're going to, High Priestess, tapping into your intuition. It's your judgment call. Whether you want to stay in that, repeat it, or work on yourself. And I don't want to say wait, but, you know, in the near future. And both of these cards are Cancerian. 9 of Cups, 10 of Cups. Right? It's Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, water energy. So, that's where you're headed, my friend. So you have two paths. You're at a crossroads. Have an honest conversation with yourself during this full moon. That's what I intend on doing. Looking 6 months out. Who do I want to be? Where do I want to be? What do I want? Who do I want? And then creating a path or a plan to get there, a realistic one. And that doesn't mean with that particular person, just in my life for myself. And if that person happens to be there at the end of the 6 months, great. And if not, I'm still going to be okay. So it takes a lot of bravery. And I'm not saying I'm brave, but anyone to do that, there takes a good amount of bravery to make that judgment call. 10 of Pentacles. So it's up to you. Have an honest conversation with yourself tomorrow night during the full moon, or today. I'm not quite sure when I'm going to wrap this up and be able to post it. But whenever that full moon occurs for you, and for 1 week post full moon, even if you don't see this till after the 17th, that's okay. Really think about this situation. What did you learn from it? What do you need to do over the course of the next 6 months to become independent, either within it or without it? And I feel like that's, again, third-party situation, 3 of Cups at the bottom of the deck. There clearly was some interference of some kind here. It's up to you if you want to continue to tolerate it. That's what I have for you, Cancer. I love you very much. Know that you are loved from the divine as well. Set some boundaries, whether you stay or go. And remember, nothing is yet, set in stone. Have faith in your dreams, but please take time to heal. And whatever you do something nice for yourself today. Okay, I don't care if it's bubble bath, ice cream, bowl of ice cream. Watch a movie you've wanted to watch. Just don't make it sad. So I don't want you bawling your eyes out. But watch a comedy special you've been wanting to watch. Just do something different and make sure that it's just for you. I think you need to love yourself a little bit, particularly for those of you that resonated with any of these messages. Remember to check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus, possibly even Jupiter. I'm going to leave that up to you if you want to look at your Jupiter placement. Jupiter expands. So those of you who are setting that 6-month goal, and you want some advice or some help with that, or encouragement or enlightenment, whatever you want to call it, you can definitely check out your Jupiter placement. But if this is where we part for now, I wish you a lot of luck with this and a lot of courage. Please remember to click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Leo. Let's see what your messages are, my love, for this super full moon in Aries. So Leo, this super full moon's a little bit different for you than the other 12 signs. Some of them have a theme, if you will. Yours is a little different. Yours is to decide to make the decision to put your money where your mouth is. And I know you're probably listening to me right now or watching me going, what the F is she talking about? But what I mean is, don't overextend yourself. I shouldn't say don't. The super full moon is calling on you to start making better decisions for yourself and your life moving forward, so you don't make promises that you can't keep. It's telling you not to overextend yourself to others where you're going to then leave yourself depleted. It's saying be very realistic with your actions moving forward. The more accountable you are to yourself and to others, like the easier it'll be for you to maintain relationships with others. And not only will they know that your word is gold and something that they can trust, you'll be able to trust yourself as well. Because if you create these boundaries, or you don't overextend yourself and you make time to love yourself as opposed to just loving everyone else and bleeding yourself dry, that will help boost your self-confidence and self-esteem as well. So different messages for all the 12 zodiac signs, but yours seems to be more centered around being realistic with your actions and your goals and not overextending yourselves for others. Tell me more about this here for the Leo collective. It's like building trust with others, but also you got to build trust with yourself. Because some of you are like, okay, I'm never going to do that again. But then you turn around and do it again because you feel bad, or you have empathy, or you want to help the person, or you love the person. But you just lied to yourself. Probably never saw it that way. So you lose credibility with yourself. And you may not realize it, but when you do that, you lose self-esteem and self-confidence. So it's like holding yourself accountable. Let's get a Moonology card here, please, for my lovable Leos. One more shuffle. I feel like this one wanted. Attuned to the divine, new moon in Pisces. I'm going to give you a bonus card because I usually take the top, even though the second one was kind of sticking out. Oh, believe in your good luck. First quarter moon in Sagittarius. I like both of these messages for you. Believe in your good luck. Let's get another Moonology card here from this deck now for the Leo collective. So attuned to the divine. You know, Pisces is a very intuitive. So maybe some of you have to, this message could be for you to like tap into your intuition a bit more when making decisions so you don't overextend yourself. Like be realistic when you're offering to help people. Okay, get me another Moonology card here for my lovable Leos. One more shuffle. Thank you. Go for it. Reach for the moon. I like that. Bottom of the deck, watch for signs. Follow the moon. So watch for signs card and attune to the divine. I'd say this would probably be in the next week a good opportunity for you to look for reoccurring or repetitive signs like on your phone or on your watch, or if you're reading a book, like the page number. And again, don't look for it. It kind of like, it's almost like pay attention. If you're seeing repetitive numbers like that, like on a license plate or anything like that, or a timestamp on a video or movie you're watching, I would then Google that angel number. It very well could be like the divine is trying to get some kind of message to you. So I would Google that number if you're seeing it over and over again over the course of the next week. That could also be like attuned to the divine. Let's get a mini Moonology card now, please, for my lovable Leos. Please and thank you. Bring love into the situation. New moon in Aquarius. And bottom of the deck, we have don't let your past hold you back. South node. Let's get into tarot. So don't let your past hold you back. Past memories, past commitments, the old way you used to do things, right? Maybe you were a people pleaser. You could have been a card-carrying member of the people pleaser club. I know, I've been there. I used to be its president. And that's all well and good when you're giving. But man, when you get depleted and no one gives back, it's a crazy, crazy position to be in. So again, I feel like it's a good time for you to make a promise to yourself that you will not overextend yourself moving forward. Tell me more about this message for Leo in respect to this super full moon in Aries. One more shuffle, please, and thank you. Aries, this is being Aries. Leo, Aries is part of your trine, but Leo, we have the Judgment card in the upright, my love. The Death card in the upright. Ace of Wands in the reverse. And the Ten of Wands in the upright. Well, some of you are with me already, whether you realize it or not. Energetically, you're aligned to this message. I shouldn't say that. That sounds so pompous of me to say that. I definitely know you're with me. Most of you on some level, emotionally, mentally, intuitively, you're like, she's right. You're right. I have to make the judgment call to end the way I did things. Ace of Wands in the reverse is like full stop. I have to drop these burdens. I give way too much to others. And I feel like you bring too much, bring love into the situation, new moon Aquarius. I think there's times you put too much love into the situation. You don't leave enough for yourself. I think a lot of you overextend yourselves. And you try to be realistic, but you always end up overgiving. And it's to your detriment because whoever that counterpart is, person, place, thing, environment, situation, relationship, platonic or romantic, they don't give back to you the way you give to them. And with that go for a card, I feel like it's time for you to do things differently. That's the feeling I'm getting here. Of course, you could decide to do things the way you always have been. Seven of Swords, but someone then always betrays you or takes advantage of you. Eight of Swords, and then you get stuck up in your head. These are blocks to a potential, new beginning. Ace of Pentacles and the Fool. So I feel for a lot of you, not all. And maybe this reading will help. Maybe you've already been feeling this way and you needed some kind of sign or confirmation. If you've been thinking, I'm investing too much in people and I don't get anything back except for betrayal, burdens, heartache, sleepless nights, missed opportunities, and I need to change this because you know, the hardest thing to do when we're evaluating these kinds of connections is, the easiest thing is to blame the other person, right? You're a Seven of Swords. You're a lying, cheating, manipulator, backstabbing, best friend, family member, coworker, lover, etc. But if we allow it, or if we overgive and then they don't give back, and then we get pissed, you know, pissed at them, we kind of were complicit in it. And that's the hardest thing. It's very easy to blame the other person. It's hard to say, I saw it coming, but I did it anyway. You know, it's almost like we are, and I say we because I've been there. It's almost like we're helping them to betray us just by over giving. And again, I'm not telling you to not give and to not love and to not help, but you have to do it in a way that is in moderation and is balanced to the connection. You doing more for someone is not going to make them do more for you. That's not how it works. And I think for sometimes, some of you, not all, maybe you felt that if I just loved this person a little bit more, if I just gave a little bit more, if I just spent a little bit more money on them, whomever this is, they're going to realize how to love or what I want in return. No, they're not. They're a Seven of Swords kind of person. They're going to take. And that doesn't mean they can't be rehabilitated. I'm not saying that at all. People change all the time. But they're not going to rehabilitate as long as you give. So I feel for some of you, there's a judgment call here that you need to make. Again, it's like advice, right? That's what tarot is. It's just life guidance, particularly these types of readings. You have a decision. You know, I have the Lovers in the reverse here at the bottom of the deck, which is a choice card. So I feel like when you make this choice, it's final. There's no going back. I feel a lot of you, again, advice, you really need to make the decision that the way you've done things, you can't do them anymore. This has to be an Ace of Pentacles to the Fool card kind of moment for you. I can't be the Leo I used to be. I could love, I could help, I can invest, I could support to a limit. Realistic action, realistic investment, realistic expectations. And once you create that line, your promise to yourself is I'm never going to cross it, because every time I cross that line, one, I betray myself. Two, that person, I end up looking at them like they're betraying me because they never give back to me what I give to them. I feel like you need to, again, advice, drop the burden. In order to drop the burden, it's almost like taking a risk, taking a chance to be an entirely new Leo. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, again, if you want to take the advice, right, it's like being accountable to yourself now. I want to know more about, I know what this is, so I'm not going to clarify these cards. Seven of Swords to the Eight of Swords. You overgive to a situation, environment, or connection. They don't give back equally. You feel betrayed by it. That betrayal is going to be, that's a sliding scale card for me. So it's going to be small for some of you. It's going to be great for others of you. Either way, it leaves you really up in your head. So there's no need for me to clarify this. I do feel like there's an opportunity here for you to transform the way you engage in connections, so you don't deal with that anymore. So you don't overgive to that. And again, I don't want to blame you as a victim of this, but if you keep feeding the monster, and I forgot who I said this to, maybe it was Cancer, I don't remember, because I'm doing these by elements. But if you keep feeding the monster is going to continue to grow. And you're not going to change the monster. The monster isn't going to suddenly become, a teddy bear. It's still a monster. I'm not calling, sorry, crosswatcher, I'm not calling you the monster. I'm calling the behavior the monster, okay? Like feeding something negative just doesn't make it positive just because you're throwing positivity at it. If it's negative, it's going to remain negative. I hope that makes sense. But what I want to know for you, because I feel like a lot of you are going to go for it. I do. I think you're listening to your intuition and you're realizing something has to give, and that you can't continue to invest in people, places, and things that don't invest in you equally. So where are you going? I want to know where you're going, because I feel a lot of you are going to take this opportunity to change your life or your mindset or the way you do things. So where's Leo going? Tell me more about the Fool card. Tell me more about the Fool card. We're not going to take all of those. We'll take a peeky at them, though. None of them came up face up. We had 5 of Swords, Wheel of Fortune, 9 of Wands, 4 of Swords, Page of Swords, Hierophant, and 2 of Pentacles. Where's Leo going? Tell me more about the Fool card. So I kind of did like those cards that came out because, you know, there might be some internal battle here for those of you who are like trying to change the way you do things. 5 of Swords could be an internal battle. But then with that 2 of Pentacles card, I feel like you end up balancing out. And I like that for the High Priestess. This is almost like a Tower moment, if you will. Whether you've had it or you're about to have it. But it's not like, it's not a bad Tower moment. It's an intuitive revelation, or it's like a sudden aha moment of I have to do things differently. I literally have to change the way I operate. And I have to love and give without expectation, but I have to love and give with limits to protect myself, my energy, my resources. And I feel like a lot of you end up doing that. And I feel like that does help you grow spiritually by doing that as well. With that High Priestess card, that's also a card of learned spiritual growth or learning from a spiritual lesson. So tell me more about the Fool card. Where is Leo going? Because this is telling you, like, go for it, change it. So you're definitely changing the way you're approaching things moving forward. I like this. Tell me more for Leo. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. Where are you headed, my friend? Ace of Cups in the upright. Wow, that's 2 aces in the upright there. Knight of Swords in the reverse. And the Wheel of Fortune. Okay. Bottom of the deck, we have the Hermit, the Knight of Cups. I knew there was going to be a Tower. I said it. I said there, and it's in the reverse. I like it with the 2 of Wands. It's a, if you're resonating with this reading, with this message, because not every Leo will, but if you've ever found yourself, and quite recently, to be in a situation, environment, or connection that you overgive, and then you feel betrayed because the person doesn't give back to you equally, this is a time for you to change the way you invest in connections and to put yourself first. And for those of you who decide to do that, because that takes a lot to look at ourselves and say, yeah, it's me. I'm kind of part of the problem here, right? I can't always blame the other person. So, I mean, if you choose to do that, I think we have a couple of different things play out here. One, I think it opens your heart. I do, because I think then you're approaching connections in the future, particularly the connection with yourself, with a lot of love. The Ace of Cups card is also a card of unconditional love. You know, we tarot readers forget that. We think, oh, it's new love or it's a new love opportunity. It's also the cup of, the cup has to have so much unconditional love for self that it overflows. And now I have enough love to give to another. So I feel like establishing boundaries, kind of changing how you invest, being realistic, not over-investing yourself, right? Giving what you can, but not allowing anyone to suck the life out of you. That is an act of unconditional love. That is an act of unconditional love. And I feel like there's no forward movement. The Knight of Swords is the first or second fastest knight in the deck, right? Depending on what tarot reader you watch, they kind of all have different opinions of that Knight of Swords. But in the reverse, there's no movement. It sort of becomes the Knight of Pentacles. So, you know, I asked, where are you going? For some of you, you might get a little selfish. I think it's okay. I do. Looking at the cards, I think it's okay. I think you've given so much to so many people. It's okay to just time out, like blow the whistle, right? Like blow the whistle like you're some referee or coach. This is a timeout, right? Timeout. I'm not going to invest in anyone or anything for right now. I need to refill my own cup because all these people I gave to never filled my cup the way they should have or the way I expected them to. Bring love into the situation for you. For you. And I feel that kind of puts a hole on investing in other people. But that Wheel of Fortune is your right path. Like when the Wheel of Fortune card comes up in tarot, it's the divine telling you, I'm ready. I'm ready there with you. We're co-creating together. You do this, I'm going to be right there with you. So it's like your opportunity to change the way you do things. And the universe is literally there, like side by side with you. Like, if you want to do this, I'm all in. If you want to go back to how you were, and keep over investing and depleting yourself, yeah, you're going to get stuck with Seven of Swords, energy vampires. And at that point, the divine's like, well, you kind of had the divine gift of free will and you decided to not change. But now Wheel of Fortune comes up. It's like, if you're ready to change, I'm ready to change with you. I'm ready to move around the chess pieces and change your future so you don't deal with that anymore. If you're willing to co-create, co-work with me, co-collaborate with me, to kind of change the way you come towards relationships or how you invest in them. And yeah, it's tremendous spiritual growth with the Hermit, because at that point you're working like in concert with the divine. The divine's not going to keep throwing Seven of Swords people your way. The lesson has been learned. The lesson for self-love, the lesson of boundaries, the lesson of respecting yourself, your self-worth, your self-confidence. Once you learn that lesson and you reestablish all of that all of that for yourself, like you reclaim your power, that's a huge spiritual lesson. That's when the offers come in. The Knight of Cups is the messenger. Different friends, different love offers, different job opportunities, whatever it is. It's like, if it's like the divine time, if you're willing to do this, and change the way you approach things and put yourself first, not to be selfish, but to always fill your cup first. It's like being on an airplane. Thank you, divine, for showing me. I just got like a flash image. If you're on an airplane and God forbid you're going to hit some turbulence or there's some kind of mechanical issue, right? And the oxygen masks kind of all fall down. The first thing you probably in the past, recent past, would have done was try helping everyone else and putting the oxygen masks on people. And that's wonderful. But you forgot to put the oxygen mask on yourself. And that's the first thing they teach you, is you have to put the oxygen mask on yourself first. Before you can be anyone's superhero and come to their rescue, you have to save yourself. And I feel like the divine that's kind of what it's telling you. If you can learn moving forward to put the oxygen mask on yourself before you go to help anyone else put their mask on themselves, this is not only a spiritual enlightenment for you or growth. This is when new offers come in of all kinds. That's how you reverse towers or avoid towers, right? There's no need for us to keep sending you towers. You in that lesson, I mean, you're going to have towers in other aspects of your life, but not in that lesson. You completed that course, right? You got a master's in that. So, any future towers that would have been on your path are now reversed. They're not going to happen. And the Two of Wands for me is the world is your oyster. So it opens up a lot more choices and possibilities and pathways and crossroads for you in your life. So yeah, this is your assignment if you choose to take it. I don't know if you want to take it. If you didn't resonate with this message, I'm sorry. Check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus and Jupiter. But if you resonate and you're like, yeah, I've been overgiving, this is your opportunity to change the way you do things. And I'm not saying if you're in some sort of commitment or contract, abruptly break it now. But we look at full moons in 6-month periods, right, as tarot readers and astrologers. So you can create a path or a plan how to exit this or how to taper down your involvement in it over the course of the next 6 months. So it's not so brutal on you and so brutal on the recipient, right? So you can ease into this, but I would definitely harness the power of the super full moon, create some plan up to 6 months. Don't exceed that, because the results of your hard work will display themselves 6 months from now. If you put anything into this, you'll definitely see a result. That's kind of how full moons work. So yeah, I mean, if you're willing to do this, and again, you can use that up to 6 months to like taper it down so it's not a shock to anyone or a shock to yourself. But you need to, I'm talking to a Leo who needs to learn how to love themselves. You have overgiven, and in return, you've been betrayed. Like very little gratitude from the recipients. So I would say go for it. it's time for you to go for it. Start loving yourself. Make that decision to love yourself. Let's get some advice here for Leo. Not that I think you need it, but if you want it, let's get some advice here, please and thank you. Advice for you, justice. I'm going to leave it right there. Advice for you, justice. Do what is fair for all involved, including yourself. Do what you believe is the truth, right? Have clarity in this. Look for equality in your connections, and not just look for equality, create equality, create balance. You know, everything has a cause and an effect. That's another lesson of the Justice card. Everything we do has an effect. So don't overgive. See what happens. And see what happens when you give to yourself, because I think a lot of you have forgotten that. Queen of Swords in the upright. I love it. And the Sun. We're ending with your major arcana card. I love that for you. I love this little bell as well. And there's that, hey mom, my boyfriend's mom who passed away. Someone had commented on that. That is operate on solar power only. As you can tell, it's dark out. If you can see that window back there. It was not out in the window. Hasn't been out in the window. She passed away and he gave it to me. And every now and then, particularly when I do Leo readings, those wings, or no wings, leaves that aren't supposed to move suddenly start moving. I don't have a breeze or a draft in here. So, hey mom, I think mom likes you, Leo. So anyway, in terms of advice, you know the truth. You know you've overgiven. You know it's time for you to invest in yourself. You don't have to do it in a harsh and negative way. But by investing in yourself, my love, that's prosperity, that's pleasure, that's vitality, that's success, that's hope, that's healing. And that is the best card in tarot. It encompasses all of the happiness, abundance, and wealth that we find in the Ten of Cups, as well as the Ten of Pentacles. I feel like it's those two cards in one. It's also your sign, right? Your major arcana card, along with the Strength card. But I always look at the Sun card as Leo as well. So that's what I have for you, my love. That's your message. It's a very strong message. It's up to you if you want to do that. If you do, I wish you a lot of luck with it. If anyone can do it, it is you. Because again, in tarot, you are the Strength card. Don't ever forget that. Be sure to check your other placements. If you like this message and it resonated with you, please be sure to click like, share, and subscribe until I and I guess mom talk to you again, read for you again. I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Virgo. Let's see what your super full moon message is, my love. Now, this super full moon has a different effect on all 12 zodiac signs. And for you, the super full moon is asking Virgo to reevaluate your own pain and how taking on other people's pain hinders your growth. So, every zodiac sign has a superpower, and your superpower is empathy. But unfortunately, you are such an empath, right? You're the most empathetic zodiac sign out of the 12 that when someone needs you, or they need your support, or they just need you to hear them out, or they come to you for guidance or advice, or they just kind of want to air out their bad day to you, what ends up happening is, it's great for you to be there for the person, but sometimes you absorb their energy. So I'll give you an example. Like sometimes you might find yourself, you wake up in the morning and you're feeling great and everything is, not that you don't have a care in the world, but you're very happy or you're content or you just happen to be in a good mood that day. And then you encounter that one person, whether it's at work, it's a friend, it's a lover, it's a family member, and you're engaging in some kind of conversation with them and they're telling you like something that's wrong in their life or something they need help with. And not only are you helping them, which is a good thing, I'm not telling you not to, but when you disengage from that conversation, you might then suddenly feel emotional or like it's almost like you absorb their energy. So you were rocking it and you were having a great mood and you were, you were in a great mood and you were having a great day until you encountered that person. And this isn't telling you, super full moon's not telling you avoid those kinds of people. I mean, you can make the decision to do that if you want, but it's trying to tell you like to take a step back and really look at yourself and say, what can I do moving forward where I can support people and I can be there for them, but in a way that I don't actually absorb their pain and I don't allow their energy to affect my energy or to affect my success or my goals or whatever, or just my mood. So, your empathy is a gift. It's kind of like the Hulk, right? Those of you like familiar with the Hulk, like when he turns into the Hulk is his superpower, right? His strength is his superpower, but he has to learn how to manage it. He can manage it in a way where it does good, or he can manage it in a way that becomes very explosive or destructive. So you have to manage your empathy in a way that you can still do good for others, but without being destructive and destroying yourself and your own energy. I hope that made sense. Let's get your Moonology card now, please. For the Virgo collective, in respect to their superpower, what do they need to know? One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. Your Moonology, leave the past behind. Yes, leave their past behind. When I do these tarot readings, whether it's for the collective or like an individual, like one-on-one, I can feel sometimes the individual's pain or the collective's pain or their anger or their frustration or their hurt. And I have to leave it here at this table, right? I live in a 3-story Victorian. This is where I do all of my readings. And I mean, sometimes I'll go to a friend's house and do it for them, but typically this is where I do it. But I have a walk-up attic and there's a door there. And when I leave this space, not only do I have to cleanse the space, but I have to leave whatever pain that I feel right here at this table. I can't take it with me into my life, or otherwise I'm just going to be sad and upset and frustrated, right? Absorbing everyone else's pain. So I have to learn how to detach, or in a way that I can help people without destroying myself. And the same is true, right? There are days that I'm sitting here and I'm happy and I'm cracking jokes and I'm doing a reading for you, but I'm going through a lot of crap in my personal life maybe on that day. But again, I have to leave it at the bottom of the stairs, right? I have to leave whatever I'm going through, my past, my present, whatever. I have to leave it behind before I come up here. I can't allow it to infiltrate my reading for you. That's not fair to you. So yeah, learning to leave the past behind. Like once that conversation is done and over with, it's the past, right? A minute ago was the past. 30 seconds ago was the past. You kind of have to leave the past in the past, leave it behind. You can't carry it with you. I can't believe that card just came out like that. Okay, let's get you another Moonology card here, please, for the Virgos. The Virgos. What message do you have for Virgo? One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. We have changes. Yeah, I think you need to change how, not change your superpower, change how you utilize it. Let's get a mini Moonology card here for you before we start on your tarot cards. We have Show the World the Real You, the full moon in Aquarius, and then we have Take Time to Breathe Out. So maybe that's something that you need to implement. Meditation, cleansing your space, sage, Palo Santo. If you don't like anything too smoky, try essential oils. Figure out something, crystals. Go for a walk if you can, depending on the weather. Whatever helps you decompress. And sometimes you can't do that, right? Midday, you're at work and you get a text or something and now you're like, oh, I feel so terrible because so-and-so is going through this and they just texted me. So obviously you can't just like leave work and go for a walk or start burning sage at your desk or your counter or your station or whatever, right? But you're going to have to find different techniques. Some of them could just be breathing techniques, right? Take time to breathe out could be breathing techniques. There's something, and it'll be different for all of you, but you should have a couple tools in your toolbox on how to deal with that. Because sometimes you don't have the luxury like I do after a reading where I could sit here for 30 minutes and decompress, right? If you're face-to-face with someone or you're at work, you can't do that. So you'll have to find different tools for your toolbox on how to deal with this moving forward so other people's moods don't negatively affect you. Tell me more about this for Virgo. We had the Six of Pentacles, which is a card of giving, which is a card of giving to others. So it's interesting. The merchant in this card has 6 pentacles, right? You being the merchant, let's say, because you're the giver. You give 3 to one person. You give 2 to another. You only leave 1 for yourself. There's only 1 pentacle over the head of the merchant in the traditional Rider-Waite-Smith tarot deck. And it's like, if you look at that in terms of energy, right, it depletes your energy. So you start the day with 6 pentacles, and you give 3 to this person, you give 2 to this person, and by the end of the day, you are depleted. Because you gave all the good out. I hate to say that, but you exchanged the good within you and then replaced it by absorbing the negativity from others. 8 of Cups, you have to walk away from doing that. Not from being an empath, not from caring, not from being supportive. That's not what, the divine would never tell you turn your back on someone. But it's turn your back on the way you used to do things. You can't absorb. When you leave, remember I was saying when you leave, the 8 of Cups card is a card of movement. So when you leave the conversation, when you leave the text conversation, whatever it is, the environment, you have to leave the 8 Cups, right? I always look at the 8 Cups as the meh card. The meh card. You have to leave the meh behind. The sadness, the grief, whatever that belonged to that person has to stay right there in that moment, and you can't carry it with you, okay? I like that, leaving behind like the emotional baggage, right? Leaving it in the past. Right, 9 of Cups in the reverse, because if you don't, it depletes your energy, and suddenly you're not so happy. 9 of Cups in the reverse is someone who's discontent. They're not happy. Why would you be happy? How could you be happy? How could you be happy if you not that you overgive, but you have empathy in a way that robs you of your positive energy. 4 of Swords, and then and then there's healing, and you feel exhausted. I know I have known a couple Virgos in my life like that, where they have their days where they feel great, and then they have their days that they just feel so tired. And then when I would finally talk to them, like, well, like, why have you been so tired lately? Or you're not in the mood to go out? They're like, oh God, I was on the phone for an hour with my mom, and she blah, blah, blah. And it's like, that's okay. That's great. Mom needed your help, or mom needed to vent, but you don't have to absorb mom's energy. When you hang up the phone or you disconnect from that conversation, you got to leave it there. You can't allow it to drain you. You can't allow it to make you unhappy. Bottom of the deck, we have 2 of Swords in the reverse, 7 of Wands in the upright, and then the Hermit. There you are. That's your power card. So yeah, you have to defend yourself here. You have to, we look at the 2 of Swords card as a card of, it's part of the air suit, right? But it's the most emotional air suit card out of the deck, because there's so much water, and water in tarot's emotions. So I almost feel like you have to defend your emotions, meaning your energy. I feel like that's what you have to do. And again, you don't have to do anything, right? This is tarot's guidance, tarot's advice. So at the end of the day, you have the gift of free will. But when it comes to these types of connections, look at this, like family, friends, right? There's your truth. You can be there for these people. No one's telling you not to, but you have to do it in a way that you're defending. 7 of Wands, he's defending, his energy. This would be like you defending your energy. So again, finding, I don't want to say tips and tricks, but tools, how to do that. So there are changes needed here in your life, my love, in terms of how to protect yourself and protecting your empathy, protecting your energy. So tell me more about this for Virgo. What else do they need to know about this? What else do they need to know about protecting their energy? One more shuffle here, please, Anne. Thank you. The Knight of Wands in the upright. Take inspired action to do this. 10 of Swords. Again, leaving the pain in the past. You can't absorb other people's pain anymore. 5 of Cups. Again, leaving it in the past. Leaving it in the past. And I don't mean that in a cruel way, right? But leaving it in the conversation, or leaving it in that moment of time. You can't allow it to drag you down. You have your own problems. You have your own issues. You have your own situations, your own goals, your own, dreams and all that stuff. And you can't stifle your growth or stifle your success or stifle your advancement in life, because not only are you bogged down with your own hardships, but now you're taking on all the negative things that's happening with the connections in your life. And I have to tell you, for those of you who are like, maybe you have no one, like the amount of people I have in my life, I could count on one hand. So, holidays for me aren't particularly the best, right? It can get pretty lonely, but even watching the news or being on social media, sorry, I got a mosquito bite from being outside today. I'm scratching myself. I don't have bugs. I swear to God, it's a mosquito bite. But anyway, even watching the news, even if you don't have like a lot of people you interact with all the time, the world is a scary place right now. I don't care where you live in the world. If you're in the United States, regardless of what side of political aisle you're on, there's a lot of tension, right? And there's a lot of anger. You get on some social forums and you start looking up these political posts, people on both sides of the aisle, right? They're just slinging mud at one another. There's just a lot of hate. There's a lot of hate and a lot of anger out there on both sides. Got to be honest. We see it on both sides, okay? And then there's other things going on in the world. There's wars and there's famine and there's disease. And if you're just watching the news or you have it on in the background while you're cleaning and stuff like I do. This happened to me about a week ago. I had on the news, I was cleaning the house. I'm washing the floors on the first floor of the house. I wasn't even paying attention consciously. Like I wasn't sitting there watching the TV, right? I'm in the other room. I can kind of hear it. I started the day in such a great mood, and 30 minutes into the washing the floors, I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Like I'm starting to get upset, and I'm starting to feel depressed. And I paused to actually listen to the news. And of course, they were talking about the war in the Middle East. And look, my heart goes out to both sides, okay? And that doesn't mean one side is right or both sides are right, but there's innocent casualties on both sides, okay? Regardless where you are on the issue, you have to be realistic and say there's innocent people dying on both sides, right? And I think just hearing that, because they were going through the statistics and stuff, and even though I didn't think I was paying attention, because I'm whistling while I work, right, and vacuuming and stuff and washing the floor, I was subconsciously taking it in. And just at 30, 40 minutes of that playing in the background, and the news cycle these days, everything's on a loop, right? Every 10 minutes they're saying the same story because sometimes they run out of stuff. It must have been a slow news day, and this was just like an every 10-minute thing. And I didn't realize subconsciously I was hearing it and absorbing it. And it started affecting my mood. And again, I could have great empathy for those people. I could feel sorry for them. I could donate money maybe to some type of charitable cause that'll help them. There are plenty of ways and opportunities for me to help them. I could pray for them. I could meditate for them. But I could manifest for their peace, right? For everyone. I could try to meditate and manifest that there are less casualties. We can all do that. People manifest and pray for world peace all the time. But I don't have to absorb it. So even if you're not having regular interactions with people, just something like watching the news too much can be a negative impact on your energy. So I just feel like the divine is telling you to be very careful. Leave it where it is. When you shut off the TV or you hang up the call or whatever it is, it's got to stay there. Okay, you have your own stuff to worry about. Yeah, 7 of Cups in reverse. You should not be confused about this. Don't feel bad about it. Again, you could help, support, love, pray for that person, that experience, that entity, that situation, without attaching it to you. Okay, where's Virgo going with this? And again, there's a variety of different ways you can do that. You have to just find the one that works best for you. And you should have ones for when I only have a couple of minutes to get myself together because I'm at work or something like that. And then you should have more in-depth ones, like when you're home and you can decompress or you can meditate, or I don't know, watch a comedy show for 30 minutes, make yourself laugh, to just try to clear out. And I do that sometimes before I go to bed. I'm laying in bed and I'll scroll on YouTube through the reels, and I'll just search for funny comedians. And because I don't want to take any negative thing into my sleep. Then it affects my sleep pattern. It affects my dreams. It affects my mood the next day when I wake up. So, I mean, there's different things that we can try, but I feel like the divine is telling you, you have to do that. You have enough on your plate. You can't deal with everyone else's burdens and pain. You can support them, but you don't have to absorb them. Where's Virgo going with this? Where's Virgo going with this? For those of you who choose to do this, right? You don't have to do this. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. The Emperor. I like this. Structure, stability, ruling your empire, defending your empire. You have to think of your energy in this respect as your empire. And you have to strategically move like the Emperor to protect it. That is one of your, it's your biggest superpower is your empathy. And one of your greatest assets in life will be your energy. How you invest it, how you allow people to draw from it. So, you know, how you feed it. So you're really going to have to come at this like the emperor, empress of your life and defend that. The devil, yeah, defend it from anything that is toxic, other toxic energies, other toxic entities, people's toxic moods. Yeah, Nine of Swords in the reverse, got to release. That's all about releasing. I love this message for you. And it all goes back to self-love. The Ace of Cups card, you know, and I'm guilty of it too. Sometimes as a tarot reader, I like this King of Cups in the upright. Sometimes we look at the Ace of Cups and we're like, oh, there's new love or something like that. But Ace of Cups is self-love. The true meaning in tarot of the Ace of Cups is self-love, right? You have to love yourself so much unconditionally that your cup overfloweth, and then you have enough love to give to others. So you definitely are going to have to love yourself enough to find a really good balance between loving yourself and loving others. Protecting your energy, but also being able to support people, right? Because you certainly don't want to cut people off. Like, you know, someone calls you and you answer the phone, you're like, hey, Mom, how you doing? Oh, I can't believe it. My knees are hurting. Okay, got to go, Mom. Click. Like, you don't just hang up on it. That's not what it's telling you to do. It's saying, listen to her, sympathize. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you take a Motrin or some kind of over-the-counter, you know, pain medication? Or did you put a salt pack? I guess salt pack. Maybe some people do that. I don't know. Did you put an ice pack on it? You know, whatever it is, you can offer that support and care. But then when you end the conversation, that's it. You can't worry all day long for the rest of the day that Mom's knees are hurting. That's not on you. And then, believe it or not, you'll end up getting phantom pains. If you're like really a true deep empath and you don't control that, you might start getting empath pains. You ever feel really great and out of the blue your back starts hurting? You may not realize it, but you just talked to someone who like in the last week or two has been complaining to you about their back or this chronic issue or that chronic issue. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, my knees hurt. Well, it's phantom pains. I'm not saying don't get checked out if you think something's medically wrong with you. But if you're a true empath, which most Virgos are, and you don't learn to guard and protect your energy, yeah, I've known plenty of Virgos who deal with that, who deal with some kind of pain that they like never had, even if it's mental anguish or emotional anguish, just by absorbing someone else's energy. Let's get some advice here for you. Let's get advice for Virgo. And remember, if this did not make any sense to you, just check your other signs, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus, and also Jupiter. Jupiter is an expansive, the energy of Jupiter is expansive. So even though it's in Gemini now, it's actually retrograding in Gemini right now, but it still affects all 12 signs. So whatever you focus on, it will expand. So if you want to use this time, Jupiter will be in Gemini, not that its placement is relevant to you. For this purpose, it's not, because it's going to continue to, it continually expands whatever it's in. It's just its expansion is maximized depending on what sign it's in. It's currently in Gemini till June of next year, May or June of next year. But you can still, even as a Virgo, harness that power. So if you really dedicate yourself to doing this, you're going to find it a lot easier to do it. Because whatever effort you put into something, the power of Jupiter is going to harness that. So you might want to check out your Jupiter placement. Maybe there's some more advice or another message there for you as well. But let's get advice for you on this spread. For Virgo, any advice for the Virgos looking to change how they utilize this superpower of theirs? One more shuffle here, please, Ian. Thank you. Advice, 9 of Swords in the upright. Again, we started with the 6 of Pentacles, and the advice is the 6 of Pentacles. And the Star, healing. I love that message. So you can give in a loving way. You can be there for people. You can be charitable with your energy, with your time, with your love, with your pentacles. Pentacles are any resource. And you can help to heal others, but you have to find the balance. See, look how these cards are laid out. We have the 9 of Swords on my left here, the Star on the right, and in the middle is the 6 of Pentacles. You're going to have to learn, if you choose to understand the assignment and take the assignment, how to balance giving and healing the people without allowing it to infiltrate your emotions and your thoughts with the 9 of Swords card, which is anxiety, worry, depression, insomnia. 9 of Swords is I can't sleep at night. Remember what I said? Like, I listen to funny jokes, comedians before I go to bed, and a whole bunch of them. I'll go old school to Eddie Murphy or Sam Kinison, and then I'll definitely look at some of the newer comedians that are out. But I just kind of do a mix of that, and some of it's old school, some of it is new stuff. But it's just a good way to like laugh and release and go to bed, so I don't deal with any type of sleep pattern issues because of what I absorb during the day. So yeah, there's a good balance here you can find for those of you who want to work on that. And I would say, with the full moon for me is always like 6 months. So I feel like this is a good opportunity for you to, if you acknowledge that, yep, this is my storyline, right? This message she's saying is true. Then give yourself the next 6 months. How to create these different tools in your toolbox on how to be able to give and heal without allowing it to affect you. And then see where you are six months from now. You might find yourself, if you really implement this, then in 6 months, you're going to find a much happier and healthier Virgo, because then you're only dealing with the stuff in your life, which is hard enough as it is, right? On some days, you certainly don't need to absorb anything from anyone else. So this very well could be a goal, a 6-month goal, project it out, and you could look back 6 months from now, right? Mark it in your calendar, go back to October 17th and go, wow, I'm really no longer that person. I've used this 6 months harnessing this energy of this super full moon in Aries to take action. Aries is all about taking action, about how I show the world the real you, right? How I represent myself in the world. I think you'll find yourself to be a more emotionally balanced, a happier, healthier Virgo. Again, if this was your story, a more enlightened Virgo. If you choose to do that, I think you'll find yourself a lot happier and healthier and balanced 6 months from now. So that's what I have for you, my friend. That's your message of the super full moon. Good luck. This isn't going to be easy, right? Anytime we have to change or alter something within ourselves, it's difficult. So that's why that 6 month is a good time span for you, because you're going to stumble through this. You're going to revert back. You might do good for a couple of weeks, but then some friend is going to like pull on a heartstring or something like that. And then you're going to feel sorry and you might get depressed all over again. And it's, again, you're just absorbing their energy. So, don't get upset or down on yourself if you fail at this, right? As long as you're trying, there's no failing, right? That's what I was taught in school by one of my teachers. As long as you're trying, there is no failure. It doesn't exist because you keep getting back up and trying. So just keep, if you choose to do this, keep trying, give yourself a 6-month goal. And I think if you do that, again, you find yourself to be a lot happier and healthier. So that's what I have for you, my friends. Get into Hulk mode. Look at that superpower of empathy that you have, and try to find a way to control it so it can do good without being destructive to yourself. I love you so much, Virgo. Check your other placements. If this message did resonate with you, or you found it to be fun, entertaining, or enlightening, want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Libra. Let's see what your message or messages are for this super full moon in Aries that we're having. Now, the super full moon affects all 12 zodiac signs differently. And for Libra or Libra placements, the super full moon is urging you to use your powers of communication to express your needs, your wants, and your desires, anything that is most important to you, to learn how to communicate it in a more effective way in an attempt to reach, you know, either a place of understanding or compromise with the other individual, or just balance in a particular connection, because Libras by general are people pleasers, right? So out of the air signs, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, you tend to have more people walk all over you because you are the most passive of the three air signs. Sometimes you are looking for balance, but to a fault. You'll try to seek balance by compromising yourself. And so in that respect, if you feel like that's your message and that's how you tend to be, kind of putting the other person's needs ahead of your own just to keep peace and tranquility, then it's time for you to perhaps look at the way you communicate so that you can actually restore or have true balance in a connection where you're not having to say yes when you really mean no. So it's kind of, if you're a people-pleasing kind of Libra, this is your time to look at yourself and to learn how to speak up for yourself in a way that will defend what you want and get your message across without being brutal or harsh, but definitely not in a way where you're ignoring your own wants and needs. So tell me more about this for Libra. Let's get a Moonology card. One more shuffle, please, and thank you. Your Moonology card, my love, is make time for self-love. Yes, self-love, self-respect, by, again, not being a people pleaser. Bottom of the deck, new moon in Virgo, is trust all will be well. Yeah, all will be well. There is room for you in a connection to get what you want and need. Okay, let's get a secondary Moonology card here for you. You don't have to sacrifice yourself just to keep the peace, okay? Let's get a second Moonology card now for the Libras who are resonating with this message. One more shuffle, please, and thank you. We had two cards come out, knowledge and strength. So knowledge would be you recognizing this fault within yourself, that maybe you are a people pleaser, and then having the strength to use your voice in the future in a way that, again, you can reach some compromise with the individuals in your life. Bottom of the deck, you have void of moon, do nothing. And I feel like that's not an option for some of you. And the reason why I say it's not an option for some of you, because you can't do the same thing over and over again, right? And achieve and expect a different result. That's basically the definition of insanity. So for some of you where you're like, well, I'm always giving and I'm always compromising and I'm always taking everyone else's needs into consideration before my own. Why can't they see it from my perspective, right? Or why can't they give me what they need? Overdoing and over-compromising yourself will not give you the results that you want. Getting the result that you want, which is true balance and true fairness and true equality in a connection, means harnessing your communication power as a air sign to better communicate your wants and needs. Let's get you a mini Moonology card, and then we'll dive into tarot for you, my love. Tell me more about this for the Libra Collective, please. And thank you. Communication is key. New moon in Gemini, which is, you know, your other sign. Now, out of the three air signs, Gemini is more forceful. It can be in a negative way. I'm a Gemini, so I'm being honest with that. Sometimes we can over communicate or communicate in a way that could be abrupt, right? That's why we're represented in tarot by the Queen and King of Swords. They're pretty non-emotional people, so they just kind of stick to the facts, right? And that could be very cold and harsh. Aquarius is a little bit of a good balance between Libra and Gemini. So I feel like almost like harness the power of Aquarius, or try merging the way you are in a relationship, and whether it's platonic or romantic, merging that with the communication of Gemini so you can find a balance in Aquarius. Because in terms of communication for air signs, Aquarius is the most balanced out of the three of us. let's get into tarot here. Tell me more about this message here for Libra. And if you're not resonating with this message, that's okay. Check one of your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus, and maybe even Jupiter, if you want to take a look at that. Tell me more about this now for Libra. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. First card out, we have the Page of Cups in the upright, the Empress. There you are, right? That's Venusian energy. You're ruled by Venus. We have the Eight of Cups in the upright, and we have the Eight of Swords in the upright. So for some of you, and bottom of the deck, Page of Swords. So for some of you, please don't take offense to this. You know, I always look at tarot as something for guidance, right? You don't. It's not meant to be insulting to you. I don't want you to take it that way at all. I have two pages here in your energy, right? So the pages tell me that in terms of your connections and expressing what it is you want, need, and desire, you come across your approach is immature. That doesn't mean you're immature. Don't click off this video yet. Hear me out, okay? That means that you come at it in a very gentle way, but it's too gentle. Some of you, like I said, you are card-carrying members of the people-pleasing club, and some of you are even the president of that club. And that's all well and good because it keeps the harmony and keeps the balance, but it does so at great sacrifice to yourself. A lot of stress, a lot of worry, a lot of anxiety, a lot of fear, the inability to speak up, the inability to feel like you're trapped. And then you might get to a point sometimes where that bottles up, this anger maybe within you. Why can't they see it from my perspective? Why can't they give me what I need? Why are my needs never filled? And then sometimes you might get to that place where you're just like, I want to walk away, Eight of Cups, right? They're not respecting me for who and what I am, whether you're masculine or feminine as the Empress. But I'm not saying you're the problem, okay? I'm saying that you might not be realizing that you're part of the problem. So instead of getting to a point where their reciprocation is not equivalent to what you're giving, so instead of finding yourself in that kind of predicament where now you're filled with anxiety and stress over it, and maybe it's affecting your sleep, and you don't say anything, and then you get to the point where you just want to throw your hands up and like walk out of work or walk away or disconnect from the person or lash out at them, you know, verbally. Part of the problem here is you don't fully convey what it is you want and need. You do it in a very small way. You don't ask for much, but you do need much. You're a human. You're a human being. You need as much as I do, as much as anyone else. But in your connections, for most of you and for most of your connections, you don't ask for much. You're at page level on asking. And that's a very, you know, part of that is a very lovely quality to have, but you are self-sacrificing yourself for the benefit of others who most of the time probably don't even appreciate it or don't even realize your needs, right? They're not even taking your needs into consideration. They think you're fine. Oh, mom's fine, right? Libra's fine. Dad is fine, but you're not. Your needs are not being met. Now, they might be meeting your needs as you display them, as you communicate them, but if you're communicating small, they're not going to exceed that, right? So they think that they're fulfilling you or your wants, needs, and desires, but that's because you're not verbalizing everything that you need. And for most of you, that's because you are saying yes when you really want to say no to things. Again, you do it just to people please, to keep the peace, to keep the person happy. See that Page of Swords to the Three of Wands, and then the stars in the reverse. So you're constantly in this state of having to heal yourself. Constantly having to heal yourself. You're always looking for ways on how to give to others. I feel like when you communicate what it is you want and need, you show up as a page. You don't ask for much, but you need much, like any of us do. But when you have to show up for others, you show up as a knight. You're in full armor. You're ready to give them what they need, whatever love they need, whatever support they need. But it's usually to your detriment. And often that will lead you to get very frustrated to the point where you want to walk away. You're if I'm speaking to, to the Libra I'm speaking to, might not be all Libras, but you're in a perpetual state of healing. Because you always feel like the other person, whether it's platonic or romantic, is never meeting you halfway. But that's because you're not actually verbalizing your wants and needs in a way that will be effective for you. I want to know a little bit more about this. Any additional advice here for Libra in respect to this message? One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. We have, Eight of Swords to the Nine of Swords in the upright. That star in the reverse came out again. And the High Priestess, you know this. If this is your message and it's resonating with you, Four of Cups at the bottom of the deck. So you intuitively know this in your gut. If this message is resonating with you, you're sitting there nodding your head, yes. You are an overgiver. Of all three air signs, you give the most. And it's usually to your detriment. And you do it to keep the peace. So you show up small in respect to your wants and needs. But man, when somebody needs something from you, you come out full force like, the Knight of Cups. You're there to be the knight in shining armor and the rescuer and love and compassion for all involved. And that's wonderful. But that Three of Wands is saying, if you want to, you can certainly harness the power of this full moon over the course of the next 6 months, because the energy of the full moon, this is, if you create this new way of being, let's say, right, for lack of a better way to describe it, you can implement this slowly over the course of the next 6 months. Because you have to unlearn this, right? This is learned behavior. This is also intrinsic or part of your sign. So I'm not even saying this is rooted in childhood. I mean, maybe for some of you it is, but it's compounded by the fact it is just the nature of your sign to be an over-giving air sign. So in that respect, you lose your voice or you minimize your voice to keep the peace. And if you're resonating with this message, you know that. High Priestess, you know this. And sometimes you say yes when you mean no, but it's to great detriment to you. You end up with fear and anxiety and worry and stress, and sometimes it affects even your sleep patterns. Sometimes it'll lead you to depression. And it might be a quiet depression. Maybe other people don't know that you're dealing with it, but some of you could very well have bouts of depression. And I think it's because you are a card-carrying member of the people-pleasing club. Four of Cups. Your cup is never filled. You're constantly looking at three other cups. Who can I give to? Who needs me now? It's like a state of apathy. I don't want to say boredom. I just think it's a learned behavior that you have to unlearn, and it's not going to be easy for you. But if you want to have better reciprocity and balance and fairness in your connections moving forward, you're going to have to, communication is key. Learn to better communicate. Make time for self-love. I think this came up in one of your other readings as well, or something similar. Not the communication aspect of it, but like learning to love yourself, care for yourself enough. And you know this, like you're a very smart sign. You know this. Intuitively, you know this. Mentally, when you think about it, you have the knowledge on this. You're aware of this. I just think it's going to require some strength for you to change this. And the people around you might be a little, kind of might take a little step back. Like, whoa, since when do you have wants and needs? Since always. Since always. I've just never communicated them because I put your needs and your needs and your needs and your needs ahead of my own. You can't do that anymore, my love. I know you're trying to keep the peace and you're trying to be the peacemaker, and you want everyone to be happy. But when you're doing it at the expense of your own happiness, you can't sit in life being stuck and stagnant. Look, Chariot in the reverse, unable to move forward because you're always giving to others. Let's get some advice. Well, I want to see where you're going with this because I feel like some of you know that something has to change. So where's Libra going with this? Because again, you can continue to be this way, but you're at the end of the day, you're always going to feel, I don't want to say depleted, although maybe some of you will, you know, do feel depleted or will feel depleted in the future, but unfulfilled is more like it, unfulfilled. And again, I don't think the people around you, particularly your loved ones, I don't think they realize that you feel this way. I just think they look at you like you're a person with very little needs, because they become so accustomed to not even hearing what you want and need. So, you know, if you don't communicate that to people, how would they know how to give that to you, right? They wouldn't even know what to give you. So definitely, if they're resonating with this message, this is an opportunity for you to change the way you communicate your wants and needs with others. The card that came out is the Emperor, which is the counterpart to the Empress. So for some of you, this could be within a love connection. And you could take that love connection however you want. I mean, for some of you, it's romantic, but you self-sacrifice maybe to keep the family happy or keep your partner happy, keep your spouse happy. But again, it's not fulfilling you. It's not fulfilling you. Give me more on this. Knight of Swords, there's your communication knight. And then the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah, the situation, see, Ace of Cups is in the reverse, which is self-love. So I'll get to that in a second. So the Seven of Pentacles, I think for some of you, again, if you want to do this, you don't have to. You really have to look at your relations, your connections in your life. The Seven of Pentacles is a card where an individual, it has one pentacle at their foot, and there are 6 pentacles on the tree or bush beside them. And in the card, the individual is looking at it and it's like, do I want to continue doing this? Because I keep investing and it's just not growing to the 10 of Pentacles. So I feel like in respect to this reading, this is just, again, a call for you to kind of step back and look at your connections. How are you, you invest. It's really interesting with this particular message for you, because I feel like you invest 6 pentacles in everyone around you, but at your feet, there's only 1 pentacle. People don't invest in you the way you need them to or the way you want them to. But part of the reason is because you don't tell them that you need a greater investment from them. And in terms of investments, pentacles could be any: time, money, love, resources, you name it. But if you don't ask for it, people don't know how to give it to you. Your Ace of Cups card here is in the reverse. The Ace of Cups card, as tarot readers, we often look at it as, some type of love offer. But the true meaning of the Ace of Cups is self-love. It's unconditional love. You have to love yourself so much that the cup can overflow with, and then you have enough love to share with someone else or with many other people, like family, friends, etc. But I feel like your Ace of Cups is not being replenished. It's in the reverse. So it's telling me you need to make time for self-love. You can't pour from an empty cup. But people also don't know how to fill your cup unless you tell them that it needs to be filled. I hope that message is making sense for some of you. Let's get you some advice here, my friends, and then we will wrap up your reading for you. Give me some advice here for the Libras who can connect with this message. Advice for Libra. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. We have the Knight of Wands in the reverse, the Tower in the upright, and the Page of Wands. I like this as advice. And again, we have 8 of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Yes, 8 of Cups to 9 of Pentacles to Page of Cups. I like this, and I'm going to take the Ace of Swords as well. Okay, so you don't have to do this in a reckless way, right? Because this isn't telling you to cut off people. I mean, you can if you want to. I'm not going to tell you either way, but it's, in terms of advice, it's saying to make this transition from being the people-pleasing Libra to being the, hey, my needs matter too, Libra, and being able to vocalize that in a healthy and balanced, effective way. You don't have to do it abruptly. Knight of Wands in the reverse. You don't have to do it recklessly. You don't have to do it in a way that cuts people off or turns people off. The Knight of Wands in the reverse is a knight who turns people off, right? Because they're stressed and they create conflict and they don't know how to communicate, and they're very reckless, and they have scattered energy. So in terms of advice, it's like, don't be that way. Instead, harness the power of the Tower. So the power of the Tower in this respect would be have that sudden revelation or awakening within yourself, some type of sudden insight, like going within and doing a little soul searching. And like if you're listening to this reading and you're resonating, be like, wow, she's right. Jen is right. I don't get equal reciprocity in my relationships. And yes, maybe in some cases you're dealing with someone who just doesn't know how to level up, or they don't know how to give, or they're choosing not to give. But most often than not, more often than not, people don't know how to give to us because we don't know how to communicate what it is we want and need. And that might be a sudden revelation Tower moment for you, particularly after seeing this reading. And so that Page of Wands says, the Page of Wands is a discoverer, right? That's the minor arcana card to the Fool card. So it's like, I'm going to do things differently now, but in a cautious way. The Page of Wands is more cautious than the Fool card because it's at page level. So it's like discover new ways to communicate. It is a card of discovery. It's a card of information. So gather information, look things up online. But I feel like there's the potential or opportunity here for you to, 8 of Cups, leave the way that you used to communicate or not communicate in relationships. You can leave that behind. Claim your autonomy or reclaim your independence, reclaim your power in these very imbalanced connections in your life. And so the next time you want to communicate your want, need, and desire, you might come at it at page level, but you're going to do it a lot sharper. Meaning you don't have to be harsh and brash like maybe a Gemini would be, but you also don't have to roll over and play dead either and pretend like you don't have wants and needs. You do. So, for those of you who choose to take the assignment, and again, you harness the power of this full moon over the course of the next 6 months. This is the Libra I want to be in 6 months. I want to have connections in my life that are more balanced and more fair. And so I'm going to use this 6 months almost like a trial. Or maybe not a trial. I mean, you could look at it as a trial, but more like I'm going to use the next 6 months to try different ways of communication, because it's okay. There's no failing in trying. As long as you keep trying, right? You're going to learn each time. So try out different methods and different ways to convey what it is you want and need. I think as long as you're determined to leave behind your people-pleasing membership card and you focus on communicating the truth, what it is you want and need, I feel that will help you reclaim your independence or reclaim your power in a lot of situations. And if you do it over the course of the next 6 months, it won't be abrupt or reckless. People might not even notice it. They might have to look back 6 months from now. They're going to look back and go, oh, wow, yeah, Libra really has changed. But it won't be such an abrupt, noticeable change for them. It's something you're going to implement small. So again, that's what I have for you, Libra. If that message did not resonate at all, just check one of your other placements, my dear, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus and Jupiter. But if it did, or you found it to be fun, entertaining, maybe even helpful or enlightening, please be sure to click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Okay, Scorpio, let me just get this out of the way here for you from Libra's reading. And while I do that, I'll talk to you about the super full moon. So the super full moon, Scorpio, is affecting all of the zodiac signs differently. And for you, my dear, it might touch a little bit of a nerve. This reading might be a little bit of a trigger warning. Okay, I'm telling you in advance, I'm a Scorpio moon, so I mean no harm, okay? But whether you're a Scorpio or you're a Scorpio placement, the full moon is asking you, us in particular, to release the pressure we put on ourselves for perfectionism. Like, it's okay to try something without doing it perfectly. Or, it's okay for others around you to not be perfect as well. Expectations sometimes is the thief of joy. Expectations that we may have or that we put in place for others, if they don't meet or exceed those expectations, then we feel like all hope is lost and we didn't get what we wanted, right? But it's kind of like sometimes we have to recognize that our life's biggest disappointments doesn't really come from others. It comes from the expectations we put on others. And sometimes those expectations are rooted in some type of fantasy of perfectionism that we want. We just want everything to be perfect, and it can't be. It's just, that's not life. So we have to look at it. Sometimes our disappointments come from the expectations or unrealistic expectations we put on others. Let's get you a Moonology card here. I know that's a hard one, but we're entering your season, our season. So it is a time of transformation. We can change this if we want, the way we show up in relationships, the way we judge others. And we can certainly remove from ourselves this need for perfectionism in ourselves and all the people, places, and things around us. So tell me more about this message here regarding the super full moon for the Scorpio collective. One more shuffle. Thank you. Release your blocks. First quarter moon in Scorpio. So sometimes our blocks in a relationship, in a connection, whether it's platonic or romantic, we're very quick to say it's that person, that person, that person. And maybe sometimes it is. But sometimes we're the block because we're looking for some unachievable, unattainable goal within someone. We've placed an expectation on them that we've never conveyed to them, right? They have no idea. They have to climb up to a certain rung on the ladder to make us happy. And we set up these expectations, and then when they don't reach that top rung of the ladder, we feel disappointed and we want to just mother F them out of our life, right? Because we're angry or frustrated. So sometimes we have to look at take a look at these connections and be honest and say sometimes we are our own worst enemy within them. Look, it's the shadow side of all of us, so it's nothing to be ashamed about. Step up and lead. New moon in Capricorn. Yeah, it's time for us. Okay, I'm resonating with part of this message. And when I was doing the astrology on it, I was like, I don't know if Scorpio is going to like this, but it's the truth. It's the truth. Sometimes we do set unrealistic expectations for people, particularly the ones we love the most, right? Because we just want them to do the right thing and we know what the right thing is. So let's get another Moonology card here for Scorpio, please and thank you. Moonology card here for you. Forgiveness, full moon forgiveness. Sometimes we have to forgive others, right? If they don't make it to that rung on the ladder, whether we told them or not. We clearly set an expectation for them that while in our eyes was completely achievable, it was not within the wheelhouse of that person to achieve that rung on that ladder or whatever that expectation is. So it's forgiving that person, but also forgiving ourselves for putting that expectation, unattainable expectation on them. This is going to be a real reading, really deep reading. So yeah, it's a little bit of a trigger, but it's a shadow side of us and we have to be realistic and look at it. A win-win outcome is forecast, full moon in Libra. And then you have a time to give rather than take, new moon in Virgo. So give some forgiveness, give some grace. Let's get into tarot now for you, my love. Tell me more about releasing blocks, forgiveness for the Scorpio collective. Releasing the pressure of perfectionism. And look, if people think that, as a Scorpio or Scorpio placement, they think that we're hard on them. We are. But we also can be really hard on ourselves, right? So there's a need for us to not just change the way we treat others or the expectations we put on others, but it's also the expectations we put on ourselves. Tell me more about this now for Scorpio. It's face down. I'm going to take a look at it and put it back. 10 of Wands in the reverse. We'll see if it comes out again. Tell me more about this for Scorpio. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. 5 of Swords in the upright. Knight of Wands in the upright. 4 of Pentacles in the upright. And King of Cups in the upright. Bottom of the deck, we have King of Wands in the upright, 5 of Wands in the upright, 9 of Cups in the upright. It's going to be your choice, okay? The Lover's card here is the ultimate choice in tarot. So in respect to this message, some of us, I'm going to say us because I'm a Scorpio moon, some of us, we often find ourselves having conflict with others, 5 of Swords. because they didn't do or say what we expected them to do or say, or they didn't do and say it in a manner in which we wanted, or within the time frame that we wanted. And then sometimes when that occurs, we have to, let's be honest now, sometimes when that occurs, we flee the relationship, like energetically, because we feel like we didn't get what we wanted, right? Or this person should have done that. They should have said that. There's an argument about it, and then we emotionally, we pull away. The Knight of Wands very quickly will energetically retract. Now, maybe some of you will ghost a person for a period of time, whether they even realize they're being ghosted or not. But it's a retraction of energy. 4 of Coins. I'm holding it to myself, to my chest. I'm going to pull back my energy. I'm going to pull back my resources. I'm pulling back my investment in this connection. And then we turn into the King of Cups, which is an individual who does not verbalize, right? It's a very stoic, whether you're masculine or feminine. And this is our energy, right? This is cup energy. It's Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. So in respect to this reading, the King of Cups is someone who does not verbalize how they feel. They internalize it all. They're very stoic individuals. They could have great love for someone, but at the same time, they will withdraw it. The person might not even realize it for a while. So I feel like there's an opportunity here to change over the course of the next 6 months, because I look at full moons as an opportunity to create a plan or a path for change. And to do that over this 6-month period, because this is something that, one, is learned behavior through all of our connections, through our upbringing, but it's also intrinsic of our sign for Scorpios, this need for perfectionism. Everything has to be just right. And sometimes we don't communicate that to the person. We just expect them to know what we know, or they should know I wanted that. Or they should know I needed that. You know, they should have known that I needed that yesterday. But if we don't convey it, it's very unrealistic and it's really unfair. So it's a shadow side to Scorpio. This full moon does give us the opportunity to harness the energy, co-create with the universe. I recognize this is a shadow side of myself, and I want to spend the next 6 months healing this within myself, learning to communicate better, and also learning to not to expect perfection from myself or others, because that's another thing we do, right? We set unrealistic expectations for ourselves in even the smallest of ways. I'm going to do ABC chores inside today, and then I'm going to do blah, blah, blah chores outside around the property, and then I'm also going to go to the store, and I'm going to run this errand. And then at the end of the day, when someone's like, so what did you do today? Or maybe you're by yourself reflecting back on your day, and you're like, crap, I only did 2 things. I had 11 things on the list, but it was unrealistic. So sometimes we do that to ourselves. We'll set an unrealistic list of things that we have to do, chores, errands, responsibilities. I'm going to get it done in this time frame. And then when we don't, we're peed off at ourselves or mad at ourselves. But, you know, there's internal conflict then, 5 of Swords. So I just feel like there's a need here to take control, King of Wands, take control of ourselves. The way we do this moving forward. And I think it's an internal battle for some of us, because we've always operated from this way. We expect other people to do the quote unquote right thing, even if we don't communicate it to them. I feel like this is a great time if you choose to take the assignment, right? We don't have to. It's a great time with that 9 of Cups of self-reflection. I like the 9 of Cups in this card because this individual is holding a child. So for some of you, I feel like this is I don't want to call it a childhood wound, but something you learned in childhood. You may have had a parent or an individual or, you know, a guardian, whomever, who helped raise you. You know, I mean, I had parents in my life, but my grandmother, I feel like, had the most influence on me, my paternal grandmother. So whoever that individual was, some of you may have had someone who didn't really express love to you or appreciation of you unless you did what they wanted you to do. Like you had to be perfect. Maybe you had to get perfect grades in school, or you had to clean everything off your plate at the end of your meal, or you had to make your bed a certain way, or, you know, talk a certain way. It's going to be different for each of you, but for some of you, you could have had a parental figure. And so for some of you, this might require healing of some childhood wounds within you. You could be portraying, I don't want to say portraying, you could be mimicking that kind of behavior without even realizing it, because it's just the way we were raised. You know, even though my dad's mom, I was the closest to her growing up, and I spent most of my time with her. My mom had unrealistic, and my dad more, I should say my dad more than my mom. My dad had unrealistic expectations of me when it came to education. I was the only girl out of 5. My dad was an immigrant from Yugoslavia who came here in the 60s. It was so, my education was so important to him that he put unrealistic expectations on me. I was under enormous pressure as a kid to be a straight A student. And that's really tough when you're entering kindergarten not even knowing English. I was born in the United States of America, but because they did not speak English in the household, I didn't know a lot of English when I entered kindergarten. Thank God I had a kindergarten teacher who tutored me. But I almost feel like this is healing of that inner child, or healing of that inner wounds, or healing of this inner, I don't want to call it a lesson, but, you know, this is a childhood wounds. This is a shadow that a lot of us have. Not all, but a lot. So for some of you, that 9 of Cups card, particularly the depiction in this deck of this individual holding a child, I kind of feel it's like, for some, again, not for all, this is something that we learned in childhood. And I say we because I don't want you to feel like I'm picking on you or anything like that. As a Scorpio placement in my moon, I'm kind of resonating with this message. This could be learned behavior that we can definitely choose. The Lover's card, this could be our choice to change this within ourselves, and it's not going to be easy. Change never is, right? But we can be dedicated to changing, to releasing this block, this need for perfectionism in others and in ourselves, right? So when people, you know, I don't want to say we should lower our expectations, but I mean, one, yes, we can learn to lower our expectations, but I also think we need to better communicate our expectations of people, or talk to them, reach some kind of compromise. Like, this is what I expect or what I need out of this connection. Do you think you can meet that need? Do you think you can meet that expectation? Sometimes we never verbalize it. And then when the person falls short, you know, we're pissed off and we retract our emotions and energy. And then that just creates more conflict in the connection. So yeah, this starts with us, Scorpio, and I think we can do this. Where are we going with this for the Scorpio collective, for the Scorpios who are resonating with this message and want to change this, right? What can you tell us for Scorpio? Where are we headed in the near future? One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. The Hangman, perspective. Yeah, I like this. Pausing and looking at this and saying, yeah, I really have been this way. I put too much pressure on myself and on others to be perfect. 2 of Pentacles, I have to better balance out the way I communicate, what I expect of myself, what I expect of others. And King of Swords, verbalize it. Oh, this is beautiful. So yeah, 9 of Wands, you can defend your position. You can defend your wants and needs. But if you're not verbalizing it in a way that's balanced, there's no harmony. So a lot of us could have connections in our life, past or, you know, present, that have been off balance, or maybe didn't go the way we wanted them to go. Perhaps it's time for us to sit in Hangman status a little bit and realize that maybe we were part of the problem. And that problem is twofold. One, we didn't communicate our wants and needs. We certainly didn't discuss it with the other individual to see if there was a compromise or some negotiation. Were they even agreeing to the, you know, were they even agreeing to the expectation we put on them? Were they even aware of it? So yeah, I think, you know, for those of us who want to do the work, we can certainly use the next 6 months to create this path, or I should say this plan. So 6 months from now, we can look back and say, I'm a much better healed and happier Scorpio. I'm not that person anymore. I transformed. I used the scorpionic energy of transformation during, you know, Scorpio season. This is going to be the launching point for you, for those of you who want to make this change, a Scorpio season, right? Transformative energy, no better time to harness it than now. And I think if we do that, we can look back 6 months from now and say, wow, I'm a much better and effective communicator. My relationships in my life now are more balanced, and I have released the need of perfectionism, or to have perfectionism in my life. And I do think in that process of change and growth, we're kind of healing that inner child wound that some of us may have. Let's get some advice here for you. I like that. So if you choose to take the assignment and you have this page of enlightenment and awareness, then yeah, I think moving forward, much more balanced Two of Pentacles connections. Our existing connections will better balance, and I think new connections entering our life will be balanced from the get-go. Give me advice, final advice now for the Scorpio collective who are on this journey of exploration and the eradication of perfectionism in their life. Tell me more. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. We have Two of Pentacles in the reverse as an advice card. I like this. Four of Swords in the reverse. I like that as well. And the Hermit in the reverse. Look, I like these cards even though they're in the reverse. Bottom of the deck, you have the Chariot to the Page of Wands in the upright. So Two of Pentacles in the reverse is saying, it talks about overcommitment. It also talks about being impatient, which sometimes we tend to be if people don't, meet that expectation. So in terms of advice, it's telling us, don't be reckless with this. Don't grow frustrated, because this is unlearning this is a learned behavior, and we have to unlearn it. So we're not going to get it right the first time. So, the Two of Pentacles in the reverse could be someone who gets frustrated easily. It's like, don't be frustrated. This won't be perfect the first time you try it. But it's worth the gamble. It's worth the risk. Four of Swords in the reverse talks about stress, talks about isolation. It talks about feeling burnt out. So, in terms of advice, it's saying you don't have to look at this like, well, if people can't be perfect, or they can't live up to my expectations, I'm just going to cut them out of my life. You don't, and I'll just be alone forever. I mean, you can be alone forever if you choose, but do you really want to be alone forever? Most people don't. So you don't have to do this again in an abrupt way or in a reckless way, or cut people out of your life. And the Hermit in the reverse, talks about you can withdraw your perfectionism or need for perfectionism without walking away from people in your life, without isolating the people you care about the most. There is victory here for you. And that Page of Wands says you should be excited about this change. And I know that change is scary, because this is the way we've always done it. And maybe we've never wanted to look at ourselves to see that we could potentially be part of the problem. But guess what? I think we're part of the problem. I think we expect people to do the right thing as we see it. And either we don't convey it to them fully, or we don't even get their opinion on it. We just tell them, look, you got to do A, B, and C. And it's unrealistic for that person. It's not in their wheelhouse. It's not within their capabilities. It's not something they really want to do. And then when it comes down to it and they don't do it, we're, out of my life, or withdrawing energy, or, retracting myself, ghosting them. We all handle it differently. But I think we could be honest with ourselves and say that's not the healthiest way to form a connection or to maintain a connection. So change is never easy. I think if anyone can do it, it's you. I do. You are Scorpio. You are the Death card in tarot. You're all about ending the way I used to do something, and now I'm going to do it a different way. You're all about transformation. That's your card. So, you definitely have the power within you, and we're just, every day we edge a little bit closer to your season. So this definitely would be the time for you to say, you know what, she's right, or the message is right. I have to change the way. And look, for some of you, maybe it's not within your connections. It's just within yourself. You might just put too many extra. I do all the time. I sit there, I'm like, today I'm going to do 24 tarot readings. Well, if the average tarot reading is 30 minutes, right, on a long reading like this, they average between 20 and 30 minutes a piece. I think I'm going to do 12 of those, and then I'm going to do 12 other long format ones. That's impossible. That's like 12 hours of recording. And then I have to edit, and then I have to upload, because I take breaks in between these. Maybe I have to get something to eat or something to drink, or, so there's no way. And then do my other household, chores and stuff. There's not enough time in a day. So there are days I realize this, that I set, unrealistic expectations on myself. And then at the end of the day, I'm really pissed off because I only did 12 readings. I wanted to do 24, and I wanted to wash 5 loads of clothes, but I didn't have a chance to do that either. So even if you think you're okay in your relationships, and I'm guaranteeing you, you're not. Okay, well, let's be honest here. We know that we're not. We know that we're part of the problem sometimes, right? And that's okay. It happens. But the acknowledgement of it is where growth comes from. So there's a great opportunity here for us to grow. I like this. I really do. I don't know if any of you are resonating with this message. I just want to get another set of 3 more cards here for you. So don't do it in a reckless way. If you trip and fall and you resort back to the old way of looking for perfectionism or judging people harshly or not communicating wants and needs, in an effective way, don't be reckless. Don't get frustrated with yourself. Just try again. The answer isn't F everyone. They're not as good as I am. I'm just going to be withdrawn and lonely. That's not the answer. You don't want to live your life alone. And with that Hermit card, again, I feel it's like, don't lose your way. The Hermit in the reverse, an individual who loses their way, they kind of give up. And I don't think you need to give up on yourself. I just think you have to set boundaries with yourself, I just heard. I guess boundaries with yourself. Okay, tell me more about this for Scorpio now, please, and thank you. 4 of Pentacles in the upright, 9 of Cups in the upright, and Queen of Pentacles. I like that. That is the, and bottom of the deck, Page of Swords. So, yeah, I like this. 4 of Pentacles in this deck talks about self-improvement. It talks about self-control, not just in terms of money, but Pentacles being any resource. So I think it's a better way for us to restore balance in a connection is by self-improvement, looking at what we can change within ourselves. 9 of Cups, I think that does usher in more contentment in our life. I think our relationships will be more balanced. I think we'll be more satisfied. We'll probably find our connections to have more emotional stability. And the Queen of Pentacles is a very nurturing queen. It's the most nurturing queen out of the 4 in tarot, but it's someone who's practical and supportive. They're reliable. As an individual that can, I don't want to say better nurture a connection, but nurtures a connection very well. It's a very balanced queen. So I feel like for those of us who choose to do this, right, and it's not going to be easy, but if we can identify this within ourselves, forgive ourselves for being this way, forgive everyone in the past who maybe didn't achieve the expectations we set for them. And if we can release this block, this is a major block for us, then a win-win outcome is forecast. I think where we look back from now, 6 months from now, we're going to look back and be like, I'm a much more balanced, healthier, stable, nurturing Scorpio than I was back then in October 2024. So that's what I have for you, Scorpio. That's your super full moon message. If you didn't like it, if it didn't resonate, just check one of your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus and Jupiter. But if you did, or if you found them to be fun, entertaining, insightful, helpful, please click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, I'm wishing you a lot of love, as well as light, love, and peace. Sagittarius, let's see what your super full moon message is. Now, the super full moon affects all 12 zodiac signs differently, but for Sagittarians in particular, the super full moon is asking you to wrap up any projects you have on the back burner, ones that have been lingering, ones maybe you've been procrastinating on, in order for you to begin a new project. So, and also before undertaking a large assignment, you need to make sure that it also aligns with your spirit and heart moving forward, because often we end up agreeing to projects or deciding to do a particular project, and the reason why they linger so long, or we end up procrastinating on them, is because they really don't motivate us, or they're really not aligned with our path, with our journey, with our mission, with our spirit, with our heart, and so they just kind of linger longer than they should. But if you're emotionally connected to your project, whatever that may be, right, in your professional, personal, or romantic life, then you'll be more motivated to work on it, or to complete that task, or to reach that goal or that target. So let's see, what is your Moonology card here for Sagittarius? One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. Practice gratitude, last quarter moon in Sagittarius. Bottom of the deck, my love, we have lighten up, last quarter moon in Leo. So yeah, I feel like number one, you should practice gratitude. Of course, that's something we should all practice. But there's also, in life, there are lessons that we need to learn. And there is some gratitude here for you. For those of you where you're resonating with this message of, yeah, I really shouldn't commit or overcommit myself to a particular project or responsibility or task if it doesn't align with me, or it doesn't feel good right off the bat, or I'm not emotionally connected to it, right? It's not in tune or in touch with my spirit or my heart. So maybe find some gratitude in that lesson, then wrap up these lingering projects, and make sure, I want to say, like, if before you start a new project in the future, and look, Sagittarians always have something new, right, that they want to start. You're an incredibly creative fire sign, but just make sure moving forward that your heart and soul is really invested in them, okay? Let's get you another Moonology card here, my love, please, and thank you. Here we go. Release blocks, the falling moon. I like that. So yeah, sometimes, we're unable to achieve a particular goal, or complete a task, or, finish a project because there are blocks. And sometimes we are that block, right? I say we because you're not in this alone, right? All 12 zodiac signs can be their own block in this respect. But yeah, I think you need to release your block. But in this respect, the block is you. You're like kind of extending or overextending yourself, or getting involved in projects that you're really not that passionate about. Like, they sound good in the moment type of thing. We have confidence is your key to success, new moon in Leo, and bottom of the deck, my love, we have hold your vision, fixed moon. Let's jump right into tarot for you. So confidence is your key to success. Well, confidence comes from doing what we love to do. So perhaps some of you need to think a little bit more when you have an opportunity, or you have some inspired idea. Maybe you have to give it a little bit more thought of, like, yeah, this sounds really great in the moment, but am I going to love this a month from now, 6 months from now, or maybe even a year from now? Is it worth all of the time and energy I'm going to invest into it? Okay, tell me more about this here for the Sagittarius collective. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. Sag, we have the Death card, transformation. Transform the way we look at these projects. The Tower, that sudden realization, revelation we have of, like, oh yes, the reason why I haven't been finishing these tasks or completing these projects is they're really not aligned with me, and I don't particularly like them anymore, right? They sounded good in the moment. Repainting my house by hand sounded good in the moment, right? But now it's 6 months later and I haven't completed it because it was something I didn't want to do. I should have hired a painter. Maybe I didn't like the paint color, whatever it is for you. Lovers in the reverse. And then we have the Chariot. All 4 of your cards are major arcana cards. So I feel like you know this, right? The Death card talks about transformation. It also talks about something has to begin before something new can end. So for those of you where you have those projects lingering, this is the time to wrap them up. I would harness the power of Scorpio, because we're about to enter Scorpio season. That season is all about transformation. And so I would definitely use this to transform myself, wrap up these loose ends so new projects can come into play. Have that realization, that inner dialogue, that sudden revelation within yourself that I really need to I don't want to say have a litmus test for projects, but you know, when these opportunities or inspirations cross my path, I'm going to have to give them more consideration or really think them through. The Lovers in the reverse, you know, Lovers is the ultimate choice card in tarot. So, you know, it's your choice at the end of the day, but the Lovers in the reverse is like a choice has been made, but it's not a pleasant one in this type of reading. So I feel like in the past, again, a lot of you agreed to do something, and it just, you know, it took too long to complete because your heart wasn't really in it. And I feel like moving forward, that's not the way to go. Two of Swords in the upright, Justice and King of Swords. Wow. And then the Sun card. I'm going to take that for you as well. So yeah, in the future, before you make a decision about committing yourself, committing your pentacles. Pentacles in tarot are resources. Your time, your money, your love, your energy, your creativity, your inspiration. Before you make the decision, you're going to really have to weigh the pros and cons of it. Again, am I going to like this a week from now, a month from now, 6 months from now, a year from now? Does it align with who I am? Is it balanced with who I am? King of Swords, have that very honest conversation with yourself before committing to anything. And I feel like that is how you find ultimate success. The Sun card is the happiest card in the deck, and it does talk about vitality and happiness, but it also speaks of success. And so I feel like these projects of yours in the future, provided you pause before making a decision, don't rush into them too quickly. Have this honest conversation with yourself. Are they really aligning with my goals at this time, or my purpose, or my mission, or my vision for myself, my job, my business, my relationship? You know, whatever it is for you, it'll be different for each of you, but you know, it's making the decision that is best for you. And I feel like sometimes, you know, we're all guilty of this. We agree to do something because we think we're helping someone else out, or we think it's a great idea in the moment. We don't really think it through. And then it ends up maybe like not being successful, or it falls apart, or we put on the back burner and we kind of never get to it. So I feel when in the future, when you have these new creative inspired ideas, or again, opportunities come to you, whether it's in your professional, personal, romantic life, if you can learn the pause, which is so important before making a decision, and releasing the block, right? The block being, I'm going to say yes to everything. No, that's actually a block to success, because you don't really want to do everything, or not everything is aligned to you or with you. So if you can have that honest conversation with yourself, I feel like all new projects moving forward for you will yield great results, will yield success with that Sun card. What else would you like to tell Sagittarius about this moving forward? Yeah, if you're emotionally connected to a project, you're way more motivated to get it done and to put your all into it. And that absolutely will yield better results for you, right, in the future. What else does Sag need to know about this? One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. We have Nine of Swords in the reverse, which I like. It's a card that speaks about releasing. We have the Knight of Cups in the reverse, and then we have the Three of Cups. So again, success, celebration, community, particularly when you're working on projects that involve other people, right? And I mean, yeah, you certainly could have a project where you're just involved, you know, yourself, right? It's a singular project. But particularly when it comes to like working with others, again, I feel like if you can release the block, Nine of Swords in reverse talks about release. Don't jump in and just make a decision that later on you regret. So Knight of Cups, you know, be very... Knight of Cups in reverse in this type of reading for me, the energy here I'm getting is like be more discerning before you agree to something, before you offer that cup. And that cup, again, can hold anything: time, money, resources. It's an investment, right, that you're making into something or someone. And it's almost like your success and victory comes if you can learn the pause. Interesting. Bottom of the deck, Page of Cups. Okay, this is a short reading for you. I'm shocked, Sag, but I feel like the message is so direct and so on point for you. There's very little here for me to clarify, because this is about you. This is a super full moon asking you to harness the power of this lunar event. This is the largest or I should say the most impactful super full moon of the year. There were 3 or 4 this year, but this one is the closest to the earth than the others. And so the transformative energy or transformative power of it is huge. So, you know, when I look at full moons in terms of planning ahead and projects, I always look 6 months at the 6 month mark. So maybe give yourself, because I don't know, maybe for some of you, you have some pretty large projects, right? So I'm certainly not telling you to like abandon them or hurry up and rush them where they won't yield the results you want. And maybe like take the next 6 months to finish them, and then moving forward, any new projects or creative ideas or endeavors you have, it's really like a time to pause. Because I feel like in the past you acted too quickly or agreed to invest or overinvest, and then maybe it didn't yield the results you wanted because you could have half-assed it. No offense, we're all guilty of that, because it's just like, speed it up, get it done, right? I kind of need this off my plate, or I need this crossed off the list type of thing. So yeah, I feel like your projects in the future will yield better results if you can remember the pause. Advice for Sagittarius, additional advice when it comes to this. One more shuffle here, please, Anne. Thank you. We have the 8 of Swords in the upright. The Ace of Swords, I love that, right? Because this person gets cut away. I'll explain it in a second, sorry. And then the 5 of Wands, the 7 of Swords, the Empress, and the Hierophant. I love this. Bottom of the deck, 2 of Cups. So, you know, again, in regards to this, this particular message for you. The 8 of Swords is someone who they're trapped. I've always said in tarot, this person is bound to these swords, these thoughts, these communications, but more important, more particularly their thoughts. They're really just bound to them by toilet paper. That's why it's a self-imposed imprisonment. This person is blinded. They feel like they're held captive. They can't get out of this. They feel isolated. They feel restricted. But it's a victim mentality of, I can't get this project done, but you can't get it done because you have no passion for it. Because you started something that really didn't align with you spiritually or maybe even financially. It could be a financial project as well. But I like the Ace of Swords here because I feel like if you can recognize this within yourself, that maybe a block to achieving goals in the past, or that you decided to do things that, not that they were unachievable, but they were just not aligned with you. So you weren't passionate about it. So if you can have this open, honest conversation with yourself moving forward. Now, there could be some internal battle, 5 of Wands. There could also be a battle with others. You know, and maybe in the past, that 5 of Wands card also talks about competition. So, or the clashing of egos or being petty. So again, I'm not picking on you, Sag. I love you. I'm a Sagittarius rising. Or I'm sorry, my North Node is in Sag, sorry. It's been a long day. But so I'm certainly not picking on you. You're a high placement on my chart. But sometimes we can be a little egoic and we agree to do something because we think we can do it better than someone else, or we think it won't be as successful if it doesn't have our input, or, you know, if we're not part of the project. But I feel like you shouldn't in the future maybe allow any type of rivalry or ego or anything to almost lure you into doing something that you really, at the heart of it, you really don't want to do. So I feel like moving forward, you know, the 7 of Swords card gets a bad rap because everyone's like, oh, that's lying, cheating, stealing, betrayal. But, you know, the meaning of the 7 of Swords card is someone who has to go, it's someone who believes that their 7 swords were taken from them unwillingly, like confiscated, if you will, by some kingdom or empire. And now this individual has to sneak back into the empire or the kingdom to reclaim the swords that they feel are rightfully theirs before those swords are used against them. So does the person have to wear a false mask or a veil, pretend to be someone they're not, lie, cheat, steal to try to reclaim what was originally theirs? Yes. And that's sort of where we get the modern day meaning of the card, but in truth, this is an individual who moves in a very stealth and strategic like way. And so I feel like in the future, whether you're masculine or feminine, in order for you to harness the power of the Empress speaks of fertility. And that doesn't just mean birthing a human being or birthing life, it's birthing any new creative endeavor or project, right? So I feel like in order for you to really harness the power and the success that comes with being the Empress, you need to, you don't need to do anything, right? You have the divine gift of free will, but for those of you who are resonating with this message, there's a need here for you to mentally move towards a project in a very stealth and strategic like way, weighing all of the pros and cons. Does it align with your mission or purpose? Are you allowing ego to intervene? Is that the only reason why you want to do it? Do you want to prove that it can't be done without you, or that you can do it better than someone else? I feel like this is a very valuable spiritual lesson for some of you where this message is resonating. You know, the Hierophant is a lesson when I do these types of readings. So I feel like, yeah, this is like a higher level of commitment to yourself moving forward. Again, whenever you have some creative inspiration or idea, to practice the pause, because I feel like not practicing the pause for you in the past was a block. In respect to yourself, the Two of Cups could be your masculine and feminine energies are aligned, and that would put you in the power of the Empress, whether you're masculine or feminine. If this is in regards to any other soul contract, family member, friend, or lover who you're collaborating with on projects in the future, I feel like it will just strengthen the bond between you and that individual or those individuals, again, by only accepting to be part of projects or to start these creative endeavors if they truly align with who you are. Sometimes our ego can be a block, and we set unrealistic expectations on ourselves, or we agree to do something again just because we think we can do it better than someone else, or they'll never get that done without me, and that's just ego talking. So that's what I have for you, Sag. I hope you didn't take any offense. It's certainly not meant to be that way. These particular readings are about growth and how we can expand ourselves in the future. So for those of you who have these really big projects, you know, the recommendation here, again, you could take it or leave it, is to wrap them up over the course of the next 6 months. Take your time so, you know, you do them correctly. And they will have like the best return on investment for you. But then moving forward, kind of just practice the pause, my love. So if that message did not resonate with you, or maybe you're just curious about your other placements, you're welcome to check your sun, moon, rising, as well as your Venus and your Jupiter for this particular reading. But if you did find this to be helpful or enlightening or entertaining in any way, please be sure to click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, Sagittarius, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Capricorn. Let's see what your full moon or super full moon message or messages are. Now, Capricorn, the super full moon affects all 12 signs differently. But for you, my love, the super full moon is asking you to rest. Now, your efforts to achieve success and to have that, you know, sense of fulfillment are very admirable. However, they could be causing you to feel a bit burnt out. So rather than giving up, because the divine would never tell you like give up on your goals or give up on your achievements or anything like that, but you may need to rest, or you may feel this need to rest so you can then refocus on your goals. So maybe allow yourself a moment in the next week or in the next couple of weeks to like decompress in order to bring balance or restore balance back into your life before re-engaging with any of your, you know, big pursuits or big projects that you have at this time. So with that being the intention of this reading, let's see what your super full moon card is here for the Capricorn collective. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. Your super full moon card, unleash your kindest self. I love that. First quarter moon in Capricorn, which is your sign, my dear. So unleash your kindest self. I believe it is to yourself. Okay, let's get you a second moonology card here for the Capricorn collective. Yeah, time to be kind to yourself. You give so much to others. You have so much on your plate. And again, success is admirable, but it can't come to a cost of your physical health or even your mental or emotional health or financial, right? It's different for all of you. Let's get you another card now. Last shuffle, please and thank you. And we have for you, my dear, mystery, dark side of the moon. Ooh, that's an elusive message. We'll clarify that. And then bottom of the deck, we have moonlight enchanted. Some of you may have a new project that you have in mind that you want to start. Could be a mystery to others. Maybe it's something you haven't discussed. So some new creative endeavor, could be a project, an idea, a thought, a concept. But, you know, for those of you that resonate with that portion of the message, I feel like the intuitive message that I'm receiving for you is that maybe you need to pause and rest before you actually launch forward with it. Because I feel like, you know, this card coming up with the mystery and then bottom of the deck is enchanted. So this would be like, again, a project, a plan, an idea that you have that's very enchanting to you, something you want to do, a bit of a mystery. You've kept it to yourself, you know, to your chest, to your vest, so to speak, and haven't told others about it. Perhaps you need to do a little decompressing and rest and relaxation before you embark on whatever this new adventure is for you. Let's get you a mini Moonology card now. Whoop, and then we'll get into tarot. That card flipped around, did 3 somersaults on the way down. Be bold and make the first move. Cardinal moon. And bottom of the deck, don't let pride get in your way. Full moon in Leo. Be bold and make the first move. Let's get into tarot for you now. Tapping into the Capricorn collective. Maybe before you are bold and you make the first move on whatever this new mysterious plan, idea, concept, project, life change, right? It'll be different for all of you. Perhaps before you are bold and you make the first move, you need to unleash some kindness towards yourself or to yourself. Tell me more about this now for the Capricorn collective. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. First card out, we have the 7 of Swords in the upright. The Magician in the upright. Look at this beautiful energy for you. Queen of Pentacles in the upright. There you are, masculine or feminine. And then we have the Ace of Pentacles in the reverse. Yeah, before you invest in anything, plan, project, idea, big life change, you know, this could be a move, this could be engaging in a relationship, this could be disengaging from a relationship, starting a new job, leaving a job, new hobby, whatever this is for you, because it's uniquely different to all of you. It might be something you haven't revealed to many people. And I feel like the cards here are saying you need to move in a stealth and strategic-like way with that 7 of Swords card. You know, as tarot readers, and I'm guilty of it too, but depending on the reading, you know, this card takes on many meanings. But the true meaning of this card is this individual had what they believe were their 7 swords taken from them by a kingdom or an emperor against their will. And now this individual is trying to sneak back into the kingdom or the empire to reclaim the swords that they feel were originally theirs, right? Taken against their will before those swords can be used against them. And so does this individual have to wear a false mask or pretend to be something that they're not, lie and deceive or cheat their way into the kingdom, into the empire to reclaim what they feel was rightfully theirs? Yes. So all those things apply, lying, cheating, deception, etc. But it's also, you know, this card talks about in order to do that, you have to move in a stealth and strategic-like way. So whatever this is that you're manifesting, you're praying for, you're manifesting, you're co-creating with the universe by actually working on this goal or putting this plan into motion. I feel for a lot of you, this is going to be monumental. That might be why you haven't told many people about it. It's important for you to nurture yourself. This is your queen, right? Queen of Pentacles, whether you're masculine or feminine. This is nurturing yourself, the Queen of Pentacles. This is Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn energy. So there's a need here for you to nurture yourself, nurture this idea, nurture this opportunity, nurture your environment. That's what the Queen of Pentacles does before you move forward, because the Ace of Pentacles in the reverse talks about a lost opportunity, a missed opportunity, a poor investment. So I feel like before you invest in doing whatever this monumental move is, right? I don't know what it is. It's different for all of you. But before you move forward on it, in order to make sure that it is not a missed opportunity or it's not a bad investment, in order to make sure that you have all of your ducks in a row so you can attain your goals with whatever this is, it's really important for you to move in a stealth and strategic like way in respect to this manifestation. And you have to inject some type of rest. So if you have something ending, a project, a relationship, a job opportunity, whatever it is, before you start the next thing, whether it's a replacement or an expansion of something in your life, it's really important. I feel like you're going to need all of your energy before you can launch it. Because if you move forward without giving yourself this much needed break, not only are you going to feel tired and burnt out, and you might not be able to succeed at whatever this is. That's the warning for you, at least in respect to tarot. Bottom of the deck, we have a counterpart here. King of Pentacles, Eight of Cups in the upright, and then we have the Ace of Cups. So yeah, you know, before this King of Pentacles could represent anything that you are Eight of Cupping, meaning anything you're walking away from. Could be a habit, could be a toxic personality trait, could be a toxic individual, could be a work environment that you're leaving. This could be a change in your financial resources. Eight of Cups to the King of Pentacles. Whatever this is for you, whatever or whomever the King of Pentacles represents, before you can walk away from it, there's a big, big need for you to pour into yourself. You know, the Ace of Cups card in tarot really means, I mean, as readers, we go, oh, it's new love, or it's the potential new love, but it's actually self-love, right? You have to love yourself unconditionally so the cup overfloweth, and that's when you have enough love to give to someone else. So there's definitely this huge need for you to nurture yourself before starting any new projects at this time. I think for some of you, this is a big life change. For some others of you, this could be something minor. But regardless of the intensity or severity of whatever this move or change is or plan is for you, it's important for you to nurture yourself. That is the best way for you to nurture whatever this opportunity is. Tell me more about this now for the Capricorn collective. What else does Capricorn need to know about this? One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. We have the Seven of Wands in the upright, the Knight of Wands in the upright, and the Page of Wands. Yeah, there's a need here, Seven of Wands, for you to protect your peace at all costs. Protect your energy at all costs. Protect your health at all costs. So I don't know what this is for you, what that Ace of Pentacles represents, but you will not be able to achieve success or achieve the success you want with it if you don't take like a time out. So before you move forward, Knight of Wands is very fast, energetic. I need to get it done. I need to get to the battlefield kind of energy. Before you enter or re-enter whatever this new battlefield is, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but you know, before you kind of get to work on whatever this is, or before you start on this new adventure, right? Because the Page of Wands is also here. There's a need for you to defend your health, or protect, I should say. Seven of Wands, protect your health, protect your energy. Maybe you need to protect your finances, right? The Queen of Pentacles also nurtures their finances. So whatever this is for you, and you know it best, you know your story better than I do, there's a need for you to defend it and protect it before moving forward or planning to move forward. Anything else here for the Capricorn collective? One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. We have Temperance. Yes, Temperance, right? Balance, patience. We have the Sun in the reverse, which we're going to clarify for you. And we have the Seven of Cups. Okay, so I would not allow, right, in order to do this in a very balanced way. The Seven of Cups card in the upright talks about my three least favorite illusions in the English language: illusion, delusion, and confusion. The Seven of Cups in the reverse is, I don't have any of those illusions anymore. I'm very clear thinking. I'm very clear focused. I've made up my mind. I feel like there's a need here of rest because, again, the Sun card in the reverse talks about either this lack of success in whatever this is. If you don't balance yourself out, mentally, physically, maybe financially, whatever this is for you. It could even be in respect to your health. But if you are not balanced before you make this move, it may not be successful for you. Sun in the reverse talks about, failed success, or success not achieved, or success not attained. So I feel like in order for you to enter whatever this is, and for you to be clear-minded, in order to receive the best return on your investment, or to have the highest probability of attaining or achieving whatever this goal or investment or strategy or plan is for you, it's really important for you to rest, my love. Bottom of the deck, we have Seven of Pentacles, which is the waiting card in tarot. So again, before waiting to start whatever this new thing is, there's a need here for you to rest. Let's see if I can get you any more advice. I like this for you. Be kind to yourself before you're bold to make the first move. Take time to rest. Whatever this is, it must be pretty big. If the collective message resonates with what the super full moon actually means for your sign, which is it's urging you to rest before leaping forward. So this has to be pretty big for a lot of you, whether it's switching jobs, switching living situations, taking an existing relationship and taking it to a higher level, opening up a new business. You could be moving, contemplating moving, having a family, maybe even leaving a connection, right? It's different for everyone. But it's big enough in general for the collective that it's going to require rest and protecting your assets. And what are your greatest assets? It's different for all of you. Energy, time, money, love. Tell me more about this. Any other advice here for the Capricorn collective in regards to the super full moon? One more shuffle here, please, Anne. Thank you. We have the Magician in the upright. I love this. And that's twice, right? The Magician came out for you. Magician in the upright. King of Swords in the upright. And that Seven of Pentacles card showed itself again. Let me get 6 more on this. 2 of Cups in the upright. 8 of Swords in the upright. And the 9 of Cups. This is beautiful energy. And again, we have 2 of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. So when I say again, I mean, for me, that's a card of balance. So yeah, before you manifest or launch into action, right? Because the Magician embodies all 4 aces. It's the only individual or card in tarot that depicts an individual who has all 4 aces. So you're ready to go on whatever this is. I mean, you could probably have started it yesterday, some of you, if you wanted to, and you might feel this itch or this call, like I got to get this done, or I need to act or move on this. But if this is a small life change or a small adjustment, then maybe that, use your intuition and your discernment. Maybe it is something you can act on soon. But if it's any type of monumental life change, there's a need here for you to pause, okay? To have total mental clarity before launching forward. That King of Swords is like, before moving forward, you need to have mental clarity. I feel that having mental clarity on whatever this is for you, really with that 2 of Cups card, one, it'll better balance you out, because in terms of a singular energy, the 2 of Cups card represents the masculine and feminine within all of us. So we have 2 of Pentacles, we have Temperance right behind that. So there definitely is a balancing of masculine and feminine energy within you if you do that, okay? I feel like if you don't do that, then you're stuck in the 8 of Swords. So this can be then a stressful move or a stressful change or a stressful investment. You might have negative thoughts about it. You can't think clearly, right? The 8 of Swords is an individual who can't think clearly because their fears and anxieties are getting the best of them. So it's almost like you have a choice or an opportunity here, particularly for those of you who are making a big life change. You can do it the right way and take your time and rest and be very calculating, which you typically are as an earth sign, before you're bold and make the first move. Otherwise, if you rush into it, you have the potential of getting trapped in your head, maybe not yield, maybe it won't yield the results you want it to yield. 9 of Cups, whatever this is your wish fulfillment. It is success. It leads to happiness. For some of you, emotional stability. For others of you, could be financial stability. You could be claiming or reclaiming your independence. or even joining a partner, whether it's in, you know, career and finance or love and romance. But I feel like there's joy again in your life once you get to this. There's profound happiness here. It's a great time for you to achieve your goals and your dreams and your aspirations, provided you rest first. I love this message for Capricorn. Short and sweet this time around. Some of the other readings took like a half hour, but they were a little bit more emotionally charged and had more complex messages. Yours is pretty cut and dry. Whatever this is for you, my love, I just want you, before you're bold and brave and you make that first move or you launch forward, please take time to rest. But that's what I have for you, Capricorn. If this message did not resonate with you at all, just check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus and Jupiter. Don't forget about Jupiter this time around. I explained in the intro why that is important, an important placement at this time. But if you did find this to be entertaining or helpful or enlightening in any way, please be sure to click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, Capricorn, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Aquarius. Let's see what your super full moon messages are. Now, the super full moon affects all 12 zodiacs very differently. And for you, my love, the impact here is that the super full moon, this grand lunar event that we're having on October 17th, 2024, or 18th, depending on where you live in the world, is asking you in particular, Aquarius, that being productive doesn't necessarily mean that you have to engage in activities that work you to the bone. So it's almost asking you, very similar to Capricorn, slightly different, but it is asking you to be very mindful of whatever opportunities you have, projects you engage in, any new creative endeavors that you're contemplating doing or starting, or maybe even entering a relationship, anything like that. Just make sure that you're not working yourself to the bone. Make sure that you're having fun while you're engaging in these activities. And if you find yourself during the course of the next 6 months, because full moons are always 6 months out, if you have any excess energy during that time, then maybe you want to take on challenges that allow you to like embrace your inner child or nurture your inner child with any new projects or endeavors. And it's also important for a lot of you to mend your heart from any insecurities you may have, particularly those of you that have left a relationship, right, that maybe worked you to the bone emotionally or financially or physically, if it was too taxing. Before you start that next relationship, it might be important for you to mend your heart and any insecurities you may have. Let's get you a Moonology card now, please, for my Aquarians. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. Your first Moonology card, forgive. Full moon in Pisces. Maybe forgive yourself as well as forgive others. And I think that's especially important for those of you where a relationship has, or a connection of some sort has come to an end. There definitely could be a need for forgiveness before you move forward, right, into the next relationship. Let's get another Moonology card here, please, for Aquarius. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. Your second Moonology card, and this is a different deck, says courage. It's the blood moon. I love that. So have courage to be more selective, I want to say, with any projects or endeavors or even relationships that you have in the future, to make sure that they are adding joy to your life, that they are not exhausting you, that you don't exist within them in a 10 of Swords or 10 of Wands kind of energy. So it's almost like have the courage to say no instead of maybe saying yes when you mean no, because some of you could be a little bit of a people pleaser. Don't let pride get in your way. Full moon in Leo. And some of you say yes when you mean no out of pride or out of ego. Don't get offended. I'm a fellow air sign. We do have luck is on your side. New moon in Sagittarius. I like that for you. Let's get into tarot now and delve into these messages a little bit more. So overall, super full moon is telling Aquarius, you don't have to burn yourself out in a relationship or a situation, environment, or a connection, whether it's platonic or romantic, or any type of creative endeavor or project. You should never feel like you have to grind yourself down to nothing or leave yourself exhausted. That's not how you achieve success. And anything you engage in or anyone you engage with, particularly romantic relationships, there should be some kind of fun or lightheartedness to them. Again, if they're at a point where they're just 10 of swords all the time, 3 of swords, 10 of wands, you may need to rethink those connections or those projects or those environments in the future. Tell me more about this for Aquarius. One more shuffle, please, Anne. Thank you. We have the World. Oof. So, that's a twofold message there. For some of you, you have had something like a relationship possibly significant to you come to an end. Now, it could be romantic for some of you, but for others of you, this could be work. This could be a career path. This could be ties to family, ties to a friend or friends. Again, different message for all of you. And that second message that I'm getting is perhaps we need to slam the door shut on the way we used to do things, meaning engaging in something perhaps out of ego or staying in something longer than we should. Something that I heard many years ago that kind of stuck with me is we have to know when to leave the party, right? Leave the relationship, leave the job when it's no longer fun, when it no longer aligns with us. Sometimes we need to have the courage, right, to walk away from those things, to close those chapters out in our life with the World card. Let's see what else we have for you. The Hermit in the upright, the 7 of Swords in the upright, and the King of Cups in the reverse. Bottom of the deck, you have 5 of Pentacles in the upright, King of Pentacles in the reverse, and the Chariot in the reverse. So obviously there's something here in your life that has come to an end or is about to come to an end. For some of you, you're deciding to end whatever this is. For others of you, the ending is out of your hands or out of your control. But whatever it is for you, I do feel that it's forcing you, maybe urging you, but I think for some of you it's a little bit forcing you to look within. Hermit card, do some soul searching. Some of you could have found yourselves lately to spend more time alone, looking into why did this close out, or why didn't it play out the way I thought it would, or why didn't it yield the results that I had hoped it would. That 7 of Swords card tells me that this ending for some of you, may have involved deception on some level. I'm not going to take that away from you. That very well could be the case. But for others of you, I'm getting the feeling I'm hearing thief in the night. So whether you exited this kind of undetected or the person didn't see it coming, meaning you've put on a very happy disposition at work, and then one day you just go in and at the end of the day you give them your 2 weeks notice and they're kind of like, well, where the hell did this come from, Aquarius? So for some of you, if you were the one who closed this out, whatever situation, environment, or connection this was, again, platonic or romantic, some of you, if you're the one who closed it out, you did it in a very stealth and strategic way, sort of like a thief in the night, where the other entity or individual didn't see it coming. For others of you, it's reverse, okay, because the Aquarius Collective is large, particularly here on my channel. So you're going to have to take the message how it resonates to you. But whatever it was not a big blow. I hate to say it that way, but it kind of snuck up on you, is the feeling I'm getting. Whether you did it or, again, someone else did it. Either way, the end result was you are not in balance. King of Cups in the reverse is someone who is not emotionally balanced. So whatever this is, you may have stayed in it or stayed at it longer than you should have. There could be some regret there as well for some of you. There's definitely an overall feeling here of abandonment, and I feel like this resonates with that last part of the super full moon message for you, meaning some of you may have to mend your heart or mend your insecurities now that this has come to an end, whether or not it was of your doing. For some of you, it affected your finances, King of Pentacles in the reverse, or you're afraid that it could affect your finances. This could have even been a project. Maybe you were working on a project with several individuals, and the project's unable to move forward. There could have been a lack of funding. You maybe felt like you needed to withdraw from it. Perhaps you were asked to resign or to leave this project. What if this involved other people? I feel like there was a lack of collaboration here. You may have felt ganged up upon, or that your investment, whatever your pentacle investment was, right? Because pentacles are resources. So time, money, love, creative idea, whatever it was that you were giving to this may have been rejected, or you may have felt like it was rejected, or this may have brought out some insecurities within you. Either way, it could have triggered some type of like abandonment issue, or re-triggered a childhood wound, or just wounds we collect in this lifetime, right? Even as adults, from previous relationships or previous situations where we felt rejected. So I feel like for some of you, there's a need now to rest. There's a need now to rejuvenate yourself, to learn to invest in yourself. Whatever this was, you were unable to move forward with it. Again, whatever situation, environment, or connection this was for you. And again, whether or not this is of your doing or not is really irrelevant. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean that the message here for you is that you're going to have to mend yourself emotionally, for some of you financially, for others of you, you need to work on your insecurities. You won't be able to successfully move forward. And again, successfully move forward, right? And we have that Six of, oh, I love it. Six of Swords to the Queen of Cups here. So we had King of Cups in the reverse, right? I don't read body parts, I read energy. So you won't be able to move forward. The Chariot is in the reverse until you become better balanced. So whatever this was that closed out for you, my love, whether it was of your doing or not, there's an imbalance in your life because of it. Emotionally, financially, spiritually, whatever it was, you need to rebalance it. Queen of Cups in the upright is an extremely balanced energy. It's also the most intuitive queen in tarot. I feel a lot of you in the heart of you know that this was a significant loss to you. Again, whether you precipitated this or not, but you can't really move forward in a healthy way until you forgive these individuals, forgive yourself. There's a need here for closure, and if you can't obtain it from the person you ended things with, or the person who ended things with you, then you're going to have to find that closure within yourself. It's the only way that you'll be able to move forward and build something new in the future with that Three of Pentacles card. So now this World card is going to represent some, a closing in your life, but it's different for all of you. But let me see if I can get a basic general message here for the collective. Tell me more about this World card in the upright for Aquarius. And if this hasn't happened yet, then this could be happening within the next week or so for some of you. Tell me more about this World card for the Aquarius collective. One more shuffle, please, and thank you. Being clarified by Five of Swords in the reverse, Eight of Cups in the upright, and the Four of Swords in the upright. So there was some kind of tower moment here. Bottom of the deck, we saw Ten of Wands, which I kind of mentioned in the intro of your reading. Ten of Wands, Two of Pentacles. So for some of you, again, it's different for all of you. If you walked away from this could have been this Five of Swords moment where there was a lot of conflict and you just decided, Five of Swords in the reverse, I have to end the conflict, right? The only way I can end the conflict with this particular person, place, or thing, right, is to walk away from it. Eight of Cups. And for some of you, that may have been the solution. I can't fix this, or I can't collaborate with this person or these people. This project, this relationship, whatever this is, situation isn't working. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight it anymore, and I don't want to fight for it anymore. And some of you just decided to leave. And for others of you, again, someone else could have closed this out, right? Walked away from you because that was their attempt to try to end the conflict, or the only way they knew how to end the conflict. But I have the Four of Swords here. The Four of Swords is a very healing energy. What precedes it is the Three of Swords in tarot. So this ending, again, whether you created it or you were just like the victim of it, the recipient of it, it still caused heartbreak. There's still some type of disappointment on some level, and it requires a lot of healing here. I do feel that there was a Tower moment here. This is my minor arcana card to the Hermit, and sometimes I also look at this as a minor arcana card to the Star card. So like if the Tower is the Three of Swords, what comes after the Three of Swords? The Four of Swords, and what comes after the Tower is the Star card. So there definitely is a need here for you to rest and recover and mend. Kind of was the message I was getting in the beginning for you. I'd like to get into a little bit of advice here, use the advice deck for you. So some of you, you're closing this out now, and that Blood Moon card is telling you to have the courage to do that. Don't let pride get in your way. Learn when to leave the party. You know, I was talking to my best friend who lives out in Ohio. It's like 6 hours away from me. But I was talking to Kyle earlier this morning, and we were talking about relationships and staying in them sometimes past their prime, right? And I had said to him, I said, you're going to think I'm such a terrible person for saying this, but sometimes I look at relationships, or I often look at relationships, right? Relationships that have ended in my life, again, whether if there were of my doing or not, the ending. I look at them like the equivalent of putting down an animal. Now, I've loved all my animals, and I've had many over the years. I'm 50. I'm particularly fond of cats and dogs. So I've had many, you know, over like 40 years of my life, the last 30 years of my life. But I've never regretted when they're sick and ill and terminal and they're really at end stage. I've never regretted putting them down, because that was the humane thing to do. For them, it ended their suffering, kind of ended my suffering, started my healing journey, my recovery journey. But it also ushered in for them peace, which is what their little bodies would have needed, right, in that time of sorrow. But I have regretted several of them where I didn't do it sooner, because I held on to them for a couple extra days or maybe a week because I couldn't let go, or I didn't want to let go. And, you know, maybe they suffered just a little bit more than they should have. So, you know, I said to him, sometimes we have to look at relationships that way. I've never regretted any relationship in my past, platonic or romantic, that came to an end. But there are probably about 3 or 4 in my life that I was like, I should have ended them sooner. Like I lost a part of myself, or I lost time, or I lost money, or I wasted the pretty, you know, staying in these relationships longer than I should have. So that's kind of for me is the same way. And once I explained it to him, he was like, you know what, you're right. You're right. So I feel for some of you that might be the realization that you have to make here. You know, don't let pride get in your way. Don't stay in something just to like prove them wrong or prove you can do it, because at the end of the day, you might just be robbing yourself of very important pentacles, of resources. Again, whatever that is for you, time, money, love, creativity, the opportunity to have a new beginning or a new endeavor is just something you're delaying, postponing, or preventing because you can't accept that it's time to leave the party. You don't have the courage to leave the party. And look, I'm not criticizing you. We've all been there. But at some point, we have to learn that we can't just stay in something for pride or for ego or because we're determined to make it work. If the counterpart to us, whoever that is not willing to work as equally, you know, hard as we are or invest as much as we are, it's just never going to work. And at that point, we're just wasting time, right? Let's get you some advice here, my friends. One more shuffle here for Aquarius, please, Anne. Thank you. The Devil in the upright. The Sun. Wow, I love that. Talk about healing something toxic. And the Two of Wands. Beautiful, beautiful energy. And Knight of Cups at the bottom of the deck to the Queen of Pentacles. Oh, we had King of Pentacles. So I like this a lot for you. So the Devil, this would have been any type of toxic environment, connection. Now, you know, situation. Now, maybe for some of you, it's for 1 or 2 of you, this may not be an environment, a situation, or a connection. Could be a habit. Could be a toxic personality trait that you've decided to disengage from. Whatever it was, whatever this Devil card represents, there was something codependent there. That you stayed in it longer than you should have. Thankfully, the Sun card is here. Now, it is the happiest card in the deck, and it talks about positivity and happiness, but we also forget that the sun is warm, and in that warmth, there's healing. There's been plenty of times in my life where I've been ill or I've been down. Many years ago, I suffered from a bit of a mild depression, and what my doctor told me was like, you need to get out in the sun, right? The sun is an extremely healing energy. Spend time at the beach. So I just feel like, I mean, hey, depending on where you live in the world, maybe that's something you can do. Not so much here where I'm at in the northeastern part of the United States. But I mean, today was a beautiful day and tomorrow will be beautiful. I might sit out in the sun for a little bit, although I need a jacket or a sweatshirt on. But, you know, in respect to your reading, disengaging and reclaiming your independence or your autonomy or your power from whatever this toxic situation or environment or connection was for you, I feel it will be healing for you. And once you heal from it, we talked about mending and healing your heart from insecurities that may have come up because of this. I feel then you're ready with that Two of Wands to look into the future, to make decisions, good, healthy decisions, to truly leave behind whatever this was. The Two of Wands card is not just a card of choice or a card of being at a crossroad in your life, but it's also leaving something behind for good, making travel plans to move forward, whether that's physical, energetically, emotionally, but it is a card of happiness. You know, this individual has the world in their hand. It's like the world is your oyster. As soon as you detach from whatever toxicity this is and you heal from it, the world becomes your oyster. Your goals then can be better attained. And I feel for, you know, for a lot of you, you know, this card also can talk about reconciliation with oneself before moving forward. And we did have that forgive card. So I think it's important for a lot of you, whatever this is, that you forgive yourself, maybe for staying a little bit longer than you should have. And for others of you where you haven't left, but you're on the precipice of leaving, whatever this is, have the courage to do so. It seems to be a very toxic environment or connection. And as a fellow air sign, you know, I have to say, I think you deserve better than that. This is, whatever this is, it's been 10 of Wands, 10 of Swords, sort of working you to the bone emotionally, spiritually, for some of you, financially. It's no longer fun. You might be hanging on to it out of ego. Others of you could be hanging on to whatever this is out of just pure nostalgia. But sometimes in an effort or in order to move forward in life, there are certain people, places, and things that we have to leave behind. They just can't come with us. And we sort of have to be able to have the courage to determine when that time comes and to do it in a way that we won't regret not doing it. So that's what I have for you, Aquarius. A little bit of a time of healing, lots of introspection over some cycle of your life closing out. And for others of you, you're on the precipice of making that big change. But whatever it is for you, I'm wishing you a lot of luck with it. If this did not resonate with you at all, just please check your other signs, Sun, Moon, Rising, or your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus and Jupiter. But if it did, or you just found it to be fun, entertaining, or enlightening, want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Pisces. Let's see what your super full moon message is. Now, the super full moon, let me make sure my mic is on. It is? Okay. The super full moon affects all 12 zodiac signs differently. For you, my love, in particular, it's asking you to take care of impending financial matters. And not only to boost your bank account in the present, but to shore up your finances in the future. Particularly those of you who are looking to make big life-changing decisions, like leaving a job or relocating or leaving a relationship or entering a relationship. Like, in order to have long-term financial success, you really need to buckle down on your finances. Like, get a job, maybe get a side job or a little side gig to do to make some extra money, like pay down your debts, your credit cards. For others of you, you may need to like establish credit for yourselves. So start putting away some money in the bank, work on having like a steady employment history, applying for low interest rate credit cards if they're available to you in your state or region or area of the world. But it's time for you to get your finances in order. And it's also a great time for you, and I know it might sound a little contrary, but spend a small amount of money on yourself. Small. Now, small is going to be different depending on where you live in the world, but this could be buying yourself an ice cream. This could be buying yourself a new shirt. Whatever it is to help you boost your self-esteem and your self-confidence. So yes, sock away some money. Look at your financial situation now. What do you need to change or improve in order to move forward with any, life-changing decisions that some of you are considering? What do you have to do? But first, again, if you can afford it, right? Small amount of money doesn't have, I'm not telling you to go out and buy a new car or get into debt. That's not what this reading is about, but kind of boost your self-esteem and your self-confidence. But, the super full moon, or any full moon in general, really, is like, for me, it allows 6 months. So whatever plan I put in place now, if I really work at it 6 months from now, I will either have achieved it or I'll be extremely close to achieving it. So whatever this is for you, in respect to Pisces, and the super full moon, this would be financial matters. So creating some kind of plan that you can work towards. So 6 months from now, you can look back and say, I have a better credit score, or have a better job, or have X amount of dollars. Create a realistic goal for yourself. I want to have $5,000 in savings 6 months from now, or $500 in savings, whatever you can afford. Reasonably, make a reasonable goal and then work hard to attain it. And then when you get to that 6 month mark, you can look back and say, wow, I really did it. And then set a new goal for yourself for the next 6 months. So let's get a Moonology card here for you in respect to this message for Pisces. One more shuffle, please, and thank you. We have honor your feelings, first quarter moon in Pisces. There you are. I'm going to ring the bell for you. Honor your feelings. Bottom of the deck, release control. Interesting. So for some of you, yeah, there's a monumental change in your life that once you make it, this will be you honoring yourself. This will be you honoring your feelings. But I feel for the collective, right? Maybe not for every single Piscean out there, but finances could play a role in this. And that might be why that message for the Piscean collective came through. So let's get you a second Moonology card now from the second deck for Pisces. One more shuffle, please, and thank you. Your second Moonology card, slow it down. Right. Create a realistic 6 month financial plan for yourself. You don't have to do it all overnight. You don't have to work yourself to the bone. You don't have to deprive yourself of little luxuries like a new shirt once in a while or a bowl of ice cream. Again, you can strategically save, strategically earn, and strategically save. But again, don't forget, throughout the course of 6 months, spend a little money on yourself here and there when you can, just to kind of pat yourself on the back. You could even create various milestones, little ones, maybe on a monthly basis. This month I'll say $50 or $500. Again, whatever's within your capability. And then once you do achieve it, you take $5 or $10 and you spend it on yourself. And again, I know that's not a lot of money, particularly if you're in the United States, but just something small, like to congratulate yourself that you reached that milestone. Again, I feel like it'll boost your self-esteem and self-confidence to help you go farther. Bottom of the deck, patience. Yes, have some patience with this. It takes a while to regain your footing financially or to establish yourself financially. So again, don't rush into it. Don't make any hasty moves. Don't make any hasty or risky investments. Just be smart about it. Calculate it well. Ground yourself. You're a water sign, so you may have to lean into some earth energy. And we all embody all 4 elements. So you do have earth in you somewhere, right? If you look at your birth chart. So maybe try to use that, lean on that. Let's get a mini Moonology card now for you before we launch into tarot. Well, okay, that came out. A time for healing, balsamic moon. And bottom of the deck, we have conclusions are within reach. So I feel like your goals are within reach. It's not that they're unattainable at all. And for a lot of you, I feel like this is a time for financial healing as well. Could be emotional, don't get me wrong. But because we're focusing on money now, so you can move forward to that next chapter of your life or expand your life in some way, this definitely then would be saying it's time for you to heal yourself financially. Tell me more about this message here for the Piscean collective. What do they need to know about this message for Pisces? One more shuffle here, please, Anne. Thank you. Okay, the Lovers. It's a choice. And at the bottom of the day, at the end of the day, when we get to the bottom of the matter, this is a choice in respect to your financial healing. You can choose to heed the advice of this reading, or you can disregard it. You have the choice of, you have the gift of divine free will. So, if you're serious about if you're serious about moving forward with whatever this is, this plan, this investment, this life change, it's your choice how to proceed. But if your finances play a role, I would heed the warning of this reading. But again, the divine right out of the gate is saying, like, it's your choice. You can heal yourself financially and have and maximize your return on investment, or maximize your capability of having success with whatever this is. But if you want to make a move before you are ready to make a move, again, that's your choice, but there's no guarantee of success if you are to do that. We then have the King of Wands. That's inspired action. The Seven of Swords, moving in a stealth and strategic-like way. And then we have the Devil. Yeah, you're escaping something toxic very quickly. Eight of Wands, Five of Wands, and Queen of Cups. I love it. And then we've got the Emperor. Let's go. And the Moon. Full Moon in Aries. So for a lot of you, you could feel this urge, within this time, like, I have to leave this job, but, I can't just abruptly quit. I get it. You have to move in a stealth and strategic-like way. Seven of Swords. You can't tell anybody at work out of fear that your job may let you go. If they think you're looking to leave, they might replace you before you can replace them. So in that respect, it's like you really have to take a leadership role here. You have to take control of this the way a King or Queen of Wands would. This is very inspired action. It's making the choice to take inspired action, to move in a very stealth and strategic-like way, to exit whatever toxic environment, situation, or relationship this is for you, whether it's platonic or romantic, particularly for those of you where your finances are involved. You can't leave the job till you find a new job. You can't change your living situation till you find another living situation. You might live in an environment that's very toxic, but you can't just throw your hands up tomorrow and be like, F it, I'm out, unless you have another place where to go, right? You have to secure the next place, stealth and strategic, Seven of Swords. I feel if you do that, then you can move quickly. That Eight of Wands to the Five of Wands, it's like you'll be able to blast through, because this is the second fastest card in tarot. Any confrontations you get, meaning you go to work and you now have secured another job. You didn't tell anybody about it. You kept going to work with a smile on your face. No one sees it coming, right? This is like the thief in the night card in this reading. No one saw it coming, and now, it's 5 o'clock or whatever, end of shift, and you're giving them a 2-week notice. They might challenge you. They might be angry about it. You might quit on the spot. I mean, maybe you have a better offer to start the next day, and you're like, look, I really wanted to give you notice, but this job came through. It pays double. I'm not going to say no, right? This is part of my financial plan for the future. So, I feel that if you do it in a stealth and strategic-like way and you're ready, then you can blast through whatever Five of Wands. If you get any pushback from whomever or whatever this is that you're leaving, it's like focus on the self-love. Look how the Emperor has his back turned to whatever he's leaving behind in this picture. It's a very different depiction of what we normally see with the Emperor. This is someone very cool, calm, and collected, just staring very forward into the future as the birds are dispatching his or her messages. So it's almost like You know, and the birds in this card can also like depict or represent chatter, any type of pushback you get, and it's like, I'm not even focused on what's, because I'm just forward focused here. And again, moving in a stealth and strategic like way. The moon card is a card of concealment, keeping it to yourself, only telling the people who really need to know what this move is for you. So, you know, if you're looking to leave a spouse, I wouldn't tell them, hey, I'm going to open up a second bank account at another bank without your name on it. There's no reason for them to know that. It's not their money. You know, you're not stealing money from them. You're creating your own money. You're selling stuff on Etsy or garage sales or eBay, or you picked up a second job. That's your nest egg, you know. That's you shoring up your future. So I feel for some of you, you have to operate in silence in order to do this. Only telling the one or two people you really need to know. Bottom of the deck, High Priestess, quiet. Quiet you, quiet, silence, move very strategically. This is a card of hidden secrets. You know, when we look at that Seven of Swords card as tarot readers, we're always like, oh, deceit, betrayal, lying, cheating, stealing. Yes, but the true intent of the card is an individual who had their Seven of Swords taken from them by a king or queen or emperor or empress. And now this individual is trying to sneak back into the kingdom or sneak back into the empire to reclaim what they feel was rightfully theirs and wrongfully taken from them before it can be used against them. So does this person have to wear a false mask and lie and be deceitful to get in and out undetected? Yes. And that's where we get that modern day meaning of the card. But in reality, this is just someone moving in a very stealth and strategic like way to claim or reclaim something that they feel belongs to them. And for you, it might be independence. For others of you, it could be financial freedom in order to attain or obtain this independence that you seek from whatever toxic environment, situation, or connection this is for yourself. Yeah, for a lot of you, you've been holding yourselves back because of finances. And that's okay. You know, I mean, I'm not going to tell anyone to stay in an abusive relationship, you know, until you have your money in order. But if it's not at that level yet and it's tolerable, again, not saying the abuse is tolerable, but you know, you live with someone where the opposite of love is indifference. You don't really talk to one another, or the chit chat is small. They might be cheating on you. Yeah, whatever. Keep doing you, boo boo, right? And meanwhile, you're just going to move in a stealth and strategic like way to line yourself up financially. So the day you say, I'm out, or I'm leaving, or this is over, or here are your divorce papers, you already have another place. You already have something furnished. So it's interesting. Sometimes we find ourselves, little story I'll share with you. Sometimes we find ourselves doing things in the moment and we don't realize it's an inner calling guiding us to set ourselves up. Before I left my husband, when I wasn't even contemplating leaving him, I wanted to buy this house and he wanted no part of it. He thought it was overpriced. I didn't think it was. It's a 3-story Victorian. It did need a lot of work. It is located in the northeastern part of the United States. It's on a very small parcel of land, but at the time it was for sale for $125,000. And he didn't want it. And I really wanted it. Over the years, they took it from a one family and broke it up into various apartments, which I've been trying to restore on my own. That's my own little side message there I'm sharing with you, trying to bring it back to a one family while I live in it. So I've been doing all the construction, most of the construction work myself. Anyway, long story short, he didn't want it, but something was urging me to get it. And I did. Figured out a way and I was able to get it. And then I rented it out for about a year or so after that. Different tenants came and went. And when it was finally vacated, I decided to go in and like start painting and I had no idea why I was doing this. I think I thought I'm going to just fix it up for the next, renters that I'll have. I didn't realize that this was a divine leading me to set myself up to leave him. I didn't even realize I was moving in a stealth and strategic like way without even effing realizing it. So when the day came where I told him, had that uncomfortable 15 seconds of insane courage that was needed to say, this is over, I didn't have to worry about going out in the street. I already had this house and it was already well on its way, you know, being painted, old carpet removed, you know, vinyl plank flooring put in on the first floor. I redid all the hardwood floors myself, the original ones to the house. So it just became like this. I turned it into like this project. I didn't even know at the time why I was doing it, except, oh, I just thought if it looked nicer, I'd be able to rent it for more money. And little did I know, I was moving in a stealth and strategic like way. So when the day came that I left, I didn't have to worry about being homeless. I already had a place set up. It was already secured. So I'm sorry for sharing that with you. But again, if you're in a relationship that's just turned toxic or indifferent and you want to leave, obviously you can't live in your car. You can only stay with other people for so long, right? And you certainly don't want to couch surf and go from one place after another or become a burden or feel unwanted. Everyone says, yeah, you could crash on my couch until 2 weeks later when they're like, okay, did you find the place yet? So instead of putting yourself in that position, I feel like this is your time, if you can last with whatever this is, up to the next 6 months. Move in a stealth and strategic like way to shore yourself up. So when you take that leap, you never have to look back. Ever, ever. You're the emperor of your life and all you're doing is moving forward. And whatever chit chat is coming out of that thing, it's unaffected. It just sounds like birds. It's just unnecessary birds. They're just birding. Tell me more about this now. For Pisces, they're birding. I don't even know where that came from. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. We have Three of Wands, plan. Three of Wands is a card of planning, seeing the future, seeing the whole future before I move forward. What do I have to do? Let me make that realistic list. A through Z, 1 through 20, 1 through 100, whatever it takes. Goals before I can expand my life. What do I need to do? Very huge card of strategy. Queen of Cups in the reverse. We're going to clarify that. And the Seven of Cups. You have options and choices. You are sitting in a connection situation or environment that has you very imbalanced. For a lot of you, financial imbalance, right? Because the Queen of Pentacles is a nurturing queen of herself, her family, her space, but also of her money. In most cards, the Queen of Pentacles is depicted as staring at a pentacle in her hand or somewhere on the card, depending on the type of deck you're utilizing. So I feel for a lot of you, you can't move forward. You need to plan for financial independence because right now, a lot of you might be financially codependent on someone, or maybe you don't have a lot of money saved to be able to move forward at all these options and choices. So I feel like this is telling you there are a multitude of ways for you to restructure yourself financially to be able to move forward. Start Googling them, start doing internet searches to find out about them. Ask other people. You know, if you're the smartest or most successful person in the room, you're in the wrong room. I learned that like 30 years ago. So connect with people online or maybe people you know in your community or family or friends, people you can trust, because remember, you have to move in a stealth and kind of secretive way, but at least one person. You got to have one person, and if not, just look online or go to the library and get books. Whatever it is convenient for you, depending on where you live in the world. But there's a plethora of choices and options. You know, if you're a knitter, you can knit. Maybe that's your side gig. Start knitting more, hone that craft. I don't know why that came to me. Someone had to hear that, but that might be something, you know, you can sell scarves and gloves and hats and bank all that money. You know, whatever it is for you, you have a talent. In addition to having a job, you have a talent to make a little extra money. And the divine is just telling you to look at that, look at all those options and choices. There could be financial aid available. There could be loans available, low interest loans. Again, depending on where you live in the world, there could just be outright funding, startup programs. You know, if you're looking to start a business, whatever it is, there are a plethora of options for you. Don't be afraid to window shop and look and investigate all of them. Give me 3 more cards here for Pisces. One more shuffle, please, and thank you. We have 2 of Wands in the reverse. We have the Chariot, and we have the Knight of Cups. I love this. Bottom of the deck, 4 of Cups there. So Again, I mean, the cards at this point, the cards themselves aren't repeating, right? Because there's only one of every card in the deck, but the message is repeating. Before you can quickly move forward with whatever this is, you really need to pause for most of you and get your finances in order, or create a nest egg, or another job to go to, a secure environment to live in. For some of you, you know, you may live in a household where maybe you do have a little money, or you're able to live on your own, but maybe transportation is an issue with the Chariot card. Maybe there's only one vehicle. Could be in the other person's name, right? If you're leaving a spouse. So you may have to save money, Knight of Cups, to get another vehicle, because this is a mobility card. So you might have to leave something behind, or you might have to think about transportation in the future. So keep all these various messages, you know, in your head, or jot them down. You know, if this is giving you ideas or helping you with this, you know, jot them down and look into them. But yeah, what about vehicle? What about transportation in the future? Someone had to hear that. That's clearly important to someone here. This could also be maybe a side gig to make money. Again, depending on where you live in the world, like to be an Uber driver or to deliver food. See how the Knight of Cups is delivering something in a cup to someone else. So this could be like Uber Eats, or again, whatever you have in your region of the world, taxi driver, as long as it's safe. But there's something here in respect to transportation, whether it's to think about your own transportation, or securing your own transportation, or maybe utilizing transportation to make additional revenue for yourself, or just to establish revenue in general. I mean, maybe some of you don't have a job at all. If you're in a relationship where you're not the primary breadwinner, or you don't bring any bread to the table, don't take any offense, you know, but you rely on the other person's money, then yeah, this could very well tell you that there are other avenues like that for you to make money. Yeah, there's something here about transportation. So please think about that and how that affects you. Let's get you some advice now to close out your reading. I hope all these messages made sense, and I hope at least one of them helps you move forward on your path. Don't rush. If you don't have to rush, that main thing there is like slow it down. One more shuffle here, please, and thank you. Be very smart about this. Three of Cups, because that's when the celebration comes in. Again, that's a card of community. Seven of Cups came out twice, two different decks, and then we have Justice. I literally, Nine of Cups above that. I got all goosebumps. I wish you can see that. My little hairy arms all stood up. So Three of Cups. You can collaborate with one or two people who you really trust, if you have those individuals. There is some... again, I feel like a lot of you have at least one person you can go to with this, but if that's not resonating for you because you don't have anyone, or you don't want to include anyone, that's fine. There is cause for celebration here. There's victory here. There's triumph here. You will achieve this goal if you apply yourself to it. Again, look at your options and your choices. Don't believe you can't do anything. You know, the Seven of Cups card is my three least favorite illusions in the English language: confusion, delusion, and illusion. Don't get stuck in that. See them more as options and choices and opportunities. The way we change our thinking and our perspective on something will, you know, completely change what is made available to us, right? As above, so below. Doesn't just work from up there to down here. It's also from up here. So maybe change your mindset on stuff. But I feel like this is financial justice. This is fairness. This is equality. This is cause and effect. Putting in the effort and getting the most just reward, if you will. So I love this message for you. I feel like this will help you make a wish come true. This will bring you financial contentment, luxury, emotional stability, but most importantly, for those of you who can't make the move without the finances, this will usher in for you financial stability. And I think once you do whatever this is, it's not short term. Not the way the larger planets are aligning. This could be a huge 19 to 20 year shift for you of financial abundance, or the opportunity to have financial abundance and prosperity. But it all starts now with this lunar event of the super full moon on October 17th or 18th, depending on where you live in the world. So That's what I have for you, Pisces. If that message did not resonate at all, or you just want to check some of your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus and Jupiter for this particular reading, you're more than welcome to look at them. But if this is where we're parting, and if any part of this message resonated with you, or you found it to be helpful, or you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, my love, I am wishing you lots of luck with this, okay? Lots of light, love, and peace as well. Take care.